Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday, May 30th, 2024, and we are back for the newest Brian Koberger hearing, and I appreciate you all joining me for it. Come on in and grab a seat, get comfortable, because who knows what's going to go down this time. I appreciate it again having you all here for this, guys. It should be interesting. Hang out and let's see what happens. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Wow. Hello. Oh, crap. Sorry about that, guys. I thought I had it shut down. My apologies. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. Appreciate you very much. Come on in and get comfortable. Again, guys, we're going to be following the Koberger hearing today. Talking about it. I believe Mama Bear is going to be joining me. She's not working today. Salty Sleuth, um, one of my producers, is going to be jumping up here with us as well. I love it because she is so good at this stuff, and I enjoy having her up here with us now that we can do it. First thing I want to do, guys, is put something out there for, and I appreciate all of you, if you will. Obviously, please hit the like button before you um, jump in here as you come in. My other producer, Doodlebug, and moderator, and very close friend, had a procedure done this morning. A very critical procedure. It's very important and serious. I just want everybody in here, if you will, just to take a moment, keep her in your thoughts and prayers. She's okay, from what I understand, but still, it's not a joke. And I absolutely adore her. She's a very important part of this community, very special person to me. So, if everybody could please just take a moment to keep her in your thoughts and prayers, I would greatly appreciate that. We love you, Doodle, 1,000,000%. And I can't wait to have you back. So, if you can hear us. Um, anyway, there's that. Um, and it's very important to me, guys. So please, if you can, please do. Just say a little prayer for her on the side. That's all. She will appreciate it as much as I will. I promise you that. And like I said, guys, please hit that like button as you're coming through the door. Make sure we get this in the algorithm because that's where it belongs, because that's what makes YouTube happy. Um, 1 second here. She won't be joining us, I don't think, in here today. But again, that would be why. Otherwise, she's always here, just like Brandy is. Without fail, you can't go wrong when you have people that support you the way that we have in here, guys. They're absolutely amazing, every one of them. So, speaking of which, let's see who we got gracing us with their presence today. It looks like Sorceress is in the house. Speaking of, Miss Brandy B, the OG, is right here too. Tina B, welcome back to you. There she is. Salty Sleuth investigates. Thank you for being here, Salty. Niles Buckman, welcome back to you. Wisdom Speaks. Hello, hello, my dear. Thank you for joining us. Philip Hughes, my friend, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Miss Dakota, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Get a look see is in the house. Welcome back to you. Don Kelt, welcome back. Great to see you here. T2014's in the house. Welcome back. And whoever's out there lurking, guys, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you all very much. And hope that you all are having a wonderful day. Hold on a minute here. Okay. Felt bad because this coincided with another thing. There she is. Mama Bear is in the chat. Whenever you're ready, Mama Bear, you're welcome. Andy Rose, welcome, dear. Good to see you again. Thank you for joining us. Tada boom. There's the Mama Bear. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Salty's going to be joining us too here shortly. As soon as we got this here, whenever they start, there it is, folks. Just think. Speaking of which, there she is. Hello, hello, Miss Salty.
Good morning or afternoon, whatever it is. It's noon here in Central Time, so.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's 1 o'clock here. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon, I should say. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm at home today. I'm not having to go out and do anything. Thank goodness. And we're having beautiful weather in Florida, so I'm sitting outside. It's great. I'm in my happy place.
Oh wow. Hold on, here we go. That's quick. Right on key. Turn on the camera.
Okay, so let's get on the record, please. Thank you. We are now on the record. This is State versus Brian KOHBERGER case. Mr. KOHBERGER
here we
is
go.
present in the courtroom. He's represented by Ms. Taylor. KOHBERGER is present in the courtroom. He's represented by Ms. Taylor, also Ms. Messeth, and also Mr. Logston. The state is represented by Thompson, Ms. Jennings, Mr. Nye, and
Hang on,
Ms.
guys. Something's not right. Give me a second
Allen?
here.
No.
Right.
Okay.
I was gonna say the echo went away, so
Yeah, it did.
Can you guys hear it?
All right.
Yes.
We
Okay, cool.
have
We're good.
motions to compel discovery, 4th and 5th. There have been some supplements in more recently. I think I got a couple on May 28th, I believe. So we need to sort that out. That's going to be in the morning, and that is open, obviously. And afternoon, starting at 1:30, we're going to address genetic genealogy. I think that's the plan. Okay, so starting with you, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. After last week, we had one witness testify, and I have 2 additional witnesses this morning, and then there will be witnesses this afternoon in closed session as well.
Okay.
I love
I'm gonna
witnesses.
be prepared to call my next witness.
Okay, go ahead.
Call Brett Payne.
Okay,
Oh, damn. We trying to have trial.
Whoa.
make sure.
Oh, that was a little surprising.
Raise your
Yeah,
right
it
hand.
is.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and that's but the truth under penalty of
Grab the
perjury?
notebooks, folks.
All right.
I got it.
Please have a seat. And then when you're seated, please state your name and spell your last.
Name is Brett Payne, last spelled Payne.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Will you tell us your occupation?
I am currently employed by the Moscow Police Department as the detective corporal.
What experience do you have prior to Moscow Police Department?
I was served in the military for 6 years. 3 of those were as a commissioned officer in the military police corps.
How long have you been with Moscow Police Department?
6 years.
We're here to talk about the case of the state of Idaho versus Brian KOHBERGER. Have you worked on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your role in that case?
I was assigned as the case agent for Moscow PD for that investigation.
Does case agent mean you're the person in charge?
Yes, ma'am.
If I called you the lead detective, would that be a term that means the same thing as person in charge and
Yes.
case agent?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. What were your general responsibilities as the lead detective in the case?
So when I became case agent, I was assigned to work the command post that was established at the Moscow Police Department, along with my partners in Idaho State Police and the FBI. We managed the command post and directed the general direction of local investigation.
Would that mean you would be a person to write warrants and affidavits in support of warrants?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct or direct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you search for a suspect?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you the go-to person and the person in charge for evidence that would be brought into Moscow Police Department to support your case?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Who's in charge?
That would have been our evidence custodian.
As the lead detective, were you aware of the evidence that would be under the control of the evidence custodian?
Not entirely. I was made aware of basically the most pertinent evidence that was coming in, but was not aware of every single piece of evidence that was brought into those.
Okay. During the course of, I guess, the investigation from November 13th forward, was there videos that were collected, like a video canvas done of the community?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Is that something you were involved in?
No, ma'am, I was not involved in the direct collection of those videos.
Who is responsible for the video collection and knowing what videos exist?
So the way that worked was individual investigators who went out in the community and collected those videos, brought them back to the police department and provided them to our digital forensics office. And then they were later booked in through that channel.
So the digital forensics office would be the responsible entity to receive these pieces of video surveillance, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I would say it was a dropping off point for those pieces, yes.
And who is that person?
That was a joint effort between Detective Mowry and several people within the FBI.
Which people within the FBI?
I do not remember.
Detective Payne, I'm asking because last week, Detective Mowry told us that he wasn't in charge of these videos. And I need to know where they are. Do you have any idea who the FBI agents are that were also in charge of this?
I think we could certainly find that out for you, yes, ma'am. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need to do that. Let's talk a little bit about what surveillance is out there. These were cameras from different businesses, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, as well as some private residences.
Let's focus on the businesses for just a minute. Those would be collected at main points in Moscow where you might find a person of interest, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. We canvassed pretty much the entire city of Moscow looking for places that were willing to or could provide us video.
And was it also important to think about if somebody were to come into or leave Moscow, the kind of video cameras you might find on those areas?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
And that would be the east-west road between Moscow and Pullman, is that right?
Brett Payne is
Yes,
on
ma'am, referring
the.
to SR 270/Pullman Road. They wanted that to refer to.
I know that as the Moscow Pullman Highway. I think that's the same thing, or Highway 8.
Works for me.
And that goes from Pullman out towards Troy in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also important in that video collection would be the north-south Highway 95, the north end of Moscow and the south part of Moscow. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And so you collected business videos or had that done, but who I need to talk to about this would be Detective Mallory or an unnamed FBI agent. Do I
Or
understand that?
the agents who were the officers, investigators who collected that specific video would have written reports, to the best of my knowledge, stating such that they collected video from X, Y, and Z. That would be the best person to speak to about that particular video.
But if they collected it and gave it to Moscow Police Department or the digital evidence people, isn't it your department that I'd be looking at and say, where is this now?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm going to talk about some of those specific ones, but you brought up residential cameras in that canvas as well. Are you talking about things like Ring cameras?
Yes, ma'am. Ring cameras and other sorts of private security systems that people may have had.
Ring cameras have a way of sending out a notice to Ring camera owners to check their data. Is that right?
I believe so.
Was that done in this case?
I do not remember if that was done or not.
Are you familiar with some of the Ring cameras or home surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
In particular, I think your affidavit talked about one on Indian Hills Road. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How did that camera come to your attention?
I believe Detective Vargas works for MPD. She contacted the residents at that, or the person who lives at that residence, and they provided that camera footage to Detective Vargas.
Do you know why she contacted them?
I believe it was part of just a video canvas, best of my knowledge.
Now, I want to talk about some of the specific businesses, and you mentioned that I'd be looking at a police report to tell me if it existed or not. As the case manager or the detective, are you familiar with the reports from other officers that may have talked about turning in videos?
Some of them, certainly not all of them.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that he be handed two defendants' exhibits. They are RR and SS.
No,
Thank you.
One of the videos I want to talk about comes from the Red Star Coffee Company. Do you know where that business is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
That's on Pullman Road and right next to the Steamer Station.
So the Pullman Road that's also known as Moscow Pullman Road, that within the city of Moscow?
Correct.
Okay. And if you look at exhibit RR, and if I can draw your attention to on page 2 to paragraph 9 and page 3, paragraph 9 continues over there.
Yeah, Twiz is in the back behind Ian.
Can't hear it.
Based on your review of
There we
that,
go.
am I correct in believing that the Red Star surveillance video was collected and given to Moscow Police Department?
It reads that way, yes, ma'am.
Where is it?
I do not know.
Who do I ask where it is?
That would be through the evidence custodian and MPD. That'd be my best direction for you.
So I need to go to the evidence custodian and ask him to bring all of the videos out so I can watch them all to see if that one exists.
Yes, ma'am.
How many hours of videotape do you think have been collected?
A lot.
Thousands?
Yes, easily.
Detective Payne, I want to look at defendant's exhibit SS now. Don't put our away. I think we might go back there in just a minute, but SS, if I can draw your attention to paragraph 1.
Okay.
Would I be correct in believing that I should be able to have a videotape from a place called Monday's Machine?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's Monday's Machine?
I don't know where Monday's Machine is, ma'am. Does not sound familiar to me.
Can you see the address that's also listed in paragraph 1?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help you know where Monday's Machine might be?
It'd be south of Moscow city limits if memory serves, but that's the best I can recall.
You don't know where this particular numbered address on South Main might be?
No, ma'am.
Well, let's go back to, let me ask you this. Who do I ask where that video is?
Restate what I did before is go through the evidence custodian at Moscow PD.
Let's go back to RR for a minute. And if you can turn with me to page 4.
Welcome, everybody.
I'll draw your attention to paragraph number 21, particularly subparts B, C, D, and G. Do you see where I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And there, we're talking about 4 different businesses all within the city of Moscow. Is that right?
That is correct.
And those are on Main Street in Moscow. Is that also right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And if I read the first sentence in that paragraph, am I correct in believing that Moscow Police Department should be in possession of all of those videos?
It reads that way. Yes, ma'am.
Where are they?
I would have to direct you to the videos that have been turned into the evidence lab in Moscow PD.
I want to talk a little bit. I'm going to move from videos now, and I want to talk a little bit about affidavits and search warrants that you wrote.
Can I ask a question? You're not asking to admit these exhibits?
Your Honor, I haven't.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I haven't. The court has those in a pre-filing to put the court and counsel on notice of things we talk about. I'm not going to ask that these be admitted this way. Detective Payne didn't write them, but he's familiar with the content. So I think I had your questions answered. Thank you. Let's talk about affidavits and search warrants for a minute. Did you author affidavits in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you use affidavits you authored in support of search warrants to obtain information that you wanted to take a look at?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you author the affidavit that was used for the arrest warrant for Brian KOHBERGER?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you rely on when you wrote these affidavits?
Be more specific.
Yes, let's focus on the affidavit for the AT&T records. There were 2 search warrants on December 23rd, 2022. Are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's talk about those search warrants and the affidavit. First, the affidavit. What did you rely on in the affidavit you wrote for the first AT&T search warrant on December 23rd, 2022?
It was a conglomerate of interviews, data received from cell phones, my observations of some surveillance footage that was taking place, various other things. Go down the line. If you could be more specific on specific parts, I'd be happy to tell you what I'd like.
Okay. There was a part of the affidavit where you talked about WSU officers identifying white belongings.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a part of the affidavit where you talked about 2011 to 2013 Elantras, and then it expanded to 2016 to include the year of 2016 Elantras.
Yes, ma'am.
What I want to know first is what you relied on to expand that search from 2013 to include 14, 15, and 16.
That information was provided to FBI Special Agent Imel. He's a vehicle identification specialist. He used snapshots from the previously mentioned surveillance videos, and that was his determination on the types of vehicles we should be looking for, rather the year range we should look for. It would be in his report, we'd be more specific, but that was what I based the affidavit off of, that portion of it.
I understand as far as when we get to 2013, but when we go beyond that, what did you rely on to get beyond that?
It would have been his input as an expert in vehicle identification. That's what.
Okay. Part of your affidavit talks about WSU officers finding white Elantras. And I believe there was an officer that you had some communication with. Do you recall the date you had that communication?
I do not recall the date.
Did you have some messaging system exchange with this officer to talk about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only means of communication you had with this officer?
No, ma'am. I believe I spoke to him on the telephone as well.
When you spoke to him on the telephone, how did that relate to the date of the messaging?
It would have likely been, if memory serves, it would likely been that same day.
Okay. Does December 20th, 2022 sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this conversation with this officer from Washington, it related backwards to when he noticed an Elantra, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
But when he noticed it, you didn't know about that yet. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you don't know about him or talk to him until December 20th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In your affidavits, did you rely on cell phone information and cell phone location information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work with cell phone records yourself?
No, ma'am.
Did you see cell phone records yourself?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
When was the first time you saw cell phone records that were attributed to Brian KOHBERGER?
I do not remember what date that was.
Well, maybe you can give me an estimate. We know on the 20th, you're talking to WSU about an observation from a month before. And we know on December 23rd, you're asking for AT&T warrants for information. Can you narrow
That's
it down?
yes.
Sorry, Judge.
That's a yes. You can, I just want to get the record. Yes.
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
So between those 2 days, does that help you identify the first time you saw cell phone records related to Brian KOHBERGER?
Memory serves, the first time I saw any cell phone records related to Brian KOHBERGER was after we received the return from the first search warrant.
Just to be sure I'm tracking with you, when you say the return from the first search warrant, we're talking about the first AT&T warrant.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that right?
That's correct.
And in that warrant, you were seeking 48 hours worth of records, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if I call those 48-hour records, we'll both be on the same page?
Yep.
All right. You wrote your second AT&T warrant for a much longer period of phone records that same day, December 23rd, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
How far ahead of that warrant did you see the records?
It would have been upon the receipt of the 48-hour records that came in from AT&T. Immediately after receiving those, I began writing that second section of the second AT&T warrant for the longer period. That makes sense.
It does. So you get these records and you take a look at them and you start writing your warrant. Is that right?
The records were provided to FBI Special Agent Balance, who began deciphering them. I'm not an expert in cell phone records.
That was the next thing I was going to ask you.
So No, ma'am, I'm not. So he was the one who was conveying that information to me so I could understand what it was.
So do you get the records and then get them to him somehow?
Yes, ma'am.
The records do they go directly to Balance?
I do not recall what the distribution was on the return itself. I do not recall that.
Are you and Balance exchanging emails about these records?
No, ma'am, not that I remember.
How did you get them to them?
We were co-located. At the time, Detective Balance was at the Moscow Police Department about 30 feet down the hallway.
Are the two of you exchanging text messaging during this time?
I do not remember if you texted during that time.
I may have a record that would refresh your memory. I'm certainly not seeking to have these admitted, but I'd like to hand him some records to see if we can refresh his memory. Do you recognize what's been placed in front of you?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Does reading the content of some December 23rd messages refresh your recollection about participating in text messages with Nicholas Balance?
It really does not, ma'am.
Will you look at, there's 3 separate stapled documents. Will you move that one and go to the next one?
Still on December 23rd?
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember that exchange, the one at the top of this second.
Is that the one that starts with you identifying yourself?
No, ma'am, it starts with the message says, group text for this weekend, Maria, Nick, Ed, Brett, and Darren.
You look at that third one.
Seems vaguely familiar.
Okay. So just so I'm clear then, Nick Balance is at Moscow Police Department when you're getting, on December 23rd, when you're getting these 2 warrants. Is that right?
If memory serves, that's correct.
Okay. Well, you told me that you're not the guy who understands how to interpret these records. Do you know anything about cell phone towers?
Very little, ma'am.
So when you wrote this second AT&T warrant, you have possession of Brian KOHBERGER's call detail records or AT&T records, but you don't know what they mean, so you're relying on somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
Who all did you rely on?
Mainly it was Special Agent Balance. He was my main point of contact for understanding what was going on.
Okay. In fact, in your affidavit for the second AT&T report, there's a couple of maps in there. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of them has some video camera information. That's the first map. Where did that come from?
I do not recall. If you have a copy of it, I can refresh my memory and tell you.
I bet I do. I have what we've marked defendants B.
Are you referring to there's 2 maps, the WSU focus map you're referring to? It's completely washed out on this copy. You can see what it is.
It's hard to see, isn't it? What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras on WSU. Where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hilley with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. That's what I relied upon to create that map.
So you created that map.
Through PowerPoint, I believe, ma'am, memory serves.
You saved your work on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go to the next map. That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston or back towards Payne. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that map?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery, and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Balance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that it starts there and then back to Pullman.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Nick Balance creating a visual for you.
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Balance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
It is, best of my knowledge, it's already been provided to the prosecutor's office through the FBI channels.
Is this the lengthy past draft report or is it a different draft report?
Well, it would have to be the draft cast report. That's the only cast report I'm aware of from Special Agent Balance.
So on December 23rd, are you saying you looked at this past draft report to make that map that went into your affidavit to get the second set of records?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that was given to us in July of last year?
I don't know when you got it.
How many versions of that cast draft report have you seen?
I've only seen that one, ma'am. That's the only one I'm aware of.
All right. And from the FBI, we have Agent Balance and Agent Hilly at Moscow Police Department with you. Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
and all of this work is done with verbal communication, is that right?
The majority of it, yes, ma'am.
And Nick Balance's cast draft report.
Correct.
And I think Special Agent Imel's vehicle identification.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about what you were seeking to get in this. Well, let me ask this before I leave the second search warrant. Is there anything else you relied on to obtain that second search warrant to compose your affidavit?
Like I said earlier, we relied on cell phone records from surviving roommates as well as the victims. We relied on interviews with the two surviving roommates that were present at the time. We relied on the surveillance footage, cell phone data. I'd have to go paragraph by paragraph, but that's what jumps to mind.
Of those things, are you relying on other people's work to put that all together?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now I'm ready to talk about the things that same day as the first one. And was there anything else from AT&T that you saw or relied on to get the second one off the ground?
No, ma'am.
And in the first AT&T search warrant, are you aware that part of the request was for timing advance reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, that also appears in your second search warrant request, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And not only do you ask for the timing advance reports from AT&T, you ask for them from several other companies, correct? Verizon's version of it, T-Mobile's version of this kind of timing advance report. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When was the first time you saw AT&T's timing advance report?
I do not recall when I first saw it.
Where is it?
To the best of my knowledge, all of that information from those returns has been provided to the prosecutor's office.
If I tell you I don't have a timing advance report or any from the other phone companies, where do I look for them?
I would direct you back to the prosecutor's office. Everything that Moscow PD received, in that realm, we have turned over to my knowledge.
But you know you've seen this report, is that right?
I do not recall if I've seen the timing advance reports. I'd have to see what it even looked like to know if I'd seen it.
Do you know what it is?
Not particularly. I'm no expert.
Okay, you wrote the search warrant though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did you get the language for that if you don't know what this is?
So there's no secret that I rely heavily on people who are very highly educated in these topic areas to write this search warrant. So that language was likely conveyed to me through people who know much more than myself about cell phone data.
Who are those people?
Like I said, FBI agent Balance and Detective Mowry were probably my two main points of contact for helping me with that language.
During the course of your investigation and work on the case that became the case that we're here for now, did you communicate with Agent Balance by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you communicate with other FBI agents by email?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that relate to the investigation of the scene and later the investigation of Brian KOHBERGER?
Certainly, yes, ma'am.
Were those communications that assisted you in preparing affidavits and search warrants to carry out your duties in the case?
I do not recall.
But you recall the emails themselves.
I recall sending emails to FBI agents, yes, but
And-
specifics.
And receiving them?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are those emails now?
All emails that Moscow PD is aware of have been turned over to the prosecutor's office.
Your Honor, if I can have just a minute.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for now, but I think you have a couple of exhibits on that front end. If you don't need them for us, maybe I'll take them back.
Well, hold on. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I'll.
Yes. Okay, I thought you were just stepping off, so. Any?
Yes, thank you.
Good.
Morning.
Good work.
To your knowledge, have all the evidence in Moscow Police Department's possession been turned over to the state for us to discover?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you facilitated the defense visiting MPD to review the physical evidence in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many times have you done that?
I had to guess, I'd say 6.
Now, let's talk specifically about this video surveillance. Explain to me the process for collecting video surveillance.
So in this investigation, the way that played out was we directed the investigators to go into the community and collect any available surveillance footage there was. Once they had done that, they were tasked with bringing it back to Moscow Police Department, placing it in the digital forensics lab, and then writing a supplemental report on where they collected that information. That was the process.
Do you know how many agencies helped in this video canvas?
Certainly the FBI and the Idaho State Police. I'm not sure if any other agencies helped. I don't know.
Do you know approximately how many agents were out collecting video?
Easily over a dozen. I don't know the specific number, but
Isn't it true that investigators collected video surveillance from approximately 79 businesses
yes, ma'am.
and approximately 10 residences? So let's talk about the areas that Ms. Taylor mentioned. Isn't it true that there's other surveillance video capturing the Moscow Pullman Highway, specifically on the way to Pullman?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it true we've turned over video for banks
Yes,
on
ma'am.
that highway? Is it true we've turned over surveillance for stores on that highway?
Yes,
Is it true we've turned over video for gas stations?
yes,
Now let's talk about the Troy highway towards Troy. Is it true we've turned over surveillance video for fast food restaurants,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
And now US 95 towards Coeur d'Alene. Is it true we've turned over surveillance video for hardware stores,
yes,
gas stations?
yes,
Now, what about US 95 towards Lewiston? Is it true we've turned over surveillance video for gas stations,
yes,
as well as apartments?
yes.
Now let's move to your PC affidavit. Can you explain to me what did the investigation look like during the time that you were writing that affidavit?
So as I said, the command center was established at the Moscow Police Department. The command center consisted of myself and numerous partners from the FBI and the Idaho State Police. We were all co-located there at Moscow. We also had individual sections assigned to do various tasks, collect video, conduct interviews, so on and so forth. The majority of those people were also co-located at the Moscow Police Department. So as the process for developing this affidavit began, those people would just come into the command center and relay information that was deemed to be critical or important. The reason for that was to shorten the chain of information to make sure that the folks, myself and my partners in the command post, got the clearest view of what the investigators on the ground were actually retrieving and learning as this went on. As they relay that to me, I can put that into the affidavit.
And is that standard to rely on what other investigators tell you when you're applying for warrants?
Absolutely.
And is that what you did?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you relied upon detailed in your probable cause affidavit?
Yes.
Now, talking about the timing advance records, are you aware that AT&T didn't provide timing advance records in December of 2022?
I do not remember.
Are you aware that they did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Objection, lady.
Cross-examination.
It is overruled. Go ahead.
I'll re-ask. Are you aware that AT&T did not start providing those records until May of 2023?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor?
Thanks. Let's start there. May of 2023. Do you have timing advance records now from May of 2023?
I would have to direct you to Detective Mallory to answer that question. Don't know.
Okay. Did you write a new warrant for them in May of 2023?
I do not recall.
If you included them in two separate warrants in December of 2022, but they didn't provide them, why would you do that?
It was the language that was suggested to me to write the affidavit. So
Language suggested by an FBI agent who's an expert in the field?
yes, ma'am.
Yes. And do you know if he saw the timing advance reports?
I do not know.
All right. Now, those first and second AT&T warrants were how many hours from receiving the return on the first one until the second one was given to Judge Marshall at 4:45?
I do not remember.
Not very many hours, though. Would that be fair?
Likely not.
I want to talk a little bit more about the video and what's been turned over and what hasn't been turned over to us. And I want to focus a little bit on South US 95. Do you recall that south of Moscow on US 95 is the path that you put in your search warrant and affidavit alleging that Brian KOHBERGER left Moscow going south on US 95?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you aware that one of the videos that you gave us, the coffee shop there on South 95, that leaving Moscow, you have to pass that covers 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
I do not recall the time frame for that.
And so the time frame in these videos would matter, right?
Certainly.
The time frame in the videos to be meaningful, would need to cover a time that surrounds the allegations against Mr. Kohberger. Is that fair to say?
You could say that, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Watson Kari Construction had a video, and that also has a very limited time frame, like 5 a.m., just 1 hour of video also?
Sounds vaguely familiar, yes.
And that's also south on Highway 95, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the one we talked about today, Monday's machine that nobody can find, that clearly was given to Moscow Police Department, that's also south on 95.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I understand that you had a lot of help on canvassing and collecting things. There was a lot to do. But as the lead agent and the lead department, is there some kind of inventory of these videos, like a general inventory that would help me know what you have and why you don't have the relevant timeframes?
The inventory that would be most useful to you is the inventory of evidence that has been booked into the Moscow Police Department. That's the inventory.
And I did come see the evidence. That's fair. I did come see the evidence. We didn't watch videos together though, did we?
No, ma'am.
And would you agree that that evidence is on thumb drives with stickies on papers that tell us different things, but not like an inventory of what's on each thumb drive?
I am not aware of an inventory of each individual thumb drive.
Okay. So for us to do that together would take some days to inventory it all together. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's my best way to try to find this Monday's machine
Sure.
and Watson Kari Construction.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Taylor, anything to follow up on that, Ms. Jennings?
Oh, just one second. Thank you. I just want to clarify what's in your probable cause affidavit. Does your probable cause affidavit state that Kohberger or White Elantra went on US 95 south of Moscow?
No, it's not.
Okay, what does it state?
Memory serves states that the next time, well, it states that a vehicle was seen leaving the area of the crime scene, McKean Road, leaving via Walenta Drive, which heads south from that area, and then terminates on Conestoga and Blues River Drive. That's what the probable cause affidavit states.
And to your knowledge, are there other paths of travel south of Moscow besides US 95?
Yes.
And what's that other route?
I believe the one that was referenced in the affidavit goes from Blues River Drive, which turns into Sand Road at the state line, not the Idaho-Washington state line. That road continues westbound until south of Pullman and eventually leads north into Pullman at Bishop Boulevard, if memory serves.
And does that path of travel go by Watson Kari Construction?
I do not believe it does.
Did you attempt to obtain surveillance on that path of travel that doesn't go through 95?
Yes, we did.
And were you successful?
I don't believe we were.
I don't have anything further.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Are you testifying that Mr. Kohberger did not use Highway 95 south of Moscow on November 13th?
I'm testifying that there are various routes that a person could take south of Moscow to include Highway 95. There are also several others.
Which one does your map depict?
I believe the map starts well south of Moscow, more towards Genesee, and there is the line that starts there. However, I would direct you to the paragraph at the beginning of the map that says this is a possible route to travel between the two locations.
So you're just not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That would include then Highway 95 south of Moscow.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would include other possible routes.
Yes, ma'am.
How many video surveillance attempts did you make to get video from businesses or homes on all of those routes?
I do not recall, but it continued for some time. attempting to find additional video footage.
What did you find?
Nothing to my recollection,
Not one video depicting the car.
to my memory, no.
Good enough, thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay, great. Can this, Detective, Payne be excused at this point?
He can be, thank you.
Okay, any objections? All right. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. You can, you're free to stay or leave.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we call CYOU.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and the penalty of perjury?
Thank you. All right, thank you, Sue. So you go ahead and have a seat there, and then please state your name and spell your last. I, Ray, R-A-Y. Thank you, sir. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you tell us what you do?
I have a handful of different jobs, but primarily for my role here, I do a lot of consulting, analysis, and evaluating geolocation data as it pertains to mobile devices.
Let's talk about how you got to that place where you provide consultation on devices and geolocation.
Okay.
What background led you to this job?
I started with a law enforcement background. I started my law enforcement career in 1995 in Arizona. Started working with the first set of cell phone records in that capacity in 97, late 1997. There wasn't a lot of training. Obviously, cell phone technology and the use of that in criminal investigations was very new and novel at that time. So most of my early training came directly from the carriers. If I was working a case with Verizon or AT&T, I would work directly with Verizon or AT&T engineers to understand the records, what they meant, how to map them, how to interpret it. In 2000, I started a very small police department in Arizona. In 2000, I transferred to a much larger police department in the Phoenix area. When I made that transition, I took more of an investigative role. I was previously a patrol officer. That investigative role, I started with a DEA task force where I worked with drug narcotic interdictions, and the primary role there working with cell phone records. So I had some more training experience in that capacity. In 2001, late 2001, I left that position and I went into a full-time investigations position. I started with sex crimes and child crimes. Again, using cell phone records and attending what training was available. Again, most of that is from the carriers directly. About 2004, I moved out of sex crimes and child crimes into persons crimes or violent crimes. So any type of a dangerous or violent crime against a person. Continuing to work with cell phone records and attending what training I could. In 2008, I was promoted to sergeant and I was immediately put into a homicide robbery sergeant's position where I stayed until 2010. Around 2004, I started doing a lot of work with cell site simulators, and that is a piece of equipment that allows you to physically go out in the field and find a mobile device. In a very brief summary, it's the ability to create a fake cell tower that is mobile, it's in a vehicle. And if I can analyze your phone records and determine a rough area that you're at, I can put this mobile platform in that area. Your phone will register to it, and I can physically track the phones. It's in courtrooms, it's in a bedroom, wherever it could be. In 2007, our agency purchased that equipment. So prior to that, I was working with other agencies looking for devices using it. 2007, we purchased our own equipment. That purchase also prompted more training. There was a company, it's owned by Boeing. They came in and I had 80 hours at that point specific to cellular network engineering, how to go out and actually conduct these surveys to understand how a particular cell phone network works in a particular area, how to replicate, how to create a cell site that looks legitimate in that area. I worked with that company for a number of years in doing that, hundreds of hours worth of back and forth working, actually going out in the field and doing this. In 2010, I had an opportunity to go to Afghanistan as an advisor, in charge of an undercover Afghan police team that targeted IED cells. And again, we would look at different types of technology that we could leverage in doing that. I came back in late 2010, early 2011, and went back to the police department. In 2012, our department created a position that this was a full-time position. Now that's all I did was track phones pretty much every day, using cell site simulators, using phone records, whatever technology we could leverage. Because of the lack of training that was available when I was a younger officer, in 2007, I started a training company. At the time it was called Phoenix Training. And I created a training company to provide law enforcement training, specifically as it relates to cell phone records. I've been providing that training from 2007 up to about 2013 now. I was really frustrated with the lack of software and training available to law enforcement. Very complex and clunky, for lack of a better term. So I began researching and teaching myself how to do some basic computer programming, and I wrote a program that I could take phone records from any carrier in the United States, and I could put it in this program, and it would immediately map hundreds, if not thousands, of connections. It was pretty unique at the time. There just wasn't a lot of options out there that was doing the geolocation. There was a lot of analytics to who's calling who and how often they call that person. But specifically to put it on a map for detailed geolocation data, there was a big gap in the market. It worked really, really well. And at the time, because we were tracking phones in the field, it gave me this very unique opportunity where I could use a search warrant, get phone records, analyze the phone records, come up with a hypothesis that this phone is most likely Thursday at 2 a.m. going to be in this neighborhood, and then physically go to that location to recover the phone. And then I could evaluate, was I right? Was I wrong? Do I need to tweak something? Mid-2013, our agency was assisting a lot of other agencies because we had, for lack of a better term, we had progressed significantly on our ability to find phones. I had a lot of agencies asking me for a copy of my mapping program, and I was just about at 20 years at that point. I realized maybe it's time to go do something else. So in May of 2014, I retired from the police department and I started a company called ZETX, Z-E-T-X. And we offered a couple different things. So we had the mapping program that I just described. Obviously, when I'm running it on my laptop, it can be a little clunky. It doesn't have to be perfect. When we started a business, we actually hired computer engineers to come in and take what I had written and scale it to a national platform. So we offered the mapping services, which was both real-time and historical. We took that original training class that I had built and we scaled it out. So we had a basic 40-hour that would just give you the nuts and bolts of how to look at phone records, what they need, what type of records to obtain. We also started a subject matter expert course. It was one of the first courses in the country where law enforcement could actually come in and become certified as subject matter experts in this field. Did some training courses as well that we created on drive testing, so the ability to go out and scan and monitor cellular networks. Because of those two features, my job duties changed dramatically, where I found myself consulting with law enforcement daily, sometimes multiple times in a day, on cases very similar to this case, where I would have a law enforcement agency that's using our product or has attended our training that would call me for some type of review or analysis. And I've lost count. It's thousands and thousands of cases. To put that in perspective for some just general numbers, I sold this company in 2021. At that time, around 2021, 2022, the system had mapped over 2 billion phone calls in the United States. We were seeing thousands of uploads a week. We had created this program in 2014 that if any law enforcement agency in the country called us because they had some type of crime, we would overnight them a drive test scanner, which gives them the ability to go out and do a forensic examination of cell tower networks. It was no cost. We ate all of the costs. So we paid for the scanners. Initially we paid for the shipping. And the idea there is we wanted to create a national tower database that would have just a collection of drive tests. I want to say we have over 3 million towers in that database today that have been scanned or measured in some capacity. I am unaware of any other database in the world like it. And we use that to feed the mapping platform to increase the accuracy of the mapping. Something that we did that was very unique with our company is we actually provided an estimated coverage area. So instead of just saying this phone connected to this cell site and the antenna points north, we would give the person doing the analysis a general idea of where that phone could possibly be within a radius. We were the only ones doing it when we did this. Since then, since 2014, more recently, since about 2020, pretty much the rest of the industry has adopted, if not the same standard, a very similar standard. So the company we were using to do the drive test data is a company by the name of Rohde, R-O-H-D-E, and Schwarz, S-C-H-W-A-R-Z. They're a German company out of Munich. They've adopted the way that we were doing some of the ranging. The FBI task team has adopted that, has actually brought that tower density is what is the general term for it, and it's now a feature in the CASPIS program. So through the years with training, I've probably been involved in training 30, maybe 35,000 law enforcement officers from around the country. We had about 650 law enforcement agencies within the United States. At some point, all of the federal agencies have used our products in their training, and I've done quite a bit of consulting internationally as well. Towards the end of that period, we started working more with Rohde and Schwarz. Rohde and Schwarz decided that they wanted to look at the ability to implement a cell site simulator in the United States. They had one for Europe. They were considering doing it for the United States. So they sent me their first one for the United States, and I worked with their engineers for about a year, testing it, reviewing it, proving it. So another several hundred hours there. I've tried to figure out how many of these missions, if you will, of going out and finding a phone or looking at phone records, and it is literally thousands and thousands of hours at this point. I can't tell you this, but that would be the background.
Sounds like your background is mostly in law enforcement, and then you moved into a specialty with cell phones, cell towers, drive testing, radio waves, all of that kind of thing.
That would be correct.
Through that and through the training of other officers to do this work and to use your program, have you testified as an expert in this field?
I have. If it's not 100 times, it's right there near it. Roughly 100 times in both state and federal.
And have you been qualified as an expert in state courts?
Yes.
In federal courts?
Yes.
How about Idaho?
Don't think I have in Idaho. I've consulted on a lot of cases in Idaho, but I don't think I've ever had testimony in Idaho.
This your first time then?
I believe it is.
Generally, when you work, and I'm talking about when you've done your consulting work or worked with an agency to do what you do to review the records and to analyze the data, do you usually work with the defense?
This is the first time I've ever testified for defense.
Fair to say you usually are a prosecution witness?
That is a very fair statement.
Well, here you are, and you're working with us in Mr. KOHBERGER's case. What's your role in this case?
Trying to conduct an analysis of all of the geolocation data. At this point, still focused primarily on Mr. KOHBERGER's device, ultimately all devices, but any geolocation data, which is the ability to look at a specific area, whatever range or size that might be at a specific time, and put some type of accuracy and reliability to a phone's travel. Maybe it's stagnant, when it's moving, when it's not moving, when it's off, it's on, those type of things. But specifically as it relates to network, so the cellular network or a Wi-Fi network, I am not a forensics digital guy. I don't get into cell extractions. I'm not looking at the metadata on the phone. I'm looking at it very much as a network.
If I can make a rough distinction, you're not the person that's gonna tell me who they called and which Facebook groups they might be a part of. You're not gonna look at the data from the phone like photographs, but you're gonna tell me the places this phone went and how it was used while it went somewhere.
Kind of. Let me clean that up a little bit. I will look first at where I believe the phone went, where it traveled, how it got there, how long it took, possible routes. And then to your point, I call it cooperative data. I'm then going to seek out all that data you just talked about to say, okay, well, we have these 3 photographs, we have this piece of surveillance video, we have these 4 receipts. I'm going to overlay it with my analysis so that I can corroborate the analysis accurate, or maybe we see activity associated with that person and the phone's not there. Does that person just not have the phone, or is part of our analysis wrong? Maybe surveillance details wrong. We don't know. So eventually I will get back to that data you're talking about, but I'm not the guy that's going to go out and extract that data.
Would it be fair to say that that's data that you would use in a final analysis as it comes in from other sources, that you're the go-to for me to understand how a phone works with a tower and how it moves between towers if the phone's in motion somewhere?
Yes, 100%.
You talked a little bit about drive test data or drive testing, and that being part of the company that you developed and part of the work that you've done. Is that helpful in understanding the ultimate picture?
Depending on the type of records we're dealing with, it can be very helpful. When we're looking at just basic call detail records, CDRs, a lot of times we're just getting connections to a particular cell site, and we can say a CYOU of that cell site. Sometimes the frequencies that are used. Drive testing is really the only way to get a little bit more specific with where that phone may be. But more importantly, we can start to rule out areas we know it's not by drive testing. So just think of drive testing as a forensic evaluation of the actual cellular network in a particular area.
Fair enough. Are you familiar with AT&T records?
I am intimately familiar with AT&T records.
How long do you think you've been working with AT&T records?
28 years.
In our case that we're here on today, have you reviewed any AT&T records that relate to Mr. KOHBERGER?
I have.
What have you reviewed?
What AT&T refers to as their regular CDRs, which is a report AU as an atom union. I have identified the report CT as in Charles Tom, which is the subscriber information. There's a really weird name called locabor, which is AT&T's attempt to estimate general locations using latitude and longitude. I don't want to say GPS because it is different than GPS. I believe I've looked at some Payne data from December. For the most part, that's what I've reviewed so far.
Have you looked at 2 separate AT&T warrant returns from December 23rd, 2022?
I have.
In your experience with working with AT&T records, is it common or uncommon to have 2 warrants, one that relies on the content of the first in the same day?
It's not uncommon to see a small time period that produces results that would increase the desire, the need for a bigger time period of records. Seeing that entire process happen twice in the same day is extremely rare.
Well, the first AT&T record, we called it today the 48-hour AT&T record of Brian's call detail record. If you were to take that and do an analysis on a call detail record, how long would that take?
Depends on the analysis. So I'll qualify that answer with looking at what was put into the second warrant that shows us at least parts of that analysis to include a route that was identified. To do it reliably and feel comfortable that I'm accurate, at least 3 hours. And that's if you know what you're doing and you have all the tools at your disposal. Arguably, you could spend half a day or more doing that very easily.
To do that, do you just take these records, printed copy, and know what's on there, or do you have to do something with those records?
You would have to use some type of a mapping platform, software, and you would take the digital copy, which is typically a text file, you would import it into that program, which would then map everything. But if I'm going to use those results, search warrant affidavit, for example, there's a process that I'm going to go through to confirm the accuracy, because in theory, if I'm wrong, the entire linchpin of that case is now hinged on this affidavit that I wrote. So before I commit to swearing out to an affidavit, hey, this is what the phone is doing, X, Y, and Z, there's a further process of just mapping it to validate it. In this case, there's a lot of time distance measurements that need to be performed that can be extremely time consuming. There's some ulterior issues that come up with how that phone is interacting with other cell sites that needs to be analyzed. Again, saying that a very qualified, competent investigator spending half a day just coming up with that basic summary is very reasonable.
In that half a day, you would put that record into a computer program and a map would be produced?
Correct.
What other information besides that call detail record would you need to do this analysis?
In this case, I would want the call detail records. I would want the locabor, it's LOCABR. And I would want the regional cell tower list from AT&T.
Does AT&T generally provide that regional cell tower list inside of its record that it produces pursuant to the search warrant?
No, I would actually say by policy, they do not. It's a very large file. It typically does not transmit very well to government email. So they would direct users of where they could go online and download.
And have you looked at this record, the 48-hour AT&T search warrant record, the return on that?
I have.
Did that include the regional tower list?
It did not.
Okay. So if you are doing this analysis, you put CDR records into a computer program, you put a regional tower list into the computer program, what does it produce?
The CDRs would show me cell sites that the phone connected to. In this case, even within the 48 hours, there's hundreds of those cell sites. So it would take a while to really look at that. The regional cell site list would show me the cell towers that the phone's not interacting with, which can be just as important.
Does it spit out product to you, or does it create something that you can reference to write your next warrant?
Depending on which mapping platform you're using, they all create some type of a map that the person doing the analysis on can interact with, and they can change things, they can save things, they can create work product. Depending on that platform, that's saved in different types of maps, but yes, all of them would have some type of a mapping platform.
Okay. Would that be consistent with this past draft that we heard about earlier?
It's my opinion that Corporal Payne probably is misusing some terms there. I don't see any possibility of the FBI CAS team producing a CAS draft report on the 23rd. I think he's probably mistaken that he saw some type of CAS work product, which would be this map, before they export all those results into a report. So I believe that he probably saw some mapping through a mapping platform. It would really surprise me if there was a physical report. It would be completely out of character.
In that first AT&T report, did you, or request search warrant and affidavit, did you see the request for advanced timing reports?
I did. It's in both search warrants.
Did you get a copy of that in either return?
I have not seen any timing data in this case.
In December of 2022, did AT&T have this advanced timing report?
They absolutely did.
Was it something that they could produce?
It absolutely was.
and in May of 2023, but how's it different to May of 2023?
Prior to May of 2023, only certain agencies were receiving this timing report, the FBI being one of them. What was referenced earlier about the May 23 date, that is when AT&T started offering the same type of reports. It's a little different, but it's the basic timing report to the state and local law enforcement as well. But prior to that date, state and local law enforcement would have to leverage these reports through federal agencies that had access to them.
Let's talk about the return on the second AT&T warrant. Did that have the tower list, the regional tower list in it?
It did not.
Did it have call detail records?
It did.
What time span?
I believe it's from June 23rd of 2022. The historical was as of the date of December 23rd, but there was also a real-time PIN register that was added that extended, I want to say, to the end of December, maybe very first of January.
What's a real-time PIN register?
So the second search warrant asked for a couple of different things. Historical records going back to June 23rd to the current date, which was December 23rd. The second piece that was asked for is real-time data from the network, which is commonly referred to as a PIN register or trap and trace. And it's the ability of law enforcement to monitor network connections in real time. So as that phone connects to the network for certain reasons, I can see those connections. It's not a wiretap. I can't hear anything. I can't see content, but I can tell the phone is connected to a particular cell tower. There's also what's referred to as Payne data, and that's going to be AT&T's estimation of where the phone is at, and that's provided by latitude and longitude, and that comes in every 15 minutes.
What is the purpose of one of those devices?
I should probably clarify. The third thing was the authorization for a cell site simulator. So it was a combination of all of these. Just as a matter of policy, and I think pretty much every law enforcement agency in the world has adopted this if they can. To use the cell site simulator, you want to see a real-time feed of the phone. Otherwise, you're driving in circles where the phone may not be. So it gives law enforcement the ability to have a general understanding of where a phone is operating or functioning. And then I can use the cell site simulator to do it. There's a number of reasons an agency might do this. This search warrant actually says they were requesting these because they were trying to locate where Mr. KOHBERGER was.
Going to the understanding what's happening right now, is that used so that you don't just know where the phone was 5 minutes ago, but you know where it is right now?
Within a time period, it's not a perfect system. There is a little bit of a delay and the information comes in intermittently. So it's not a real-time feed of giving constant evaluation of where that phone is. But if you know what you're looking at and you've done it long enough, you get a pretty good idea.
I heard you say that this is to try to find out where Mr. KOHBERGER is. In the information that supported this warrant, didn't they already know where Mr. KOHBERGER was?
I reviewed a lot of documents that clearly state not only did they know where he was, they had a surveillance team with eyes on. So yes, it would be unusual for an agency to request this type of equipment. And I need to qualify that. This truck driving around is about $1 million. It's not something you just park in the garage at night. It's a very expensive resource. It's a very technical resource that requires a lot of training and skill to use properly. So typically when it's used, it is used for, hey, we don't know where this person is at and we need to find them. And to be very honest, I don't have an issue with that part. I've used it 1,000 times. It's a good tool. It's a great tool. However, if I know where a subject is and I'm physically watching him, it's probably disingenuous for me to get a search warrant justifying it that I need to find him.
Makes sense. Thank you. I want to switch gears and talk about the CASBIZ program.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the CASBIZ program?
I am.
Why?
I've worked with a lot of agencies that have used it and accessed it. So I've worked on cases where we've used different mapping platforms to do kind of a compare and contrast as a peer review. So they would create a work product, we would create a work product, and we would check each other's work. Because at the end of the day, we're just looking for the accuracy. We want to see if there's any errors in that. I would say I probably have worked with the CASBIZ reports several dozen times, maybe as many as 50. I'm aware of some of the updates they've made. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm aware that they have added a feature that you can now input tower density, so you can create these estimated ranges, if you will. And I'm very familiar with the basic settings that have certain controls you can do, like time zone. What time zone am I going to have it? Am I going to use the coverage density? Am I going to save my work? Am I going to just exit the program? I physically have seen those features a number of times.
As it relates to this particular case, have you had a chance to look at any exhibits prepared by Detective Mallory using the CASBIZ program?
Yes, but I should clarify. One of them I'm pretty familiar with. I believe it's State Exhibit 48 that was used for the grand jury. The others I had never seen until I believe it was last week. So I'm probably gonna have to look at those if you're gonna ask me questions on those. But State's 48, I'm pretty.
I want to ask you a question about that. I'll ask you some other questions about the records we received last week. I'm going to have you handed what was admitted last week as States R, just my copy of it so that we know what we're talking about here.
Okay.
I'm curious about what was needed to go into CASBIZ to create that.
So when I open the CASBIZ program, I have to input what I'm going to refer to as source data. So let me define source data is any data that is an electronic format, typically a text file, that the CASBIZ program is going to link to this mapping session and use that source data to create the images we're seeing. I can tell you right off the bat, without a doubt, this one is linked to two different source data. One is going to be a set of CDR records, so the regular AT&T CDRs. And then this particular exhibit would require the regional AT&T tower list, which is a text file that contains all of the cell site locations, most likely be Western Washington, Idaho, and Eastern Washington, Idaho, and Western Montana is typically that region. But there's no way this map was created without the AT&T tower list. It's physically impossible.
Is the AT&T tower list, was that contained in the call detail records that were obtained by search warrants relating to Mr. KOHBERGER?
It was not.
All right. And in the CASBIZ program, when you input the CDR call detail records and you input the tower list, does that program create any type of log?
It does, and I want to make the record really clear on what I'm testifying to, because it can get kind of confusing when we start talking about different versions. The CASBIZ program offers two styles of mapping. I can just default to a normal size, what they're going to refer to as a wedge shape, which is representing the sector the device connected to. If I was doing that, all I need is the AT&T records, because the AT&T CDRs actually have the tower information that's required for that mapping. As soon as I change that feature, though, to add coverage areas, the estimated coverage areas, and now these little wedge shapes or these sectors are all different sizes, the CAS program has to be linked to a tower list that has location of all of those towers. That's the only way the program knows how to size the cell sites. So I just want to clarify, if I'm mapping the CDRs without coverage areas, all I need is the CDRs. If I'm mapping the coverage areas in the CASBIZ program, I have to have a tower list. This one, I can see 3 different sectors. 2 of them, if anybody sees this exhibit, just to make the record really clear, they're really hard to see. One of them is just under the N as in Nora, under the word Pullman. The other one is right by the L in Pullman. But they're different sizes. And that tells me right off the bat that the AT&T tower list is used.
And why are they different sizes? Mind me again, please.
Cell tower density, we see a great big sector right in the middle of this map, and I'm not familiar with the area here. It's basically south of Pullman and south of Moscow, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. Not a lot of cell towers out there, so one tower covers a very large area. Then the other two are going to be in Pullman. It's kind of hard to see on this map, but I believe they are going to be ones that are on Washington State University campus. A lot more cell towers, the coverage is much smaller. So it's just a way to look at tower density to kind of estimate how far certain towers may connect to a phone where others may have a very short range.
And is it based on that difference in towers that causes you to know that a certain type of tower report was used?
Yeah, it is a basic algorithm that uses tower density, and the only way to determine tower density is to have a list that has all of the towers, not just the ones that were used by the cell phone.
Okay. Do we have the list of the tower list that was used by Detective Mallory in developing that exhibit?
Detective Mallory stated he did not use a tower list to create this exhibit, so no, but I'm not sure how to answer that other than I haven't seen one.
Should it be there?
It is physically impossible to create this map without it.
If you had the logs from the CASBIZ program, would that give you more information about what was used?
It would. We would need the CASBIZ program as well. The logs are saving certain settings, and it's a JSON format, which is just a software language. We could load that JSON file into the CASBIZ program, and for the most part, we could replicate exactly what was done.
If I understand that, just turn it around. In order to replicate that and to see what was done, you would need a CASBIZ program. Is that right?
Correct, and preferably the same version that was used.
And you need a JSON file that was made by Detective Mallory. Is that right?
Correct, and depending on where this software program is, we would probably need the source data again because it may not be automatically linked. Anybody who did PowerPoint 10 years ago, you make a PowerPoint on one computer, you save it on a thumb drive, you go to a different computer, all the links are broken. It could create a situation like that. So you would probably need the original source data as well, just to be sure.
What's the original source data?
In this case, it would be the AT&T CDRs and the cell tower, the regional cell tower list.
From that time?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, no, if we're trying to recreate this work, this is where it gets a little bit complex. We would need the exact AT&T tower list that Mallory used but didn't use, which makes it really difficult because AT&T updates these on a fairly regular basis. If he used a November list and I use an April list, the results could be different.
Okay. Why would the results be different given the month of the video?
AT&T could have added or subtracted cell sites in the area, which would change the tower density. They could also reconfigure those cell sites, so maybe they point different directions. Given the rural area, 2 or 3 months, I don't think you're going to see much of a change, but it's always possible. So if we're talking about recreating this exhibit exactly the way it was, we would need not just the regional tower list, we would need to know which version of the regional tower list to use.
Is that generally why people in your field save their work?
We're talking best practices 101. We're creating a work product that is going to be used in a forensic nature, not showing how an extraction is done, not showing the source data that I use to create an exhibit. It happens, but for the most part, it's unheard of, especially somebody who is a subject matter expert in digital forensics. I won't say I haven't seen it, but it is rare.
Thank you. Let's move on and talk about the CAST draft. Have you?
I'm sorry, Ms. Taylor, the CAST report.
Draft? Have you?
Can I ask how much longer on this? Because we're 90 minutes. I need to give the quarter break. But if you're going to finish, in 5 or 10 minutes, that's probably fine.
Your Honor, I would say we probably have 15 or 20 minutes or so if the court wants to do a break, we can, or
Yeah, let's take a recess. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Relax.
Well, recess time.
That's
You got it?
interesting, but I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's fine. If you got to go potty, folks, go potty. Get it out of the way. Get your drink, whatever. Are you here, Salty, still?
Yes, I am. I
Making
ain't
sure.
going
She
nowhere. You know
flew.
that.
That's it. Oh, yeah, I know. This is interesting.
Very interesting stuff coming out in here. I'm taking notes about certain specifics that we didn't know, like certain locations of this and that. Interesting they bring up the video going toward Troy. We've always known they scoured out that way. But if you
Yeah.
look at the maps, you would know what I'm talking about. But interesting stuff so far.
Yes, yes. I gotta agree. The comment made that was just kind of made that he said where it would be physically impossible to create this without what Detective Maury should have been referring to is quite interesting to me. There's a lot of lazy work that has gone into this, as we can tell from the last hearing where Maury was on the stand. And I don't know, guys. I don't know. What's up, Leslie? Good to see you.
I think some of it was laziness, but let me when the last hearing and she was grilling him about not saving what he put into the cast viz, because I've got a whole bunch of material on cast viz. I just haven't put it out there yet. And so when you take the information from the cast report, you're entering that information into that viz, right?
Yeah.
So saving the work, the work literally came from the cast report. So that
Sure.
is your work, right? So that you got to understand, and Cy is not discrediting
No.
the
No.
data. He's not discrediting the cell phone. None of that's happening. So I don't want to, I'm not going to
No.
talk about the confusing things. That's not what they're going for. She's establishing that the people who did the actual work for the PCA were not professionals at
Right.
CAP.
They didn't do it
So
right. Basically, yeah.
she's going after the way they collected and the way they interpreted, because she's still trying to figure out how they got to her client, when and how.
Like, I noticed I
And
heard a lot of talking about, like, a lot of nothing in the beginning. I mean,
What?
like, it's his credentials and whatnot, but
Wait a minute. What's up?
did Payne even work on this case?
what's going on?
I have no
Like,
idea.
all I've seen so far from everybody that they have brought in
That's
from
Jules talking.
people who
Are you
actually
watching
worked,
Jules?
I watched it.
no one did anything.
Hold on. Where is this coming from? How? Hold on, guys.
He was watching another live stream while he was live streaming.
Hold on. How the hell did I do? I don't see it anywhere. Hold on.
I don't hear it now. Do you?
No, I took it down, but how the hell is she in there? That's
I don't
weird.
know. I don't know.
Hold on. This is weird. I don't understand. Coming from? How is this working? What in the hell? Wait a minute. Oh God. Okay, it was hidden underneath another tab. I was watching her earlier, but good God, you guys. I'm so technically screwed up sometimes. That was weird. Sorry. Anyway, okay, let's bring this back up where we were. Okay. Bing, 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 bing. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. That freaked me out.
Yeah, did you get it fixed?
Yeah, I got it. I had it in the back because I was watching her channel, but it must have just rolled into her live, so no big deal. It was buried behind another tab. I had too many tabs up. Yeah. Anyway, back to what we were saying. Hey, there's Doodle. What are you doing in here?
Hey, girl.
Good to see you, hun. I hope you're doing all right.
Yes, much love, Doodle.
Absolutely.
Quick recovery from whatever's going on.
We got you in everybody's prayers. Absolutely. For those that do. So anyway, Salty, I didn't mean for that to interrupt what you were saying. What were you? Of course, saving the work is the best practice. We got that. We know that. And he's not trying to disprove the data itself or say that it's wrong. What he's saying is that the officers that went through this did not know what they were doing or didn't do it right, per se. Okay.
Yeah, that's basically because they keep referring back to this Nick, Nick, the FBI agent.
Right.
I'm telling you, that guy's good. All right, I just watched all of his work that they did in the Chad Daybell trial, which we're on verdict watch right now. I'm sorry, I'm kind of half-ass choking here on something. Anyway, he will probably get called as the prosecution witness, Nick Balance, because he is the FBI cast agent in Idaho. And I know he's testified in other cases, but it will come down to those two. Now, that will be the interesting part, is seeing CYOU go against someone like that, because they are in the same industry and they have the same technology. But I'm not seeing him dispute what CAS provided yet. I'm seeing him dispute the interpretation of the cast, because remember, Anne has also used this cast to establish that alibi.
Right.
So she can say, well, because those towers can be, off. They really can. There can be a lot of factors at play and all this drive time stuff. So I'm just paying a lot of attention to what they're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to as well.
And I'm just taking notes on the key points, because that's all she's doing, in my opinion, so far. And I know there's going to be many, many, many that disagree with me. And Payne didn't come off to me like an incompetent cop at all. I just can't,
I wanted to clarify. Yeah, I wanted to clarify that too. I didn't see him as being incompetent. The only thing I did question, okay, he is a detective. They do deal with a lot of different things, guys. Understand and remember that. Is he had a lot of I don't recall, and that could be because of his line of work. I did question that. I'm not saying that makes him incompetent. I'm just saying it's interesting that he
that's routine. I mean, if y'all watch a trial, you're going to see how many people get on that stand, even detectives, experts, all the witnesses themselves. I don't recall.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Now, all the work is there. You just got to fucking go through it and find it. But you may not recall. I don't recall all the work I was doing a year ago in this. I got stacks of notes in there. Sure. And there were several hearings back. I think it was back in June. I'm going to have to go back and review when Anne said she had the cast report, but she was wanting notes and emails. That's what we're hearing right now. Where are your emails? Did you email this person? She's trying to get all of the raw notes and materials so she can figure out when they put their eyes on Brian KOHBERGER. Was it IGG that put you there? Because if it is, we got a problem.
Yeah.
So that's where she's going with all of this.
And some of this I might have to add to, and I could be wrong, okay, but it kind of sounds like maybe they were in a hurry, and that's why they may have not have done things exactly the right way. Don't quote me. Don't quote me, anybody. That's my brain doing its own thing. So it could be completely wrong. That's all.
I don't think it was done wrong. It's just they're going to question the accuracy of what they said, because the literal information is there in the reports. Now, it's how you interpret it, depending on the expert. I don't.
Maybe that's what I'm saying in the interpretation of the officers that were relaying the information, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Maybe they, that's what I'm trying to say. Maybe it's not coming out the right way, but
I think
so
they
be
should have had the FBI agents work a little closer with them if they didn't know what the hell they were doing.
That's
Because
exactly
you don't need to score when you're trying to get the right guy. You can't have all these crazy discrepancies. And I don't think there are many crazy discrepancies. I mean, cell phone data is what it is. And Cy knows that, FBI knows that, and Taylor knows that, judge knows that. But the judge is going to allow her to do whatever she needs to do. And right now she's because and as far as that ISP agents go, I can't remember the name, Dago, but there was one you'll remember because of Sleuthy. And I tried to look it up. Yeah, I tried to look it up. Yes, that's it. I was trying to look it up when we were listening to the trial and I couldn't, or hearing rather, I couldn't find it. But yeah, so there, all that training, he was one of the 3 she requested training records on. But that was an ISP agent. And I don't think he's involved in any of the data stuff. I think he was involved in the other stuff. But it was interesting that they did have eyes on KOHBERGER. They were watching him.
Oh, I know. And that was quite interesting to hear that. I would say the fact that they went out of their way, he said it's a very expensive piece of equipment that they use to do that with. That's quite interesting to hear. I agree. Hold on a second. I just trying to review something I got for. Oh, okay. I got it. I know what it is. It's something for the summer.
I'm a senior.
Okay, here, throw this away.
I did it.
Throw that away.
I'm a senior.
Anyway, so yeah, that was quite interesting to me. That they were surveilling him, which tells me I'm gonna have to go back and say I don't really care what is said about those 2 stops in Indiana. I think they were surveilling him through that whole thing, and that was
Oh,
part
I
of
do
that.
too. I always believe they were. I mean, for real, if you're an I mean, we don't got to tell cops how to act. They know. If I can think of things, they can think of things. So I always knew that they were watching him. They watched him leave. They knew because there was one of the press conferences, and I don't know which one it was, but they knew it was a planned trip because they'd already, they had the pin trap on the phones. They knew the calls and stuff. Like he said, pin trap you can't hear the phone calls, but they used those in the Stearns case. They had them on all of their phones, and they also had the tracking devices on the cars in Stearns, Soto.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they slipped in and put one on KOHBERGER's car or not, but
they probably did. I'll be honest with you, they probably did. Which, like I said, we've all kind of
around 4. Get some on my phone or something.
What'd you say, Mama?
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was talking to my kid.
It's okay. So I think everybody has kind of thought the Indiana stops were part of the whole thing, but I wanted to hear clarification of some sort from them themselves, and that kind of told me right there in my mind that that's clarified there. So,
well, I mean, you would be watching your main suspect, especially in such a horrible crime. You're going to watch that dude, especially when you realize there's a planned trip out of town. You're going to watch that person. And why people can't honestly wrap their head around that is beyond me, because I guess I've watched too much true crime. I know they will absolutely follow the people and watch them. So I'm not surprised by any of that. I haven't heard any bombshells come from Ann during this hearing that.
No, nothing big yet.
Nothing. I mean, I know everybody's feelings and thoughts. I'm not taking into consideration any of the drama or crap up with Idaho. I'm paying attention to the legal strategy right now because that's all that matters. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the differences between the experts and I've got some notes here on a few things that Cy has said and what Ann's questions were that that really need to be answered.
Yeah, I agree. Barbara, thank you for joining us. Have a good day, and we will see you soon. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you, Salty. I do. Oh, and we're back. Okay.
Oh, perfect timing.
Yes. Twiz is back there somewhere. If you see a guy with a beard, that's him. There he is. He just sat down next to the guy with the white hair.
Okay.
I will say the judge is very intently watching and listening today, and I'm very appreciative of that.
Yeah.
He always is. I mean, I know there are a lot of people who want to think he's shady because they were told he was shady. They don't.
Mhm.
So
No, he's really listening. I noticed, like, really listening. So that's good. All right, here we go.
We're still on direct. Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ray, when we left off at our break, I was about to talk to you about the CAS draft report.
Okay.
So we'll start there. Have you reviewed a CAS draft report in Mr. KOHBERGER's case?
I have.
And from your review of that report, can you tell what records were relied on by Agent Balance to create that report?
That report would include, he had to have the AT&T CDRs, the full 6 months, a tower list to make some conversions that I'm seeing on the report, and also drive test data, which would be another form of source data, and then a mapping platform to ingest the drive test data to analyze it to create these shapes that are then put into the draft report.
Okay, I think I have that. Do we have the same call detail records that Nick Balance used to create his draft report?
Yes, well, I believe so.
Do those records appear to come from the December 23rd, 2022 to AT&T warrants?
I would say primarily the second warrant from what I've reviewed.
And is that because the CAST draft report spans the full 6 months of those records?
That is correct.
Okay, and those records, did those come from the second AT&T search warrant?
That is also correct.
Can you tell anything about the tower report or how the tower information was used by Agent Nick Balance?
The tower identifiers that are predominantly used, not exclusively, but predominantly used in the CAS draft report did not come from the report AU. If there's a conversion that can be made, and someone would have to have the national AT&T tower list, or at least the regional list. And I would take information from the CDRs. I would look at certain columns in this AT&T tower list, and I could get certain identifiers that are now being populated to the CAS report, if that makes sense.
Do we have a copy of the tower list that you believe was used?
We recently received 4 different versions. And when I say versions, they're just by month. And I believe we have August, September, November, and maybe December, or maybe it's in October. I'd have to go back and look. So far, I've only had time to look at the November. And from what I can tell, all of that appears to be accurate.
Would we need the October or the missing month to be able to do our work accurately?
It's a really good practice. I'm sure that's why the FBI included it. If I'm mapping records over a long period of time, like in this case, 6 months, I do want to see the different versions of the tower list to make sure that if a change was made within the network during that 6-month period, a tower I map in July may map differently in November. So it is important to have that data.
We have 4 of the 6 months, but not the other 2.
Correct. It would be helpful to even maybe see May, because there may not have been an update made in late June, early July. So May's would be what I would start with.
Can you tell if drive testing was done to create that CAST draft?
Yes, there's images in the latter part of the report up around slides 100 and above. I believe there's a total of 4 images that were populated to that report that would require drive testing.
When somebody's doing drive testing, do you expect data to be produced?
Absolutely. Creating a work product that uses drive testing and then coming into court and testifying without the drive testing is no different than creating an exhibit like this and then saying, well, we don't have to produce the AT&T records that created this. The source data for drive testing is the drive test.
Do we have the drive testing that was done by the FBI to help create that report?
We have what I believe is the majority. There are some significant pieces missing. I can't say that those missing pieces exist and haven't been turned over, or they were erroneously not collected. I don't know which, but there are some pretty significant pieces that are missing.
I'm going to ask you some questions about that. But first, I want to know when you first saw drive testing data that was produced to us in Discovery. What did that cover?
I found a file in the Discovery, I want to say early December, that included drive test, but it was about a 3-minute sample that covered less than a quarter of a mile in a completely irrelevant location. So it added no value to my analysis at all.
What were you looking for? What time frame and location were you looking for based on the CAPS draft report review?
I would expect significant drive testing around any location that coverage maps were being used in the CAS report. I would expect significant documentation on potential routes that this device may have taken. I would expect significant documentation on the crime scene.
You just told us that you think we have most of it, but there's some significant parts that are missing.
Yeah, and I want to qualify that just so it's really clear, because I understand it's starting to get very technical. There's over 500,000 lines of data that was turned over. So I'll make it clear, there's a lot of data that has been produced. I would say, in my opinion, looking at what's been produced, probably 2 or 3% is missing, but it's not the amount of data or the time of the data, it's the locations of the data. Some of the most significant locations in this case we're missing some data.
Those significant locations, have they been depicted or captured on the CAS draft report?
They have.
And tell me what those locations are. What are we missing?
I am unable to find any measurements along, I believe it's 270, the Moscow-Pullman Road. If you drove the most direct route from Pullman to Moscow or vice versa, pretty much as soon as you're leaving Pullman to the time that you arrive in Moscow, we are missing that entire stretch. And if there's ever been a case that we need to look at, what does it look like when a phone travels from Pullman to Moscow? This is probably the case. We have the neighborhood around the crime scene, but we don't have the crime scene. Normally, that wouldn't be too terribly significant, because if it's a flat area, there's not a lot of vegetation or mountains. You could probably interpret the same. The location of this crime scene is very unique because it sits on a mountain. Part of it is shielded by a mountain. There's a lot of other big, thick, dense apartment buildings there. Your phone is going to behave differently inside of that residence than it might on the road behind the residence or in front of the residence. I can't find any drive test data that actually encapsulates any part of the property.
You talked about the device that helps do the drive testing, or that captures the data while you're doing the drive testing. What's that called again?
It's a drive test scanner. The most common one used in law enforcement is created by Road and Schwartz, that same company I referred to earlier. I'm familiar with the hardware that the FBI uses, and it is a Road and Schwartz scanner.
Is it called Gladiator?
Gladiator is the company that sells the product to the FBI. Gladiator actually buys this product from Road and Schwartz, and it does what they call white labeling. So they buy the hardware from Road Schwartz, and they kind of slap their sticker on it, and they put their software in it, and then they sell it to the FBI. But ultimately, it is a Road and Schwartz piece of hardware.
And once you have that piece of hardware, once you have this device, does it just work forever, or is there anything that has to be done to make sure it's working properly?
It is a technical piece of equipment that takes measurements. It is required to be calibrated. The best way that for probably everybody in the courtroom to think of, if we go a little old school, is the old breath test. If you had a DUI and law enforcement couldn't produce the calibration records of the breath test, it was really problematic. Similar thing here. We want to see that the device is calibrated In this case, it's really important because keep in mind, I reviewed thousands of these drive tests over my career. There is a significant gap that I believe there's something malfunctioning in the equipment, or the operators are just not paying attention. I can't tell you which one it is. So in this case, the calibration records to show that that device is functioning properly are really critical.
Do we have those calibration records on the device that was there more than one device used?
There was actually 2 devices used.
And was this drive test done on just one day? Is this a one-time shot?
No, I think there's maybe 5 days total that I've seen drive test data collected.
Okay. So now let's talk about the calibration for this instrument or this machine. Did we get records for all the machines that were used by the FBI in this case?
We got the calibration records that were taken prior to the use of these of the samples. It'd be really helpful to have the calibration records after the use. So we kind of need to bookend those because we know that it left Rogue Schwartz factory in October and everything was working great. When it came back, we don't know when it came back, and we don't know if it was functioning properly when it came back. It's not uncommon for there to be errors. If I saw a report and it said it came in and it had 2 errors, it's not the end of the world. The sky doesn't fall. You have to get into the documentation to see what those errors were. Normally, the device kind of self-calibrates itself. If you know what you're looking at, the major concerns that you would see when calibration is off, it becomes very obvious because results are really flawed. That's where I have a concern in this case is we have what I consider a significant chunk of data for specifically a location where the instrument is running. There's no doubt it's functioning, but it's not properly collecting AT&T data, which is concerning as to why.
Because there were multiple drive tests done, and you talk about bookending these calibration reports, would you need to bookend all of the time that the drive testing was done with these calibration reports? And what I'm saying is if there's something done in November and then drive testing done in December and then more drive testing done in January and then maybe some in March, do you need the bookend calibration reports around each of those drive tests?
You would. To date, I haven't seen any drive test data, I believe, beyond January 5th. And I'm not sure the time zone, so maybe it could creep into January 6th. But if there's any drive test data after the first week of January, I'm unaware of.
Okay. So in our case, which months are we missing?
For the calibration,
Yes.
whatever the next calibration, the FBI would choose when to send these devices in. So whenever that next calibration report was generated for these 2 devices.
On the calibration certificates we have, I think you told us that after the maintenance, it went back into service and passed inspection, was functioning properly.
But when it came in, it didn't have multiple errors, but when it went out, it was functioning properly.
Okay. Is that why you need to see the next one on the other side of the drive testing?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when we're thinking about the data the drive test data that we have that's missing some significant portions, could it be because the machine wasn't working right all the time they tried to do drive testing?
Yes.
Okay. Is it also possible that the FBI agents using this machine weren't properly trained to do the drive test data or to do the drive testing and collect data?
I know of the 2 FBI agents from prior lives. I believe they're properly trained.
So we're looking at either the machine itself isn't functioning properly, or could that data have been pulled out of what we got?
If we're talking about possible scenarios that would cause the shortcoming of data, maybe it was never captured in the first place. I can't speak to that. The machine erroring, at least during one portion of this drive test, I've seen similar errors before. I'm pretty sure they had a small period of time where it had been a very busy day and it kind of gave up for a little while, like any computer will, and needed to be reset. Could things be extracted and us not know? That's always possible. I can't rule that out.
Is the missing data important to you to fulfill your duties in Mr. KOHBERGER's case?
I don't recall when I got involved in this case on the day where I could actually start looking at evidence. I've had a concern since the very first day I saw the cast draft report that there are significant errors
Thanks,
in drive
guys.
testing. It was before I even saw the drive testing. I can look at the coverage areas and I can tell you they're wrong. So yes, it's not a concern that they're wrong. People make mistakes. We can fix things. It's a concern that I still don't have the source data that any expert, not just myself, but anybody could sit down and look at and say, okay, I see what's happening here. Here's how we fix this. Unfortunately, that mistake has a ripple effect, and I'm seeing multiple errors that are happening as a result. So that's why this data is important, is we've reached a point that we need to determine, is this just human error? Is this accidental? Is it intentional? Is there other things at play here that's changing this narrative to where there's clearly some manipulation of the original data?
And having that data, will that help us answer that question?
It's the only way we're going to answer that question.
All right, I have just a couple of other questions for you, and I'm going to depart the cast report and the drive test data a little bit, except as an investigator or as a person doing an analysis of this case, did the drive test data tell you where a phone traveled to indicate other investigation that you should do?
Technically, the call detail records tell us that. The drive test data help us become more accurate with that. AT&T is one of the best companies in this particular situation to show device movement because we get a constant connection. So when, and I will emphasize, when all of the data is mapped, and I'm talking about the CDRs, we can get a really good idea. Hey, a phone traveled north for 10 miles and then it traveled east. The drive test data would actually allow us to replicate and recreate these tower handoffs that we're seeing to come up with that first theory to now we can say, in order to do this and hit these towers in the sequence that it did, it has to be driving on this highway. And then when it went east, it most likely turned onto this highway. So the drive test data helps us get very specific with what the CDRs mean.
As an investigator in performing an analysis work done in this case, when you have the CDRs, the call detail records that tell you where a phone's been, is that useful in directing your investigation to what other evidence might be out there, like videotapes?
I have to qualify my answer because I'm not sure if you're asking specifically for this case or in general. Yes, you map all of the data. And especially if you're going to justify 6 months worth of data on somebody's cell phone, you map every single connection that there is in those records. From what I have reviewed, the FBI mapped 6% of the data that came in. Mallory's testimony and what I've seen through here, he was up to about 18%. So by either standard, more than 80% on both accounts were never mapped or accounted for. And I'm not talking overall from every single day for 6 months. I'm talking about the timeframes that are chosen. So for example, this time period that's represented here is where I'm getting the 18%.
And that's the 48 hours?
This is specifically from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the morning of the 13th, arguably the most critical time period of this entire investigation. They mapped a handful of connections. When I say a handful, they mapped 18%. When you add the other 82%, it tells a much more detailed story. When we put the drive test data on top of that, you can get even more refined. But to answer your question on any case, that's this case, on any case, and we teach best practices. We've established best practices going back to 2008 in law enforcement of what you do with this type of data. It is a terrible practice to justify probable cause for this very detailed call detail records that give breadcrumb-like trails for individuals and then not map it. We justify an entire probable cause statement saying we have to have this. Not mapping it and then making decisions and work products with leaving that out is extremely problematic.
Last week, we received some additional records that Detective Mowry found when he was preparing for his testimony on this mission to help. Have you had a chance to review those records?
I have. A couple of them are very technical, so I'm not going to say that I've mastered them yet, but I have a good idea of what was provided and what it means.
Based on your, I guess, not as thorough as you'll do review of these records, do you have a sense as to whether these records matter to us and what we're doing to defend Mr. KOHBERGER?
Given the timing of these records, from what I can tell in the emails that were produced by Detective Mowry, these records were generated on the 23rd of December. It's when everything started with probable cause statements. If I had to pick a time when the wheels fell off the wagon, that's the date. There are statements and there's assumptions made in the records that will never be supported by the data. There's a lot of claims that are said in these emails, and even the name files of the records are problematic. It does not represent what it's claimed to represent.
Sounds like those might be pretty important to us defending Mr. KOHBERGER.
I could give examples, but I know it's a very technical thing, so I'm not, it could be extremely impactful to either side. I'm not saying just in defending Mr. KOHBERGER, it could be extremely impactful in prosecuting Mr. KOHBERGER. The problem's the problem, not what the data helps or hurts.
The content of the data, though, is it helpful to us in representing Mr. KOHBERGER?
It absolutely is helpful. Everything that I've seen to date is concerning to me because it's exculpatory. And I need to clarify this. When all of the records are produced and the dust settles and I have time to review it, I reserve the right to say, no, now I'm seeing everything. Here's what I'm seeing. Because of the piecemealing of the data, because of the missing data, because of data that I'm reviewing that is incredibly inaccurate, everything that is missing is absolutely in the benefit of the defense right now. There's other reports that I believe are missing that I can't tell you are in the benefit of Mr. KOHBERGER or in the benefit of the state. If I was contacted on December 1st by Moscow Police Department, there are things I would have absolutely said, you get this today, do not hesitate, and especially come December 23rd. Not because of who it's helpful for, but because those documents are the only things we're going to get that's going to be able to allow us to interpret what it really means. When we don't get those documents and we piecemeal things, it creates this narrative that is very harmful for the defense's case. As I've got more documents, I'm finding it's not harmful for the defense's case. There's a lot of misstatements that have been made. So yes, to your question, to date, it is very helpful for Mr. KOHBERGER. I reserve the right to change that opinion in 6 months, depending on what type of documents are released and what's out there.
Fair enough. I need just a minute, but I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want the damn trial now.
Mr. Ray, thank you. I don't have any other questions right now, but hold on. The prosecutor might.
All right. Ms. Taylor, Ms. Jennings.
No, no, we don't have any questions at this time.
All right, may this witness be excused.
He may, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ray, you're free to stay. You're free to leave if you like. Sure. Thank you. The witness.
Your Honor, we do not have any other witnesses. We have argument for the court.
Okay. Let's go ahead then.
Your Honor, what I'd like to do is I'd like to start with Ms. NASA. She's going to cover one of the requests specific to the grand jury subpoenas, and then I'll cover the rest of this morning's argument.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, to facilitate this argument on this point, I am going to hand you defense exhibits A and B that were submitted in our records for today. I want you to be able to look at them while I'm talking.
Okay, thank you.
As of today, there have been at least 50 federal grand jury subpoenas that have been issued in this case. Exhibits A and Exhibits B are an example of copies of grand jury subpoenas that we have received out of those more than 50. And what I didn't provide to you that goes behind that what we got with those is the subpoenas include attachment A, which explains what is being subpoenaed. And then what has been produced is the responses to those subpoenas. And in some of the subpoenas, we also have the certification by the person who has produced the records in response to the subpoena. Some of them are missing. We have asked the state to produce all of the subpoenas, and their response is that they are not in possession and control of those subpoenas, and they do not intend to use the subpoenas as an exhibit. And we have not justified why we need those subpoenas, and for those reasons, they are not going to produce them. I'd like to begin by saying that as it relates to any argument that the state is not in possession and control, rather than beat the dead horse on that issue, Idaho Supreme Court came down in 2023 and made it crystal clear that anybody that's acting on behalf of as an agent of the state puts those records in the hands of the state, and they need to produce them. State versus Pendleton, 2003. The other thing is that in terms of the state arguing that they are not going to use a subpoena as an exhibit, that is not in and of itself a defense to not produce a document to us. We have a million reasons why we need to look at documents. We understand that out of the 51 terabytes that have been produced, that not all of that is evidence that's going to be coming before the court or the jury, but it doesn't mean that they aren't material or exculpatory. The subpoenas, based on reviewing the records, are in the hands of basically three agents. There is an FBI forensic agent by the name of forensic accountant, Michael Douglas. There's a special agent, Travis Shirley, and there is another agent, Mary Tyndall. These are the three agents that are receiving the subpoenas, reaching out to the providers that they're serving and asking for the documents. For the court to understand why we need these documents, I want to tell you what we're doing with discovery and timelines. There are more than 100 search warrants in this case. There are more than 50 grand jury subpoenas in this case. You've heard all kinds of information about the probable cause affidavit and the timing of that. Timing in this case for the defense is everything. So we are creating timelines that put in the dates of affidavits of warrants, the information that's received, and the date that it's produced. With subpoenas, when we don't get a copy of the subpoena and all we get is the warrant or is the subpoena return, we don't know the scope of what the state has asked for. We don't know the date that the subpoena was served. And in some of them, we don't know that there is a certified return. So we can't take our timeline on warrants and our timeline on the probable cause affidavit and our timeline on everything else that we're putting in there and interlay the subpoena information that the state is getting. And we are desperate to find out the timeline in this case and when the state knew what and when. There's no question that motions to suppress are coming. Motions to suppress are coming on warrants. And whether or not those motions to suppress are based on Frank's material because misrepresentations are made, depends on the timeline. So if there's a representation made in a warrant that things happened in a certain way, if we are able to look at the timeline and say, we know that the state knew this when, that gives us an answer on whether or not the suppression issue includes a truthful statement in the affidavit. And if I'm not making sense, I want you to tell me to clarify that. But we need to know the timeline of all of the evidence in this case and when the state knew what it knew, or why certain things were being looked at before Mr. KOHBERGER's arrest or well into late in the year in 2023 related to the victims, and try to piece together, is that something that the state is still seeking because they're pursuing the alternate suspects that exist in this case? There's so many things that we're trying to understand. So what we're asking you to do is enter an order compelling them to produce the subpoenas. You see that they had at least 2 in their possession that they possess, and it will clarify it for us. And we will be able to create our timeline and put all of these things together and know when and why the state was doing these things. And just to add one other component, you know, you're hearing about cell phone records and cell phone records today being produced on warrants. Well, there were several sets of cell phone records that were produced pursuant to a grand jury subpoena. Still not clear to us why warrant versus subpoena, and they're different providers. And some of it's for phone numbers that we have to figure out who those phone numbers are. But all of this information is critical and material for us to be able to do the case, to do our work in this case. So I would ask that you enter an order to compel, and that way the state has the ability to take that to the FBI agents and say, the court has entered an order, we've got to produce the subpoenas, and we'll get the subpoenas. And to the extent that the state may stand up and say, you know, we've got this TUI demands, we've got to deal with TUI. I just want to make it really clear for the court that TUI's not an obstacle. TUI's a hoop to jump through. The code related to 28 CFR 16.21 specifically states that the purpose of TUI is not to prevent federal agents from giving states discovery in a criminal case. Purpose of TUI is because these federal departments want to know when certain records are leaving their files. Understandable, but it's not meant to keep us from getting records that we need in this case.
Thank you. Response?
Well, simply put, we can't give over what we don't have. And we do not have the majority of these subpoenas. What we do have, we've turned over. I reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office. They advised they're not going to provide.
What? Why?
Because they don't provide subpoenas. You know, just like most grand jury material, it's sealed and not typically provided.
Not typically,
not provided.
but even with a TUI letter, that wouldn't give it. We provide, they wouldn't follow that.
We have not, I'm not sure. But beyond that though, even if they were to provide it, I still don't understand how this moves the needle one way or the other. You can tell, I've detailed, there's 71 federal grand jury subpoenas. And in my response, I've detailed exactly what they were for and what records were received so that you can get the scope of what was requested from the actual records. The piece of paper that was given over saying, give us these records is all they're asking for, but they have the records. They have the important part of this.
So they have the timing based on the subpoenas
Off of
that
the
you've
records.
provided to the defense.
Off of the records provided. you can tell the scope as well as what they're for. And I've detailed exactly what they were for, the scope, in my response.
Any response?
Judge, I wouldn't be wasting the court's time asking for this if the questions were answered based on the state's response to our request for discovery. Timing is critical on when a subpoena is served, what was the scope, then we can look at the documents to see if they are actually responsive to the scope. And knowing the timing of when that was served versus when it's produced to us is different. And again, I mentioned some of these things are pre-arrest of Mr. KOHBERGER, and some of it is in the middle, and some of it is, frankly, months after the fact, if not a year after the fact, where they're looking for things related to the victims.
So can I ask a question? Because Ms. Jennings just said that that the dates, well, all the subpoenas that were provided to you, 71 subpoenas, and each one of those had the scope of what the request was in the subpoena, and that it would be dated. No?
That's not true.
That's
not true. No. There are all kinds of different records and different methods that the people that were the businesses and the people that were asked to produce the records produce them in different form. I do not know when they received the subpoena, the timing of it, and I do not know for all of these what was the scope of what was asked for versus what was produced. I do know what's produced, but I don't know the timing. And the answer of the date discovery provided, which is in Exhibit 1, that the date that a discovery is provided to us doesn't answer the first two questions that I have, which is the timing of when they asked for it and the scope that was stated in the subpoena of what they asked for. Some companies were asked probably for a certain number of months, and they didn't have records that were responsive to those number of months, right? Because when the state's doing this investigation, they're not necessarily knowing exactly what records exist. So being able to be specific is important. And I want to touch on this issue of it. It's not in their possession. I get that. But you have complete control over what evidence is going to be coming into this case with your orders. You make it crystal clear, produce it or it's not coming in. That's the first level of sanction. And then we can just get going from there. Something that's destroyed, you can't produce that, there's going to be a spoliation instruction. Something that we keep repeatedly asking for and it gets past time, we're going to knock the death penalty off the table. You have control to get these issues that we're struggling with fixed by saying, this is my order, produce it, or there's going to be a sanction.
You may be overestimating my power.
I think you're underestimating your power.
Well, I have a good sense of where my power starts and ends. So I don't know. I mean, there's so much discovery that has been shared. Are all of these 71 subpoenas, have they been provided to me at this point? Because I don't think I've seen them.
No, they went through a federal grand jury. So this is, we haven't seen anything in terms of grand jury testimony, transcripts. What I have surmised based on my federal practice, because I spent about 50% of my time in federal court, is that they've used a federal grand jury as an investigative tool because the FBI is partnering with them. That makes complete sense. These subpoenas are in the hands of the 3 agents that I gave you the names of. They haven't come through you. They're in the hands of the agents. And so it's a matter of them just gathering the records that those agents have in their possession and providing to us. You know, and it helps us create this timeline in a case where discovery is being given to us as if we're living in a snow globe and it's just swirling around us and we're constantly having to put it together. So, you know, you've asked us several times, what can I do to help you guys get your work done? This is one of those things. Let us see the subpoenas so we can overlay this in our timeline.
But you just want the subpoenas. You don't necessarily are going to get the response.
We have the responses. We have the records, but what the records don't tell us is what was in the subpoena. It's like a warrant return. What is a warrant based on? It's based on an affidavit.
So
Right.
this is what you want, the paper that says,
And the
this is
exhibit.
what we want.
And the exhibit A that's attached to that, which I didn't give you a copy of exhibit A, but exhibit A is attached to each one of those. And then it specifies to the company, you know, you're looking for phone numbers that are this, and this for these dates. You're
That
looking
doesn't have the date on that, when
in
it was served.
that, those subpoenas tell us, we know when they are served because it comes back with a date on it. And then,
Right.
and then the attachment A has the scope of what they've asked for. What we've gotten is the documents without, it's like not having the affidavit to the warrant return.
Okay. I think I understand that. And I'm gonna go back to Ms. Jennings and just clarify. What have they been given already?
They have been given records in response to all 71 of those federal grand jury subpoenas.
Do they have dated on there? Because that's.
Many of them do. You can see that from the description of the conference that I provided to the court. I can't say that all of them do, but many of them do.
Well, that's
So
very
what-
important, apparently, for the defense, as Ms. Mathis said, that timing is everything here. So I think that's what they're really after. That's one of the things they're after is just the time frame.
We can seek to inquire as to, because what I keep hearing is they need to know the date that these various companies received the subpoena. We can still inquire. It's provided on a lot of these,
Right.
but on the ones we're missing, we can attempt to inquire and find out the date that it was served, and we can still do that without providing the piece of paper.
Well, besides the timing, what's the relevance to this this scope that was requested? And you know,
What's the relevance? But
Yeah.
we're not relying on any of these.
I know, I don't think you're, what do you think they think is relevant?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Mr. Thompson, throw up this. So what is the relevance? But aside with the timing, okay, and the scope.
Judge, I'm not going to give you the specific date right now in open court on one of the subpoenas, but they used a subpoena to get one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case. And they know that,
Okay,
and they are going to use that.
that's something that I don't know about.
Well, I mean, you probably,
I've been-
you do know of it. It's in the probable cause affidavit.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Jennings, you
What
want?
I can tell you is that for the majority of the stuff, we did state search warrants. And we've received many of these records that way.
Okay, thank you. All right, enough with that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Maybe it's a time to, well, let's see, where you still have your argument. How long do you think?
Your Honor, my intention is to talk about the law that governs discovery requests and ask you to compel certain things. I'm going to go through our fourth request. I'm going to tell you a few things that we have, and then I'm going to tell you why you ought to order that the state give us the rest of it, how it's material to us. and how it's in the possession of control of the state. I'm gonna do the same thing. I would say I'm gonna talk 15 minutes, maybe.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, then where I want to start is with Idaho Criminal Rule 16 that governs discovery. 16A directs which things are mandatory disclosures from the state. Those are things I don't even have to ask for. And those are items that the state has possession and control over that would tend to negate guilt or reduce punishment. 16B is the portion of the rule that governs when I request items in the course of my preparation of the case. And I would have the court keep in mind 16A and the prosecutor's responsibilities and Idaho Criminal Rule 16B and the discovery requests that we've made and what we have not received. We've asked for documents, we've asked for reports, we've asked for qualifications and summaries from experts, and we've asked for media that's been gathered in the case. The court can order other things that we asked for based on the need of the case. I would remind the court of the case that Ms. Massa just talked to the court about, State versus Pendleton. I know the court's familiar with this. This is a good case because it's recent and because it takes the time to define what's material and what's within the possession and control of the state. We need to think about our motion to compel in the order we are requesting from you in the context of what's in the possession and control of the state. Your Honor, the State versus Pendleton case says that any law enforcement, and this includes the prosecutor's office, it includes their staff, it includes any law enforcement that worked with them on the case. In this case, you're looking at Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police Department, Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, and FBI agents, to name a few. So what those entities have and have developed are within the possession and control of the prosecutor. So with that backdrop, I want to run through our specific requests and talk about what we need. You've heard testimony, and so I think you know why these things are material, but let's go over it again. Starting with the fourth motion to compel, Ms. Massoff went over 1A, the grand jury subpoenas. I'm going to leave that argument alone. She did a fabulous job with that. When we're looking at 2A, this all comes from the defendant's 11th supplemental request for discovery. 2A is the video on King Street. Your Honor, we began asking for that a long time ago. We have it in full, so we don't have to talk about that. We received that full for all of the hours and days in question with both audio and video on 5/10. So we can mark 2A, item 219 off of our list.
219.
219.
And there, I've gone through pages and pages and pages, so I think I really appreciate you being very specific about, you know, what you have now and what you will still.
Okay. Good, because it's the only way I can keep track of it.
Yeah, well, same here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your Honor, item 2B in our fourth motion to compel is item 224. That's the CAS biz law. And this one is rough. The court heard last week Detective Mowry say, I don't have any of those, except I found these other items that we'll give you now, which were not Mowry's CAS biz laws. The hard part for us about this one, Judge, and I have to make a record. I think you can order them to double check, and I'm going to ask you to order them to double check. But the hard part of this for me is that on January 9th, we asked for these CAS biz logs. And the response was from the state was CAS biz does not produce logs. And that's just not true. It does, it's capable, it produces logs. You've heard that in the testimony. Then we filed our motion to compel and explained we have an expert, we know it produces logs, we're going to bring them. And the response was the working files were not saved. We received that response on April 23rd, 2024. And then on May 10th, we got a little bit more explanation about default settings were used and optional session files were not uploaded. This is really, really difficult because of the varying answers that we've received. The court's heard testimony from Mr. Ray about how important these logs are to know what was done. This is really challenging. We can't recreate what Detective Mowry, who testified before the grand jury, did, unless the court orders that we get the tower list he used and we have the cast viz program. And quite frankly, that's what we want. We need to see how this work was done. This is important work. I'll tell you the other thing that's really troubling and frustrating, aside from the other files that we received in preparation for motion to compel, is these screenshots that we got for the first time last week when we're on a motion to compel and have a witness before the court. We didn't have those screenshots that Detective Mowry had created before. The only thing we had was Exhibit 48 that was given to the grand jury, which is a video that was handed over then. So this is really problematic to be told these varying things and then have something else produced on the day of testimony. Your Honor, we are going to request that the court order that we have the tower list used by Detective Mowry and access to the cast viz program. So our expert, Mr. CYOU, can go through and see what Detective Mowry did. That it's imperative that we be allowed to do that. That's the only way to recreate what Detective Mowry did.
It seems to me he did acknowledge that he just went back and provided this a day or 2 days before he testified that he found this additional information. So I'm thinking that the state got that information and had provided that to you. Now, we also heard a lot of the quotes missing pieces today, which I'm guessing that FBI, Mr. Valance and Detective Mowry are going to go back through that and see if there's something else. At this point, I'm assuming that, you know, some things may have fallen through the cracks. I mean, it is very complicated. There was a lot going on. We have some time before trial. I just hope that everybody goes through their computers or their files or whatever they're going through so that it's complete. So what I've been watching over the last 2 months is that there have been supplemental responses to the defense. So things were coming in. They were waiting for information to come in so that they could provide that to you. So that's why I don't want to go backwards either. I just want to make sure that we are addressing what you don't have and what actually you're entitled to. So that's the tower list. I mean, I don't know anything about tower lists, so I'm learning about that. I don't know that Detective Mowry addressed that, really. Maybe unless I missed that.
Your Honor, I believe he testified last week that he used the tower list that was contained in the AT&T record that he received. You heard today that that doesn't exist. And you heard today that the tower list was something different that he used. And that tower list had once that was entered, there was a selection on the program to do tower density as well with that.
Like I said, it's confusing.
It is. It definitely is.
We'll keep going now.
Okay, thank you.
You want the tower list?
Yes, I think I'm getting there, but I definitely want that. I want the one that Mowry used to do his cast viz work back in May of last year. That's the one I really want right now, at least at this juncture in the documents right now. I do want to clear up though, when we talk about what Detective Mowry found last week when he was preparing to testify, Those are emails between him and Nick Balance. Those are JSON files from Nick Balance to Detective Mowry. None of those things that he found, other than screenshots, like the exhibit that you have of his map with the different size towers depicted, other than those screenshots, the other things he had came from Nick Balance. Those were not his logs that he found. Those were not his towers that he found, just to be sure that those are still missing to the extent they exist, and we can't recreate what he did without the list and program. Moving on.
Thank you.
Moving on then, Your Honor, is item 226. That's called the Hemisphere Program, also known as a timing advance report. Your Honor, this is one of the troubling areas again. The first response was that the records do not exist. There were letters exchanged between the state and us asking for more information. In one of the letters from the prosecutor, we were told that this program was not used in Brian KOHBERGER's case. And then we filed a motion to compel, and we were told that the state was not in possession of the timing records. And then the next supplemental response in May of this year, just a couple of weeks ago, was to tell us that there's some new certified records from AT&T that we're going to get. I don't know what those are. I can tell you that these timing advanced reports were asked for from AT&T, from Verizon, from T-Mobile, and another cell phone company in both of the early AT&T warrants. We called them the 48-hour and then the extended warrants back on December 23rd, 2022. We don't have those. So I just want to make a record that I need to know what happened. Moving on then to 228, item 228. That was trying to understand what was relied upon for the second AT&T warrant. And we heard quite a bit today from Detective Payne about what he relied on for that second warrant. And that had to do with what was produced and analyzed in the first warrant. However, we asked for some emails and some communications. We know about some text messaging that we've received, but we don't have written correspondence, emailed correspondence, exchanging information, just the text messaging. So we want all of the email communication between Payne and Balance, well, between anybody from Moscow PD and anybody from the FBI. Your Honor, item 229 is the MAID data. I would say we received a disclosure, and I think we got that on either 510 or 517. And I'm going to need some time to have an expert help me out with that. I don't know if that's complete. I also know that in the fifth motion to compel, there is information we've asked for from Babel. That was a program that was used to help decipher some of the MAID data. And we're going to talk about that in a minute, but that one's yet to come. So I'm going to ask the court for an order compelling the state to give me all the MAID data. They may have already complied, though. Their intents to comply, I can tell you that.
What does that stand for again?
Mobile advertiser. Let's see, I've got it in here.
Okay, I'm glad.
Identification number, mobile advertiser identification number.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Judge, we are now talking about item 242, the CAST report. The history of this is we came to the court asking for the CAST report, knowing it was relied upon last year, and the court ordered that we receive it. We received one that was stamped draft all over it. You've heard testimony about that today from Mr. Ray, and it's not a final report, and we knew that when we got it. We asked for that. We asked for the analysis behind that, and we haven't received that. We were told on February 23rd of this year that the state will provide this by March 31st. Well, March 31st came and went, and we did not get it. So on April 23rd, the state said we still don't have it. And then on May the 10th, the state responded to this request and said that because we provided additional information, Mr. KOHBERGER's alibi, they need more time to do work on this cast report and they'll get it to us later. Your Honor, I think you ought to order that we get the cast report. And I think you ought to order that we get everything that went into developing this and we get the analysis that they made from that. This is particularly troubling. Their response, you told us something, so now we have to go reconfigure the cast report. Let me tell you why that's troubling. Item 243 is our request. Give us a list of everything Nick Valance relied on when drafting his cast report. And we were told Nick Valance relied on the call detail records from AT&T. Nick Valance relied upon tower records. And he relied upon the drive test data. Nowhere in there does it say, if you tell us anything about the case, we need that to rely on that too. These are records that exist. These are tower lists that exist. They go into a program. You do drive testing to understand how the device interacts with towers, and you create a report. So we're asking the court to order that we get the cast draft report, we get the full list of everything he relied upon, and we get the analysis of what does this mean.
So another clarifying question, maybe. So I listened to the testimony today, and that it sounded like a cast report was provided, but maybe it wasn't complete. Is what Mr. Ray suggested. But I think that maybe I'm guessing, we're assuming that the state provided what they had, but it maybe they're still working on it. I don't know. But didn't you get initially what they had as they characterized as the cast report? So when you say, I mean, we have problems with language, I think, especially when we're in this area, technology. And so we might be just going back and forth like this without really understanding what we're asking for or what we're providing.
Let me see if I can clear that up. The testimony today, when we had Detective Payne on the stand, when we talked about what did you rely on to get the second AT&T warrant, he said that there was something that Nick Valance produced and that the prosecutor had it, and he thought it was a cast draft.
Right.
And then you heard from Mr. Ray, who said, I've seen the cast draft report, and maybe it's something different that Detective Payne looked at. It wasn't this big, long cast draft. The cast draft report, and I'm calling it draft because it's stamped draft. I knew it wasn't final when I received it. We got that because you ordered that the state give that to us last summer, last July. So I had this draft. I knew it wasn't final. Ms. Jennings knew it wasn't final. We've talked about it. We believed that we were going to get the final report by March 31st. We don't have that yet. It's the final report that we need. You also heard from Mr. Ray talking about the things that are mistakes in the cast draft report. These reports go through a peer review process, and they can look a little different when they come back out on the other side. Usually not vastly different, but they can. They go through their process. It's that final product that I need that. I need to know everything they relied on to do their work. I need to know what this draft report is going to look like. The court should know that when we get to trial, likely Agent Valance is going to come in and talk about his cast draft report. He's going to be an expert in the field and talk about what he found and why he found and what he relied on to do that. I'm going to come in with an expert that's going to explain what his work did. Now, if the work aligns and Nicholas Balance and our expert aligns, well, that's just going to be shorter. But right now, it's definitely not looking like that. It looks like they're going to have their side, and we're going to be talking about what the data shows. So what I want is the final report that we were told would be available by March 31st. I need time to work on it.
Sure.
What I want is a full list of what was used to create that report, what was relied on. I have to be able to see if I can recreate that. I have to see what was right with it and what was wrong with it. So I don't have those two things, right?
Is it possible that it's just not completed?
It
It's
is possible.
A final report?
It is possible, but I need you to order that come to me. And I don't think Ms. Jennings doesn't want to give it to me. But if you order that I get it, then I'm going to get it a lot sooner, I think. I'm not saying that Ms. Jennings is sitting holding it behind her back. I'm saying I don't now know what's going on. The FBI told her it was going to be in by March 31st. We hit our deadline to disclose our alibi. And all of a sudden now they need to redo something in the report, which shocks me because of the things they said that they relied on were things that already existed. So now I really need to know what they're relying on to do this report. And I really need to see the analysis, and I really need to see the final report.
Sure.
I have to react to it.
Since we're talking about this, Ms. Jennings, do you want to just respond to that? Whether or not this is still a work in progress or what's going on?
Right, Your Honor. As I know right now, that report is not in its final form. And it has gone through a peer review process. My understanding is it's still in that. I have been told that yes, it's not a matter of redoing anything, but as they receive additional information, they just want to double check their work. They want to make sure that when they get the final report, it's accurate. So we are still waiting for that final report to ensure that it's accurate. And as soon as we receive it.
I'm sorry. You have a time frame for that?
I
They told you when they expect to be finished?
I don't have a final time frame. They originally told us it was projected to be completed by June next month. So I'm hoping to get it within the next month.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Sometimes it's easier just to sort a particular issue at the same time.
Some of the hot ones, it might be, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I do think we have the regional tower list now, so I think we're good with that. On item number 244 and 245, we have those documents now, so we're good there. Moving then to item 248. This is the drive test data, the mapping data. The court heard pretty extensively that we've received this in two places. We received some early on, and then we received a lot more recently, but it appears to still be missing some. Asking the court just to order that we receive the entirety of all drive test data that was conducted by Agent Balance or anybody from the FBI. $249 is anything that exists after January 6th of 2023 for the drive test data. That's number 249. And so would ask the court to order that to the extent that it exists, would ask that it be ordered to be produced. Item 250 is the training and certification records for Nick Balance and Sean Kennedy relating specifically to the use of the Gladiator or the GAR. That's the item used to conduct these drive tests. Your Honor, I think that we gave the court a transcript of testimony of Nick Balance that occurred within the last year. And that transcript had highlighting on it, so the court didn't have to read the whole thing, but to look at how many times the training and experience was relied upon by this expert, and that expert's Nick Balance. And if he's going to be a testifying expert, the discovery rules allow for us to have their training. We asked for it specific to this gladiator because we know that's going to be a big part of his testimony. So we're asking the court to order that we receive his training and certification records relating to the GAR. Similarly, now we'll talk about the GAR unit itself and its calibration records or its certificates that it's in compliance. The court just heard the testimony from Mr. Ray about how important that is, that often they get tired, things go wrong with them, and they get restored to service. We do have 2 certificates, but what we need is what Mr. Ray called the bookends, so we need the other side. We know that it came in non-compliant and then it was restored and went back out. We don't know what happened after it was used. We don't know the next bit of calibration that it went through. We don't know how it checked out. So we need the full copy, the bookend copy of the calibration reports.
But this is still in 2250.
That one is 250, yes. Sorry, Judge, I think that might have been in 251. That was in 251. 250 is the training records for the agents, and 251 is for the calibration records for the instrument. I apologize for that. 258 is a request for all information, all data, including all expert reports that the state has relied upon in developing the affidavits in support of all warrants.
That's like a big one.
It's a big one. And the state responded with an answer saying, these are the things that have been relied on. I'll tell you what my concern is, that there are things maybe in computer files, things on somebody's desk that haven't been turned over yet. So I think the court ought to order that the state make sure they've given us everything that was relied on for every single one of the warrants. Ms. Massa indicated to the court, and I know that other members, I think Mr. Logston has indicated that we're going to have motions to suppress. And so we want to make sure that we have all of the information. Possibly it would answer questions so we don't have to have this meeting. But
So we don't have to what?
have quite as many motions to suppress.
Okay, thank you.
That's not a promise.
I understand.
All right, Judge, let's talk about the 5th motion to compel. That completed the 4th. The 5th motion to compel, we are not going to talk about the 15th request for discovery until this afternoon. So my comments will relate to the supplemental request for discovery, number 12, number 13, and number 14.
12, 13, 14.
Yes. In request number 259, number 260, 261, 262, and 265, the state has let us know that these are coming. They responded on May 10th and said these are coming. They don't have a problem. So we're asking the court to order them to be disclosed to us. I think these are some that aren't going to be available for a while, but I think the court ought to order it. The state doesn't seem to have an objection to us having them. The order will mean we don't have to come back if something doesn't get through to us.
Okay, can you give me those numbers again, please?
Yes, I can. It's number 259, number 260, number 261, 262, and 265.
Thank you.
Your Honor, 289 related to communications between Detective Payne and the WSU officer talking about why the launchers. I believe that that's been covered. Payne testified today that we have the instant messages and there was only a phone call and that was it. So to the extent that that's the very end of it, then we're fine. And so I think we are on that one. Item number 299 is called a tips lead sheet. And that's something that's referenced during the course of in the discovery. We were asked for an example that was sent to the state. I'm just going to ask the court to order that that be disclosed to us. Number 300 relates to emails, notes, and other communications. The state's responded with 3 separate AV files, and I'm going to ask the court just to order that they all be given to us. We may have them all, but I'm going to ask that the court just order that just to be sure that we have them. Well, Your Honor, I take that back. I spoke with Ms. Jennings, and I know there's one area, I'm not going to talk about the area, but I know there's still one area that we don't have, so I'm going to ask the court to order that all emails, notes, and communications be produced to us. Your Honor, the next item is the CAST certification and training for Nick Balance. And for many of the same reasons that we asked for that for the Gladiator, we need to have his training records. He's going to come in as an expert. The discovery rules cover this. You can see an example of him testifying as an expert in the transcripts that I provided.
That's not covered by 250.
250 is the training related to the Gladiator specifically. This one is relating very specifically to his training for his CAST work and certification for his CAST work.
I'm sorry, what was the number for that training?
I do not think
That's 300.
That one's not 300. Let me find that one. I didn't write that number down. Give me 263. Co-counsel saved the day.
263.
And 264, I believe, relates to Sean Kennedy. Yeah. He's another FBI CAST person. And I am now at still. Your Honor, items 274, 275, and 278 have been provided. Item 287 relates to a new expert, a blood spatter expert that the state is working with. We're told that that's going to be available in June. It doesn't seem that there's an objection. Would ask the court to order that be provided to us once received by the state. Request 289 we have. We're now at the 13th supplemental request for discovery. And that one is 302, item 302. That's similar to several others. So I'm going to hold the argument on that for a minute. I'm going to let the court know that items 303, 304, 305 have been provided to us, except there's going to be some raw data provided to us. And to that extent, would ask the court order that we receive the raw data that those have otherwise been complied with. Items 306, 309, and 308. The response from the state has been that we've now worked through the TUI process. That letter's been given to the FBI, and so we may get those by early June. So we'd ask the court to order that those be produced. I don't think the state's objecting to those. They just don't quite have them yet. 307 has been provided. Your Honor, 3 313. Those are the Department of Transportation cameras. We heard testimony about that last week, that there was a letter preserving still shots, but not any video was available. So I think that that's been complied with to the extent that it can be complied with. 314 was the email communication, and we received that, so that's been complied with. 316 and 315, I believe, are also subject to the CYOU letter, so would ask the court order those be provided as soon as they're received. And now moving on to request 317, 322, 319, 320, 321, 323, 320, and 324. And then picking back up with 302. Those are all surveillance camera items that we've requested. We're asking the court to order Moscow Police Department, as the custodian of these things in this case, to do an inventory of what's there. You heard last week that Detective Mowry said, I don't have the videos, those aren't my responsibility. You heard today Detective Payne said it's Mowry and FBI agents. So we take Mowry out of the equation. He says, I didn't do it. I can't tell you where these videos are. I don't know who the FBI agents are. So first, I think the court ought to order that be disclosed to me. The second offer was that I can go to the Moscow Police Department evidence room and go through hundreds of hours, thousands of hours of videotapes, and that's just not reasonable. These are videotapes that have been collected in the course of this investigation. You heard Detective Payne say that when he looked at cameras on South 95 and the other road south of Moscow on the date in question, and in conformance with what he alleged in his affidavit of probable cause to arrest Brian, he looked at those videos and he didn't find a car. That screams stuff that's exculpatory to me. I need to know where these videos are. They were collected. The court can see that from the reports that we put in the packet of evidence. The court knows they've been collected, but nobody can tell me where they are. And I need to have I don't physically have time to go watch thousands of hours in Moscow Police Department and be efficient with the case. But if that's what I have to do, I guess I need the court to tell me that's what I have to do. I think you have the ability to order that there be an accounting of all of these videos. Keep in mind what we heard today was exculpatory. So there has to be a duty to categorize all of these videos and get that information to me. Go find these videos that other police officers turned over to Moscow Police Department that are in relevant areas. That's just critical, and that needs to happen.
So I did look at a long list of videos that were provided to the defense that said there was nothing there, or the camera was broken, or so there was some kind of inventory there. I mean, you saw that, right?
Yes.
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 Okay. So what you want now is just a complete inventory of all of the videos that they obtained.
That would be appropriate to have that, but there are specifically named videos in this fifth motion to compel that we specifically want the videos. We know they're there. We've read the police report.
Okay,
Given
and
them
if these 317 through, I don't know, 324, you're saying that those are specific
there's a
videos that you want, that you think are in this inventory.
well, I don't know if they're in that inventory. I don't have them. I know they were collected and given to Moscow Police Department. I want to know where they are. And we listed out in 317, in 322, 319, 320, 321, 323, and 324 different locations that say we collected these. We gave them to Moscow Police Department. That's what I need to know. Where are they?
You didn't get any of these videos of this list that you just gave me.
No, of that list I gave you, I did not. There was also one that I asked to be included. I'm coming back to that number. It's 302. We did get a time frame on the day before the incident. And so I need to know where the time frame after the incident is.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you, Judge, for that. And I'm close to being done. Number 325. The answer was that if there was communications, it would have been a call. So that one's fine. We're good with that one. Number 326 is Uber logs between Detective Mallory and Uber company. They've been provided to us, but I can't get into them. They're password protected. Miss Jennings and I have been trying to work that out. I think she'll continue to try to help me, but to the extent that it doesn't work, I'll need a copy that does work in some form. J has to do, or I'm sorry, 336. 336 has to do with records, and I believe that Miss Jennings has provided or is providing a police report that will indicate these records don't exist based on an interview that was done. So we don't need to do anything with that one today. And I think the rest of them, 335, 336, 337, 338, and 339. The state has indicated that we've been given everything there is and nothing else exists. This all has to do with vehicle identification, and we're talking about identifying a car in question from a video as being a 2011 to 13 Elan truck. They say we have it all. So if we have it all, that's great. I just don't want any surprises. Again, Your Honor, and we think the court should order the things as we outline. They're material to the preparation of our defense. I would remind the court that relevance is the standard of whether it gets in front of the jury, but it's a different standard when we're talking about materiality. That was talked about in the Pendleton case, and I know the court's familiar with the Pendleton case. The court wrote about that in a previous order.
Yes.
So I'll leave it at that and just request that the court order these things. So
I'm at that list at the end about the identification of vehicle. You're saying that they have provided that to you, but they're telling you that's all they have.
yes, there are specific items that they say, we gave you everything that's there. The rest of these items don't exist. It has to do with cameras and camera angles and different things like that. It's spelled out in the fifth motion to compel.
Okay.
I just don't want to be surprised.
You just want to make sure that if they find something else, they provide some supplemental response.
Well, I'd be concerned if they find something else after
Right.
they said nothing
Well,
else exists.
they're shaking their heads right now, but you never know. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Jennings,
Thank you, Judge.
it's a lot of stuff there.
Yes, and I'll try to make this quick, kind of go through each of these items that are still out there for discussion. But just to give you a little bit of perspective of what all has been provided to date. The state has.
Well, I rest assured both sides that I have gone through page after page after page after page. So, yeah, I understand. I have some perspective about what's been going on and how hard both sides have been working. So,
And just to give a little context, why this isn't just so simple. To date, we've given 15,691 bait stamped pages of discovery. So for a little context, this is a 2-inch binder. It would be about 39 of these. We've given 13,758 fate stamped photographs. That's about 34 of those binders of photographs. We've given 911 AV dumps. Those are digital files. In addition to a massive hard drive, about 50 terabytes full of discovery. And that includes audio video from about 285 interviews, 15,000 video clips from approximately 79 businesses, 8,000 video clips from approximately 10 residences, 417 files containing call detail records, multiple terabytes of records for 11 computer devices, 17 cell phones, multiple social media accounts, and 4 tower dumps.
Or, excuse me, Ms. Jenny.
What's the last one?
4 tower dumps. In addition to records regarding well over 17,000 tips. We've given multiple terabytes of records in response to the 71 grand jury subpoenas, as well as the 101 search warrants that were done in this case. We have facilitated the defense viewing the physical evidence on multiple occasions, as well as facilitated additional DNA trace evidence to be examined at their request. We've had a consistent pattern of loading up discovery and providing a hard drive to the defense on an almost weekly basis. And just to be clear, we're going to continue to do that. As we receive discovery, we review it, we load it on our hard drive, and we give it over. Now, going specifically through each of the requests, we've already dealt with in the 4th motion to compel. Item 214, we've already argued. Item 219, we've already complied with. The cash biz logs. You heard the testimony, and what we know and what the judge heard testimony for is that CASBIZ is just a software program that allows investigators to put in like the records received from a cell phone provider like AT&T into a software program and they kind of visualize. Detective Mallory testified he got the raw data set from AT&T, used the default settings for the times in question. It produced a map. He took a screenshot of that map. We provided that screenshot. He only did this in response to our request to provide a visual for the grand jury. We've been told that optional session files were not created or saved, and that this item just simply doesn't exist. In the current version of CASVIZ, the user settings aren't automatically saved in an exported session, but instead it just returns to default settings. I asked Detective Mallory about this. He advised us that he used the default settings. It doesn't take much time or effort to redo this, which is why he didn't save those logs. That's his normal practice. He just saved the screenshots and we've provided that. We agree, we will double check. We're doing that throughout all of this. To our knowledge, there are not tower documents that were relied upon, but we will double check and inquire, and if that exists, then we will turn it over. 226 has to do, well, first the request was for the AT&T Hemisphere program, and then it detailed several other things below it. And we were told they didn't use the Hemisphere program. And you're right, language is important as to exactly what's being requested. And now after a series of back and forth, they're saying that they want AT&T timing report. We have been told if that's referring to timing advance records, those records don't exist. We do have these location records, the DBOR records, and we've given those over. Now, the second part, it says that investigators recently obtained certified records from AT&T, and that'll be disclosed in upcoming discovery production. My understanding is that that's not related to the above. It's not related to Brian KOHBERGER's records. It's related to other records that were done later for other funds. But we will be providing that in the next production doc. Next is 228, complete copy of all materials relied upon Corporal Payne. To our knowledge, we turned all of that over. We have given the documentation of correspondence between our cast agent Balance as well as with Detective Payne. And he testified today that the only other communication, they were together. So they were just relaying things verbally. And that he was including that information in his report.
Can you give me the numbers too? Because I'm trying to keep track.
I am on 228.
Thank you.
229 has been complied with. Now we're at 242, a complete cast report. We've already discussed
When you say complied with, does that mean that both sides agree that it was complied with? Or is it that you saying that you complied with that, but they are still asking for it? I just want to, speaking of language.
Well, I can't speak for the defense, but to our knowledge, we have provided everything that relates to the MAID data.
Okay. Now I just want to be clear about that. So if both sides agree that this is done, we don't need to keep arguing about this. But if the state is saying, well, we've complied, but they don't agree with that, then that's something I have to deal with. Ms. Taylor.
Your Honor, there's so much here. So the clarification on this is they did give us MAID data. I've been working with our expert and we think that all the data is there, but part 2 of it has to do with the Babel information that's coming. That's in the 5th motion to compel.
That's a great
It's a good one to remember. Yeah.
Yes.
And so I need that to put those 2 together. So I think the MAID data we have, I need to reserve though and say once our experts had full time to look at the MAID data, once we get the Babel stuff as well, then we may have a problem. But they did do a disclosure. For sure they did do a disclosure. I just can't say it's all of what we were looking for quite yet.
All right. So some of these we might come back to me to say, okay, where there's something missing or everything's fine.
And I will speak with Ms. Jensen if I notice that ahead of time too.
Okay, thank you.
243 relates to the final draft of the past report. 244 is done. 248. There's still some questions about. I will say that Ms. Taylor reached out to me last week, letting me know that they believe there might be some missing pieces there. I reached out to SA Balance, asking, he was at a training all last week. I've been told he's looking into it to see if there is additional information, then of course we would produce that. That's all I know at this point. 249 is related to the above. 250 to the state belief that's been done. And 258, again, this is a very broad request. If there's something specifically that they're looking for, that would be helpful. But as far as the state's concerned, we've complied with this request. We've given you the returns for all of the 101 search warrants that were done, as well as the affidavits, which detail exactly what the investigator relied upon in order to obtain those search warrants. Again, if there is something specific that they're seeking or looking for. If they can provide that to us, then we will inquire. Now we move on to the 5th. Items 259 through, well, 259, 260, 261, 262, and 265. Yes, our answer is that we have inquired. We've been told that this is coming. The employee responsible for these items is out on medical leave for about 6 to 8 weeks. We still have probably another month left before she returns. And then would need time for that to be completed. But we do intend on giving this over. As we've done already, as we get it, we turn it over. Item 289, this is completed. 299, temp lead sheets. State has provided information for well over 17,000 temps in this case. We've been advised by the FBI that they believe they have provided all information related to temps. Now, I'm unsure if there are duplicates of the same information. We will inquire, but substantively, it's our understanding that they have all the information for the 17,000 tips. But yes, I will inquire and see if there's something, a tip lead sheet that can be easily provided. 300. This has, for the majority, already been provided. They already have the ISP and PD emails. I've talked to Ms. Taylor about another certain section of emails that she would like to see. I will inquire about that, and if they exist, we will turn them over. 263 and 264 have to do with CAS certification and training records. I can tell the court we're going to comply with this. We're not at our expert discovery disclosure deadline, and we're just not at that point, but we will be. And we plan on giving this over on anything we intend to rely upon. 274, 275, 278 have all been done. 287, this is an expert analysis. We haven't received it. We are expecting to receive it sometime in the next month. As soon as we receive that, we will discover. 289 is done. And starting with 302 is when we get into all these different surveillance videos. We have provided them a list of all the videos as they're labeled and as they're stored at MPD. Now, yes, we will do our due diligence to make sure that what we have is turned over. To date, though, and we'll continue to do that. To date, we have located a Watson Carey construction video, but the only thing we've located is one that covers from about 9 p.m. on the 12th till midnight. We'll continue to look for what they've requested, and as soon as if it's located, we will turn it over. 303 has been completed, 304 has been completed, and 305. The next series, 306, 307, 308, 309 are all part of the 2-week process. As detailed in our response, we've been told by the FBI that it's going through their process, and we're hoping to hear something back about whether or not these are approved and when they're going to be provided in early June. 313 is done, 314 is done, 315 is part of, again, the 2-week process, as well as 316. Again, we should know more early June. Back to videos, 317. The first thing they asked for is this US Bank video. That's been provided. Ampersand, to our knowledge, it doesn't exist. Again, we'll do our due diligence to make sure. If it's located, we'll provide it. One World Cafe does not exist. And 9 to 5 is actually US Bank, and that's been provided. Red Star Coffee, we have, and 319, 320, 321 are all ones that are still outstanding. We'll continue to try to locate those. If they exist, we'll turn them over. 324, 325, 326 have all been complied with. 334 does not exist, and there will be a supplemental report to that effect. 335, 336, 337, 338, 339, 340 have all been complied with, and that gets us to the end of the fifth for this hearing.
Thank you. Any response?
Your Honor, just really briefly, I want to talk about item 226, the Hemisphere program. Ms. Jennings asked me if we meant the timing advance program, that's one and the same. I just heard her say that those records don't exist. I just need to be clear, if they don't exist, then I need to know that. If they do exist and they were used, I need to have them. She mentioned that item 250, that's the balance training records that we have, that we don't have that. That's balance training records related to the use of the Gladiator machine. We don't have those. 251 is partially complied with. That's the certificate on whether the Gladiator machine was working appropriately. We need the follow-up the next time that machine was put back for testing. Both machines, there were two. 263 and 264, Balance and Kennedy's cast training records. I'm happy to hear that I'm going to get those. With regard to the videos on exhibit RR that the court has under number 21, this is where the business said they already had given over their videos, and Ampersand and One World Cafe are both listed on that as well. So they were given to somebody to go to Moscow Police Department at some point in time. And that's it for clarifications for me. Thank you.
Great, excellent. Anything else?
No.
Okay, great. All right, a lot of work there for all of you, maybe a lot, but finally take a break. And we're supposed to start the second chapter here. Why don't we start at 2 o'clock? That's okay. All right. So we'll recess. Thank you.
Are you with us, Dago?
That's what I was wondering. I'm like, do you fall asleep over there?
There ain't no telling what he snuck off and done. Let's just pretend we didn't
Right?
notice.
Yeah. I see his mouse cursor moving.
Sorry. Good Lord. Why did it freeze?
Well, I don't know if they're because they probably stopped the feed or because they're taking a recess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to wrap up the morning hearing. That if they're when they come back, if that's going to start the closed. I'm not sure. They didn't quite clarify that.
No. There's because there was supposed to be one at 10 and one at 1, I think. And
Well, they ran long, and so they haven't even got to the closed hearing yet. So they just took a recess instead of court adjourned, hearing adjourned. They took a recess. So I don't know if they're like legit
He
coming
said they'd be
back or
back
what.
at 2, but
Yeah, so I think that might have wrapped up that part of that portion of the hearing, and when they come back, I'll head into the closed portion. I think I don't know.
mm-hmm.
hey, Kimber. Hey,
Anyway,
Andy.
what's up, guys? See who all jumped in here beforehand. I'm not quite sure what's going to go on with it either. Yeah, hold on, Kimber.
Yeah, okay over
Yeah, I'm trying to get something to work, and it's not. Hold on a minute. There it goes.
there. You're like,
There you go. There you go. There you go.
yeah, seriously, Andy, when they started rattling off all those numbers, I was like, oh my word.
Those are just a lot of the different material, and every piece of evidence will have a number attached to it, every single piece. And that's all that was. And a lot of the stuff they have, they've turned over a lot in this case. 51 terabytes, you can't tell me you don't have anything turned over
Right.
to you, because you do. And they just literally sat here and went through all the things that have been turned over. There's only very few things left that haven't, and it's the same things: emails, notes, reports,
Mm-hmm.
And Agent Shirley, I want to see Agent Shirley's damn subpoena. I want to know what he was involved with. We all do at this point.
Yeah, I
Right.
think everybody does, because he was brought up a long time ago, and now here we are again.
Well, the interesting part to me, though, is he's been a retired agent. He was just one of the top agents in Idaho. He worked
Right.
all over the state. So he has a lot of connections throughout the state, knows a lot of people, and has done a lot of work. So I'm not surprised that he was consulted or brought in or whatever was done. It's just I'm going to be careful about what I say about this case, because I know the mood and the vibe, and I don't see things the way a lot of people see it. So I'm just looking at what little bit she's still asking for, and it appears to be, like she's always said, these notes, these emails, the raw material communications type things, because she's still trying to figure out how and when you got to my client, how and when you got your search warrants, because those are the technicalities she can use going forward.
Right. What was the biggest thing, I would say, to you, Salty, that they said in here that kind of caught you, I guess, a little off guard, maybe we'll say?
Well, oh shit. They keep trying to call my phone while I'm on my phone. Like, leave me alone, I'm busy. There were a couple of things. I mean, I made some notes on it. Nothing that jumped out at me like exculpatory evidence. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's going to do it right there for me. There were, I mean, like the cast report from the
Yeah.
November 13th, from a 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., you only mapped 18%. So, and that's going to be right there in the neighborhood, probably, or trying to figure out where that car was or where that phone, because the phone was allegedly turned off.
Mm-hmm.
There's just, I wish now, because I've seen other trials and I know what is expected, I think they need to keep better notes, and they need to keep, and Ann's list literally want them to itemize the discovery that they turned over.
Yeah.
And there are attorneys battling that every day. The attorneys in Delphi are still finding things that are like, what the hell, where'd this come from?
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? It took them a year to figure out that there were legitimately things deleted. So there's a lot of stuff that can be buried in all that data, and they didn't get an itemized list of what all that data was they were receiving either. So
Mm-hmm.
I know there's a lot of stuff still left to go through, and I don't know. It just, to me, I didn't hear anything like slam dunk gonna get it done. You know what I mean? That she's just
Yeah.
doing her due diligence to make sure everybody's trained properly, trained on the equipment properly, the equipment that they used is working properly. And Nick Balance, guys, this guy testifies all the time. She's not going to find anything in his training records that are going to jump out to her and say he didn't know what he was doing. I'll be highly surprised if she can find anything with that. But she's doing what she's supposed to do.
Right. Right. The one thing I was a little, how can I say, taken back by, I guess you could say, was probably the missing data that they said was absolutely going to benefit the defense, and that there was a good I guess you could say a good chunk of it that was missing, and it was the most important part of it. That was kind of interesting.
Well, isn't
Yeah.
that, but isn't that when Cy kind of came back and said it was really a small percentage of the whole picture? But
Yeah,
it's
he said
still,
it was,
it's not that they don't know that it's missing. They don't know where it's at.
yeah,
I
it
think
could have been
that's, yeah. And they need
human
to find
error.
it. Yeah, they
That's
need to find it. Because
I think
there's
they
too
said,
many. Go ahead,
sorry,
Mama. No, go ahead.
8% or 18% of it
18,
was,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think, and
18% was mapped. Hold on, I got what he said, wrote down somewhere.
I wrote it
It
down
was
too, but I think I wrote it wrong.
18% of the cast was mapped, and then on the, I got one more note page left in the house. I walked outside for a minute, but there
Okay.
was like 8% was something like that. But
Yeah.
I still think it all needs to be there because too many questions can arise later. All the information that they use to create some of this data reports or whatever you want to call it is there
Mhm.
from the cast report stuff. So that's where they got the information they used to determine what they determined. So it's not like and Cy didn't get up there and tell us any of that data was wrong or
No.
incorrect or it's going to be an interpretation of the data. So I'm just, that's where I'm at. I also am interested in this blood spatter expert report because there was a lot of talk today about cast
Mhm.
and drive time and the car because they got to establish that that was a similar looking car, or that this phone data is not quite as accurate as it needs to be. But this blood spatter stuff,
Mhm.
all the other evidence that physically comes from within the crime scene,
Mhm.
that's gonna matter. That matters just as much as this riding around, driving around, phone ping camera footage stuff.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
already
yeah.
know he was out there driving around all over town. We already know that. I just don't know what all this stuff's gonna.
How
And
about
even
that?
Cy kind of said this could help or hurt. We don't know yet.
Right. Right. Yeah, that's true. That how about let me see here. I did write my notes.
Chad Daybell was just found guilty.
Yes, thank you. I looked at that right before we came back on panel to talk when the hearing was getting over. I was checking on that, Kimber. Yes, he was.
Guilty of killing his first wife and Lori Daybell's
JJ and
kids.
Kids. Yeah.
JJ, Tylee, and Tammy all got justice today, finally.
Yep.
Good God. Thank God something good's coming out of some of this stuff. Absolutely.
Yeah, and Nick Valance just testified in that trial, by the way. I've done told y'all that like 100 times. I just want to make sure y'all hear it again.
Mhm. It's okay. It's okay. I know you were following that case closely. I didn't want to jump into something that I wasn't into from the beginning because it's just not thorough to me, and I wouldn't have been fully into it. And I tried to look at it, and I should have been in it in the beginning. I just wasn't. So that's why I never covered that one, you guys. Oh, I was kind of interesting to me when Alyssa Massoth was talking to the judge specifically and said she kind of got shitty with him a little, like, you do have that one piece of whatever, and so on and so forth. I was like, damn, okay. That was interesting. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with the trial or the case, but she got irritated. It seemed like quite definitely irritated with the judge when he said said he wasn't sure what she was talking about or that he had seen what she was talking about. Yes, you have seen it, so on and so forth. I was surprised at that, but damn. I still been this way since high school. I take notes, guys, and I can't read my own notes. How about that one? I've always been that way. I just write things so fast, and then it takes me a minute to figure it out.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that data, one thing, is definitely something they need to find. If they don't find that, that's probably where there's going to be problems. But I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
Now, did you catch that part about the Uber logs, Dago?
Uber logs. Yes, and I don't think I wrote that down.
Well, in the fifth supplement, on the fifth motion to compel, going down at, like, tip lead sheet, the emails and the notes, the communication between Payne and the WSU officer, the blood
Mhm.
spatter, specific videos, and Uber logs. Now, whether or not the girls got home that night by a private driver or Uber, I really could, that doesn't even, I don't care which one it was, but I know
Mhm.
whoever it was that drove them, they've talked to. So I
Yeah.
think that the person could have been an Uber, but still very familiar with the girls. You know what I mean? You're like, because I have the same repeat customers. I'm not an Uber
Eric,
driver, but doing
that
what I
was
do, I have repeat customers. So I get, I know them. But you know what I mean? So I'm
yeah, yeah.
thinking that pertains to the ride the girls got from the grub truck to the house. And we'll establish a timeline for that.
That was that Eric, what's his name, guy?
Grower, Gower, whatever it was.
Yes.
Depends on who you listen to.
Right,
And
right.
his name doesn't even, matter to me because I don't suspect the guy. I'm
I
just
don't either.
saying that establishes, you would have to get the records of where the girls did get the ride home from to have
Mhm.
to establish, just like they did subpoena the DoorDash records. So they know exactly what time Xana got DoorDash. There's no guesstimation anymore. They know what time that order was confirmed to be dropped off, according to
Mhm.
the app. So the same thing with these Uber logs. They have to verify that's what time they were picked up and what time they got home, because that matters.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Since we're sitting here right now, you guys waiting on this or whatever we're gonna end up doing. These two documents were dropped as of the 28th. Which we've probably heard everything over already. The motion to temporarily seal the second supplemental response to the defendant's fifth motion to compel pending the hearing. Um, let's see. So this is comes now, state of Idaho, by and through Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124 for a temporary order sealing the second supplemental response to the defendant's fifth motion to compel. Herein, because release or disclosure would, of course, like we always hear, interfere with enforcement proceedings, deprive a person of a right to a fair trial, impartial adjudication, constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, or disclose the identity of a confidential source. Whoa, okay. And or why did that one blow up so big and the rest didn't? Disclose investigative techniques and procedures. The undersigned seek this protection pending a hearing on the matter, wherefore the state respectfully prays that the court seal from public disclosure the second supplemental response to defendant's fifth motion to compel herein under the provisions of Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124. I should know these in my sleep by now. And Taylor has confirmed that defense does not have an objection to this motion, respectfully submitted. So there is that one. Again, just to show you guys all the documents, as I've always promised to do. I don't know why I didn't think of these yesterday or the day before. Probably because of all the stupid drama we've been following that we don't need to follow.
Maybe.
And I won't be anymore. And then that's the response on it, which is based on the state's motion. What the hell is going on with this today? Based on the state's motion, temporary seal second supplementary response to the defendant's fifth motion to defend pending hearing, filing herein, and no objection from the defense, the court does hereby confirm and order that the second supplementary response to the defendant's fifth motion to compel, exempt from disclosure, and are sealed pursuant to the court. I'm not going to give you all that rigmarole again.
Yeah,
So
the latest document drops are pretty uneventful. They're just paperwork.
Just showing it. It's been sealed. It's ordered. It's done. Same old stuff. And of course, on the 24th, they put an order through permitting the Zoom meeting. Of course, so it was ordered the 23rd. Will be that Temporary order stealing supplemental response. There's nothing exciting there either. Again, same stuff. Okay, yeah, we're good on that. We should get a document dropping at the end of the Daybell case now. God, there's so many of those too. Order denying ICR 29 motion. Yeah, if I'd have followed that one, I'd have been completely brain dead with covering that and everything else. So we'll see. So,
Vallo's still got another trial in Arizona. They transferred her to Arizona, so she's
Oh,
still got
yeah.
another.
Yeah,
She's still
she's
got
been
another
there.
trial.
Yeah, she's on going on trial for the murder of her ex-husband.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Oh, sorry guys. What Leslie or who said that? Or no, somebody said what was Trump's verdict, Leslie? Just out of curiosity. Did he get it or didn't he get it? I haven't been following that at all, but I'm curious.
I don't want to follow it.
Yeah.
Hey Joey, you're fine, no worries. This is just upsetting to me. I feel like it is not even about the 4, it's about the crap the state is doing. It's become a lot of that, yeah.
What crap? Can I just ask what crap has the state been doing? Anne just sat here and went down an entire long list of everything the state has provided. What the state has not provided is what the FBI has not provided. And that needs to be stressed and cleared up, because I think if we allow people to continue to think the wrong thing, then that's what keeps these cases messy. And I'm still looking at this as an open-minded person, but I'm not. Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry.
Right, and you're fine, but I feel maybe I'm reading that wrong. I feel like it's become more about what is or isn't wrong with the case as compared to the 4 victims. That's what I'm agreeing with. If that's what you were meaning, dismantled. About the 4, it is about the crap the state is doing. Okay, so yeah, I guess she's right. Clarify, what do you mean that the state is doing? Because thus far, Anne hasn't said that anything has been done per the prosecution wrongly. It's coming before the prosecution per se, for instance, I guess, if you want to put it in layman's terms, I guess.
I'm going by what Anne said in court, not my personal. I know people are going to think I'm like biased and shit, but I'm not. I can hear, and I hear what the woman has said over and over and over. But it always comes back to some drama about the crap the states are doing, and then it turns into this whole Brian Kohberger's innocent thing, and I don't get it anymore.
The cell phone stuff is what deception is saying.
And that comes from the FBI, hun. I get it. And the FBI should turn it all over. All they're waiting on now is some notes and emails and the communication between the agents about what they were doing. That's what Anne's looking for, so she can determine if anybody interpreted the data incorrectly. That's all. That's it.
Becky, I understand something too. Where'd it go? The prosecution should be pushing the FBI. You ain't gonna make the FBI do anything they don't want to do. I don't care who you are. It's just not gonna happen.
They have filed the 2 reports, and if y'all recall, during the last hearing, the judge signed off on 2 FBI deuces subpoenas. Yes.
Yeah, that's all they can do, though. That's what I'm saying, Becky. You can't. You can only give the documentation through, like she said, and you can only file as much as you can. If they do what they do, if they follow the rules and do it right, then they'll do it. If not, that's all they're going to get from it. Whether it's them saying that they don't have it, they don't they didn't save it, whatever you want to call it, whatever they're doing, that's all we're going to get is what we can get. So I don't know. I have questions about how things were handled, but like I said in the beginning of this, I think it's a lot of how can I say it without saying it wrong? Like maybe some on education in certain things like misuse, not misuse, but I guess I gotta say, be careful how I say it too, because I'm not trying to say it the wrong way. Non-understanding some of what was done on their part of it because of non-experience. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm sorry. You're not experienced in running, say for instance, you're running some brand new type of computer, okay? When you don't have the experience of running it before, and maybe you misjudge how you're working it, and it wasn't put through, the results didn't come through correctly because of that. That's what I think in some senses may be going on here, okay? Because I don't see any direct. I've never followed the law enforcement is crooked type thing with this. I haven't from the beginning, okay? Only because, think about this, you guys. We had 1, 2, 3 to 4 agencies involved in this. Could they, every one of them, been, if they were corrupt? I mean, yes, there could be corruption. I agree with that anywhere. I just can't believe that all those agencies are working in a corrupt case together. That doesn't make any sense to me because it wouldn't happen that way. You know what I mean? One person, maybe somebody else, taking shortcuts here or there. Yes, I believe that's corruption as well. But I don't think that's what happened here. I think there was just some misunderstanding with some stuff, in my opinion. Now, there are some other things that I'm really interested in to see how the outcome comes about. Regardless of what's said, the fact that there is a chunk of data missing, and he even said, it could be human.
There was apparently a piece missing, Dago, out of the like a quarter-mile section. I think what she said that they don't have the drive time report from the drive from
2
Washington
a.m.
into Moscow,
Yeah, and
which
he said
you
that was
you
very
need.
time.
That should have been.
That's it. Yeah.
That should be the first thing you, if you're going to conduct a drive time test based on to see if this, because what they do with it, what the whole purpose behind that drive time test is to see how well your cell phone operates along that route, where
Yeah.
you're pinging, how well it pinged, were you out of service for a few minutes, that sort of thing. That's what a drive time test is. So you would have conducted that automatically from his apartment to the house.
Mm-hmm.
And she did say she does have some stuff, like she's got the full video, she said, of the car around the home. Is that Linda Lane or is that 1122? I'm not sure, but she's got a full video of whatever that is. So she's, I mean, I just don't,
Right.
you know, I can't, I don't want to keep having the conversations about, it's literally the FBI they're fighting. And
yeah, it is all FBI stuff, folks. Like I said, it's not the state, because we've heard 100 times where the state has, or the defense has said everything she's asked for, they have given her. They can't give anything, like she said today, if they don't have it. So it's coming from the FBI, guys. That's where the slacking is, I guess we could just say, for lack of better terms. Okay.
And I don't even know if it's not slacking, Dago. The FBI does not want to give us all of the details on what they can and do. Right? There's so much they can do we don't know about, and we don't want to know about. Okay, look, this is not
true too.
new technology being used on freaking KOHBERGER. This is used on everybody every day, all the time. So they're not going to want to willingly give up their secrets to how they do things. And I'm not sure for our own protection they need to in every case. But they're going to get the standard response from the FBI that they give to everyone. They're not going to go like, oh shit, KOHBERGER's on our ass, let's give them more. Ann's going to get the standard reports and responses that everybody gets.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That was the biggest question I had, though, was that time that they, like I said. So we'll see what happens.
Somebody asked if they thought Scott Peterson would get a new trial.
I don't think he will.
I don't think he will. I think Scott Peterson is exactly where Scott Peterson needs to be. Actually, he should still
I'll-
be on death row, but
I'll be right back, guys. Give me about 5
And
seconds.
that innocent project working with him is not the national one. I'm not even following that because I'm gonna let Jesus handle Scott Peterson.
no, I don't think that Scott Peterson will get a new trial.
I doubt it.
So there's that.
Yeah, I doubt it. There's a lot of interesting spots along the map that they dropped names and businesses of that I'm going to check out later because it gives you clues as to the possible route taken while you're out on your drive when you couldn't sleep.
Yeah. Didn't he say that they didn't have the drive test for the crime scene?
Yes. Now, I got to replay that, Mama, because I'm like you. I'm like, what? I'm sitting up listening, right? Because
Yeah.
they even mentioned being in the house, I thought. And I thought, well, how do you do a drive? You can't drive up in the house. So I
Right.
don't know because it was kind of confusing because they kind of alluded they did have some testing in the area from the note that I made, but some of it was not there.
Yeah,
So
because
I
he had
don't,
mentioned something about there being mountains and this, that, and the other.
yes,
And I'm like,
the
huh?
way, well, because because it's in a fishbowl in there, right? Around the
Okay,
home.
yeah.
We've discussed that how many times?
Right.
So will it cause cell phone pings to be inaccurate? Will they bounce off
Right.
of another air, you know what I mean? And I've watched a good video about stuff like that, and I've got some information on Idaho about that, about the terrain interacting with cell phone towers. So I think that's what they were getting at. And I don't know if they conducted a drive time test down in the neighborhood, which you got to know the neighborhood gets pretty damn good Wi-Fi and cell phone connections because people live there. It's
Right.
right near the campus. I'm sure you get excellent cell phone service right there near the home. So I don't know why they would I don't know why
Yeah.
they would or wouldn't conduct a test right there.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I was like, crime scene? What?
And apparently, Agent Imel, if I heard that correctly, is the FBI agent who went over the car data, determining which year we were looking for. So now we have a name to attach to the person that caused mass confusion for 8 months.
Yeah. Jeez. Thanks, dude.
And I find it weird that they were saying, I'm assuming that on December 23rd, they served 2 AT&T warrants, both on KOHBERGER, but for different time frames. And Cy said that was a little unusual for the same day. I really don't know how. I got to review that part again to figure out why that's unusual. Why they didn't just do it to start with, because apparently he really didn't have a problem with it, but it was running 2 different time frames. And I don't know if something came in after the first warrant that made them go, wait a minute, we should have asked for a longer time, and they went back. There's been a lot of warrants served in this case.
Yeah, I heard that. I was like, wow.
79 videos from businesses around the town, and I wrote down 10 residential cameras. If I heard that right, they've only got cameras from 10 residents. Where those 10 residents are, I don't know. They got to be close to the home or behind it on Walenta back there in the neighborhood.
Right. Yeah.
Ring cams that see the vehicle traveling out of the neighborhood, according to the PCA.
What time did they say, or how long did they say they were going to recess, or did they not say? I didn't catch that at all.
They said they'd come back at 2.
What time is it there now?
They are 2 hours behind me, and I'm 4:04 right now, so they should be 2:02 there. Or
Okay. 'Cause
2:04, sorry.
Okay, I was gonna say I can go back because that's still up. I can go back and play that one part.
And
But
another big thing Anne was wanting the judge to do, which I like Judge a lot, but I feel like he needs to put his damn gavel down sometimes, because she's basically asking him to give deadlines for a reason. If they fail to bring in those documents by that deadline, DP's off the table, just like with Lori Vallow.
Yeah.
And so
Strutter said the second The afternoon
Second half,
session is closed.
yeah, it's closed.
Yeah, it's the IGG materials stuff they're going over. So
So was there one specific part you wanted to double rewatch again? Salty, you were talking about.
well, there's a couple of parts that I want to make sure I got because I have to go back and look at other stuff that goes with that, and there are a lot of things on there that I need to listen to again. But there's specifically, there's so much. I mean, me and Mama were just talking about a few of the things that we noticed, that we were curious about. I honestly, Dago, I was taking away more of the evidence they were dropping while discussing all the phone records and the data and the cell. I'm listening to the phone, the names of these businesses they're looking for stuff from. Because now I'm gonna go on the map and see where they're at. Because I've already, I mean, that's the kind of shit. But in a minute, I got to take my kiddo over to his dad's house. He has work in the morning, so he needs to make his way back over to his dad's in a little bit.
Yeah,
but
I'm definitely that Monday's machine. I'm interested in that. I think Red Star is going to make a big difference in this. That Red Star coffee, whatever. I mean, it's going to play a part, I should say, and that.
I just don't know how clear those Yeah, I don't know which. Because if that's helping her establish alibi, but also helping her to establish if that's really her client's car, we still don't know how good any of these cameras are. I'm telling you, there's apparently some businesses and residents out there who are getting fooled into buying shitty ass cameras.
Yeah.
Once you get them, they're useless apparently. And I'm just second guessing this whole camera thing. And like, why do we need them if we're not going to see anything on them to start with? And if we're going to dispute every fucking thing we do see on them? And now we're at the point where we need to see the crime occur on the camera. So I'm over cameras.
Yeah, I agree.
But I still want to know where these cameras saw a white sedan.
Yes.
And I'd be because I know that's a white sedan on Linda Lane footage. I don't know who's in that car.
Yeah, Sarge swears up and down it's a Chrysler 300, and I can see where he can see that based on what he showed me, but I don't know for a fact. So.
I'm so over trying to figure out what kind of car that is, and I've heard every YouTube expert claim what kind of car that was and try to convince me, and I was raised by a car man. So I have my own opinions on that car in the Linda Lane footage because I studied the shit out of that car while everybody else was studying the dog and the truck and the Jeep and the Running Man stuff.
And the
I was focused on the car. Yeah, it was over there circling 1122. And I don't know who's in it still, but I'm very focused on that car. Because the PCA didn't mention no truck and Running Man and all that stuff.
Right.
No. It only mentions a white sedan, and that's what we need to know about, period.
Yeah. I'm just interested in where they got going on. It's interesting to see, where all this leads Ann. It could be nothing burgers. And she needs to move on to her next strategy, which is going to be the sheath eventually. She's even said that already. I don't really know how you'll only way you can dispute the car video is to dispute what car you see.
Yeah.
What kind of car is it? That's it.
Right. I agree. Yes, Joey, I agree. She's very good at what she does. She's definitely stepping up and doing her job at this point.
Yeah. And if she can get that DP off the table, that's going to be that's her main goal right now. That's why she is demanding this judge set deadlines, because if the prosecution misses those deadlines, that takes DP off the table.
Right.
That's what happened with Lori Vallow. They were court ordered finally for discovery. Prosecution failed to turn over discovery on time, and they were sanctioned, and the sanction was to remove the DP from Lori Vallow, and they did it. So y'all got to remember what her end game is here also is to protect him and make sure he gets a fair trial, but also peel back every charge, everything she can possibly get in case they do convict.
For sure. Absolutely.
Trump's guilty on 15 counts so far?
Good Lord.
16.
All of them, all the fraud, the everything, they're guilty of it all. All the shit him and Lori did. I hope they both rot in prison, and I hope
No,
that
Trump,
oh, Trump. Oh, well, he can go.
Trump.
He ain't going to prison. There ain't this.
He ain't
That
gonna be
No.
running
dude.
for, he ain't gonna be running for president.
Well, that we don't have any good candidates out there to start with.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave it at that. Maybe I'll run.
Hell, there's a few people that are on YouTube that I would pick over either one of those two
I'm
sometimes.
saying. Can we get a good strong leader in this world, please?
Grady Judd. We can put Grady Judd in there.
Mm-mm. I don't guess anybody likes old DeSantis anymore. He kind of went up against Trump a little bit, and no,
Yeah.
that's not allowed. You're dirt. Okay.
Of course.
I could
Of
care
course.
less. I'm in
I don't-
Florida. I'm stuck with DeSantis, good and bad. He does good and bad. They all do. I don't even
Yes, they
care.
all do. I agree with that. Trump is guilty
But
on all
yeah.
charges. Okay. Well,
Well,
Well, it won't stop him. They said it won't stop him from running. I don't get that. It should stop him from running.
that says
I
he
Ain't
don't
gonna
know.
stop
There's
him from
no,
nothing. It's just
he
You
can
know
still
how
Yeah.
many,
run for
formality.
honestly, do you know how many presidents we've had that have ran and probably been elected that have been involved in things they shouldn't be?
Oh my God, every day.
Yeah. It,
This
wait a minute. Giant meteor 20. What is this? We got a meteor coming at us? Who
Hmm.
don't
knows?
surprise me.
I'm not either.
I'm ready. Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. It is what it is. Yeah. I
I'm
would put,
straight with Jesus.
me too.
Great.
I would put, Michael says all 34 counts. Okay. I'd put Grady Judd in the office considering who we've had lately. Yeah. I definitely would. Sorry to say. I don't think he's ready for a presidential type scenario, but he's doing okay with what he's doing it in his job now. That's my opinion. So it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know. Today was just another one of these hearings, and we'll have more. I promise
There-
you, we will.
Well, we are, because remember they set aside the time to get these hearings going, because you have to have all there's in every case there are tons of pretrial hearings,
Right.
about evidence suppression, all the things. Every single thing will be scrutinized before it's allowed in that courtroom,
Oh
from
yeah.
both sides. So all those motions will be filed, and Anne's going to file a lot of motions between now and the court, the hearing or the trial.
She's got a
And
lot that she's got to take apart to try. Like Salty said, she's got to protect him. She's trying to pull DP off the table. Blah blah blah, so on and so forth. There's a lot to deal with. It's a death penalty case anyway.
she
Death
has to
penalty
get
cases. Go ahead.
she has to get the DP off the table first. That's her first and foremost, just in case they find him guilty. Because that's her
yeah,
first and foremost. She has to get the DP off the table. She
Right.
wants that off the table first, just in
That's
case they find him guilty. Then she can work with the rest. But she wants the DP off the table first.
yeah, to save his life. That's the most
Yeah.
important part of
Yeah.
that. And honestly, I think she could probably pull it off. Honestly,
well, the only way she can pull it off
it's gonna. Yeah.
is
It,
for them to be sanctioned. Okay. And the judge, they're not doing that part yet. There's some of this stuff that literally does come later on in the process, and some that needs to happen now. And Anne's aware of it. Anne's a good attorney. Ashley Jennings I saw nasty comments being made about the prosecution's team. And I just don't think it's fair anymore.
they're only doing their job. I say that much, and I've said that much. They're only doing what their job is. This is the way it's supposed to go, you guys. The defense and the process, it's like a game of chess. They're not supposed to let the other side win, okay? Regardless. And the prosecution has to prosecute the case. The defense has to defend the defendant, and that's just how it is. So whatever they have to do to make that happen within the reins of the law, of course, is what they do. When Alyssa said, they used a subpoena to get a very pertinent piece of evidence or something like that. She said, I wrote it, but didn't write it. That's what they're supposed to do. Because she said, and they know what they did. Okay. Well,
and I think those subpoenas were for the two FBI agents, for Shirley and what's his name here? I got it wrote down, because they whatever they were talking about, that was what was used in grand jury.
yes.
So
That's what I was getting at. I can't read my own damn notes. I need to take a class on note taking. I never could do this. I have to go back and read through it to redetermine what the hell I wrote. That's the problem. Because I write so fast. Michael Douglas, Travis Shirley, and Mary Tendall, I think it is, are the 3 agents that they were talking about. And then that other guy who in the beginning, you said you got the name, Salty. I didn't get the name. I couldn't hear it clearly. Was it Emo? Agent Emo?
Emo.
I'm
Emo.
no, yes, Dago.
Emo.
I don't know how to
Emo.
spell it. I don't know how to spell it, Dago, but it's
Okay,
email.
Email.
Okay.
That's why I couldn't get it, but that's close
Yeah.
enough.
IMO.
Okay.
I wrote down IMEL, IMO, and I'm like, I gotta go back and hear that again because I might have heard that shit wrong. I'll be deaf.
I thought I did too, honestly, because I wrote IMALE or something, and I went, no, that ain't right. That's why I said I didn't get it.
You start taking notes, and then you're like, God dang, what did I do there?
I was just thinking EMO, like emo kids, you know, listen to screamo music and stuff. I don't think that Ann will put KOHBERGER on the stand. What do y'all think?
No.
I think it's too big of a risk. I think it's too big of a risk.
I don't know it. Well, it might be when they get to questioning him about what he knows already.
Unless that's what I was going to say. Unless it comes down to anything Brian might know himself, then they will definitely put him on the stand. And that, if there is something that proves that he could be innocent and he has it, well, there it is. But
most defense attorneys aren't going to put their client on the stand.
No.
They don't even have to. He does not have to go on that stand, but if he does, he opens himself up to a lot of questions by the prosecution at that point.
Right.
And so then the defense has got to do damage control. They're not going to want him. There's nothing else. He can't get up there and testify to anything that's going to help him because the alibi will speak for itself. I was out driving around here, there, and there. They're not going to, I will be surprised if he takes the stand.
Yeah, I don't think she'll put him on the stand.
I don't either, unless it's something detrimental to him specifically. I doubt it either. How did Brian have fires? How Brian had Fire TV stick his apartment?
Yes, that was in the search warrant return.
Yeah. I take it we have a little bit of a language barrier, Joey. If so, I apologize for not understanding your typing. But yeah, that was part of what they found when they did the warrant, when they served the warrant on his apartment. I don't know a lot about the fire stick thing. I don't know. It was just, I have one, for TV and stuff like that. I don't know if it means any more than that, to be honest with you, Joey. That's all I can really answer on that because I don't have any inside info on that. So
I think if it had anything on it, he would have took it with him when he left the apartment.
That's my thought too.
And you wouldn't want to leave. If you're the guy and they're probably already on to you and you already got this trip, you ain't leaving nothing behind that could tie you to anything.
And
unless you're just stupid.
Think about it, guys, because they admitted to the fact that they had been surveilling him, like very high profile, surveilling him with very expensive means. Okay, so that's why I brought up before they jumped, when I was talking about it, when they jumped right back in about the Indiana stops being done, which is something I've always thought, but just didn't have any proof of it. Well, I think we kind of have it there.
Well, you know what that also tells me, just thinking about it, we suspected, okay, because I've seen too many investigations. So my first thought early on was, why didn't they just get, we know they got a cigarette butt, right? And secretly. So I was always wondered, why didn't they get, once they made the discovery at WSU of this white sedan and they saw the ID and the bushy eyebrows, that's when they began to tail this guy.
Yeah.
So I always wondered why they didn't get his DNA. I now know they were trying to get his DNA. And like I've always wondered, why couldn't they?
Did he
He
know?
wasn't going out in public and leaving DNA out there like a straw, or a cigarette butt or anything for them to pick up and take later. And he wasn't
and here's the thing,
so
with that,
if you're in an apartment,
if you're not guilty, you're not gonna do something like that. If you're guilty,
I don't know that he was. I'm just saying, if they tailed him and couldn't get a DNA sample, it's because he was purposely not leaving one out there.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just
So
don't want people to think that I'm like trying to tell them he's guilty. I'm giving you an example
no.
of why they didn't get it, of why they could probably. And also, if you live in an apartment, you don't have an individual trash can like a home does. You got a shared dumpster. So anything that was coming out of his apartment into that shared dumpster, how would they even know which bag was technically his? So I don't even know if they went through the apartment garbage. If
Yeah.
I don't know, but it makes me wonder if they because they were tailing him, why weren't they able to get a sample? Because he wasn't leaving it out there.
Which means he knows that something's wrong, which could mean that he's guilty. That's what I'm saying. So yeah.
Yeah.
Teresa, a Fire Stick is in essence a hard drive. You can put anything on a Fire Stick that you have the ability to put on a Fire Stick. You can stick it into a computer, because it's a USB port, and you can upload stuff onto it. That's, well, I probably shouldn't say this live, but I've done things with Fire Sticks. I'll just put it that way, okay? And you can put anything you want on a Fire Stick pretty much, as long as the Fire Stick will hold what you're putting on there. And it'll hold quite a bit depending on which one you have. So he could have plugged that into a computer and uploaded programs from a computer into the Fire Stick, because it's a Fire Stick. Nobody's going to look at it that way, okay? I'm not saying that's what happened, so please don't go anywhere with that. I'm just telling you that's where the whole Fire Stick thing got to be exciting for people. I'll just put it that way. I don't know, Gene, if he's guilty or not. What do you mean? What's gross, Leslie? What'd I do?
You said you've done things with Fire Sticks, the way you said it. And Candy, I don't. It wouldn't be that Brian might be able to handle himself on the stand, but she won't put him on the stand. It wouldn't be that he might say something wrong, but it would be the fact that if he gets on the stand and he says something, once it's out there, even if Ann stands up and says, I object, once it's out there and he tells the jury, retract that, it doesn't matter if he tells the jury to retract that, don't ignore that last comment. The jury's already heard it. So it doesn't matter. They've already heard it. It's already in their head. So and then Ann has to do damage control.
What she'll probably do is probably take a stand, which I don't know if they can do this in this type of a trial, but I would see her take a testimony from him and using it in what she's explaining.
Guys, I've watched too many court case trials. The defendant rarely goes on the stand. It's not.
Right.
I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I mean. She'll take a testimony from him off the stand, okay, and it'll be written down within her stuff. I don't know if she can put that out there or not. I've seen this done at other hearings where the defendant, they don't put the defendant on the stand, but there's testimony.
But you have there's no real testimony coming from the defendant except for the defense they present, which is what she's doing. He got to stand silent. He didn't have to turn over, and he doesn't have to say a word ever.
Right.
So
if there was something he knew, is what I'm saying. She is going to take a testimony from him on an app, or take an app, whatever the hell you call it. I can't think right now.
Deposition.
Yes, thank you. And present it to the court at that point, and then it's up to the court as to how that goes. But
that would no, that's not how it works. For him to make any sort of statement, it would have to come out in the alibi. Here's where I was, what I was doing. Otherwise, anything he says is not going to help him. He can get up there and tell me all day long, I didn't know these people. That wasn't me. That's what he can get up there and tell. But there's nothing he can get up there and say in his own defense.
See, I was under the understanding that if he, say for instance, he was in that area and saw something that night, my understanding is that that person's attorney, if not just his, but whatever this was, that person's attorney can take a statement from them and use that in the court during that case.
Okay, well, you got to explain it better. So what you're saying is, what if KOHBERGER was in the area and he saw something nefarious? Can he now? He should have already done that. That would be your alibi.
That goes in with the alibi then? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you would say, no, dude, it was not me. This is where I was. This is what I saw going down. You would
Gotcha.
not keep that kind of information secret. I damn sure wouldn't. If I saw something going down near or at a place you claim I was at doing it, no, 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 no. I'm fixing to tell everybody.
Okay. See,
And
I've
I
never
will damn,
seen,
yeah, I don't, so that's,
I've
he
never seen a
didn't
trial
see
like this,
anything.
so
Yeah, he didn't.
I don't know.
If he saw
But
anything that led to his own exculpatory evidence, he would have already told Ann all about it. And Ann would already be doing something about that. But instead, we're hearing about FBI training records and did they enter the CAS data correctly? So if there's real exculpatory evidence out there, they need to be bringing that stuff to the forefront. Don't
yeah,
wait. What are
I
you waiting
agree.
for?
Well, and that's what I didn't know if she's trying to do something within what she's doing first, or I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen a trial like this. Excuse me, I've never seen a case like this before. I've watched a few cases, but I've never seen one like this. So the things I've seen may not relate to this. So just ignore what I'm saying. Wouldn't he have said that already? Well, that's what she just said, Jean. Yeah. I guess that's the part that I didn't understand. What am I a bad boy for? 12. Where are all you guys coming from all of a sudden? I just noticed there's a bunch
Doing
of other
all
people.
the dirty stuff with the fire stick.
Oh. No, it was explained up here. I just didn't want to get into all that, but you can. Who said it?
Mama Bear said it. Jailbreak it.
Yeah, you can do that to a fire stick and do other things with it that you just. I'm leaving that alone now. Anyway.
We will not explain how to do it.
Right.
We're not going to explain it.
Well, I didn't know if you did or not, Norma, and you know, it obviously benefited Teresa because she didn't know you could do that.
You can get things for free on your fire stick. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah.
That you don't need to pay for. I'm one of those people that I've never believed because I worked for the cable company a long time ago. I don't believe in paying for cable television because they charge you way too damn much for stupid amounts for nothing, basically. So I know ways around that kind of stuff and always have. Hey, Butterfly. What am I doing, Leslie? I'm not doing anything. Anywho,
You're just being you.
I'm trying not to like talk about certain things, but anyway,
It's so hard, Dago.
it's very hard. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. MD. You get everything and pay nothing. There you go. I don't believe in paying those stupid there's so many TV apps now and cable and this and that. Like it's ridiculous. And there's ways to not have to pay for any of it. That's all I can say. I actually have. I'm doing one thing. I'm doing is legal though. I have. It is legal. I have. It's called STR TV. It's a TV app that gives me everything, and I do pay for that. It's $20 a month though, which don't. It's definitely. Well, I hope it's legal. At least I'm paying somebody for it. It doesn't sound like it is, but it is. Why couldn't they get his DNA off his office at USU? That's they. It wasn't his DNA they were looking for. Dagburn. They were trying to see if they could find DNA of the victims in his home, his office, his car, and his
No,
parents'
I think what they're implying is if they were tailing him, why couldn't they have went to his office to get a sample?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Why
that's
did
what
they
she
go
was
all the
saying.
way
That's
across
a
the
good,
country to his
yeah,
neighbors?
and that's a good question, honestly.
Yeah.
It is a good
I don't
one.
know if it would have to be to test it against what was on that sheath, to get a good profile. I don't know if they would have been able to pull a napkin out of the garbage, for instance, from the office, but you probably would have had to make entry into the office, which is a whole different ball game because the trash is, you know what I mean? That's not when they collect the trash off the street or you throw down at the restaurant. That's different than entering an office to collect evidence. That would need a search warrant. to do
The
that.
warrant,
So,
right. My brain is scrambled today. Every time I watch these
so
hearings,
I think they had a hard time, you know, if we even are to
Well-
believe what we heard about the arrest and what was happening when they walked into that house. You know, there's a good chance he was purposely not leaving DNA behind while he was still in Moscow. And
Let's back
honestly,
up.
if you are the guy, you wouldn't want to do that when you realized you left that damn sheath.
Yeah, let's back up a little bit too, because going back to what with this whole surveillance thing, okay, which I thought was pretty interesting. And you obviously knew it already because you said it right there. I knew it. Why, if they were surveilling him like they were in depth, obviously they were paying very close attention to him. I still wonder why, when they had him the first time, they didn't do anything with that. I can't process that.
Because I don't think, I don't know if, because I think that IGG was coming down, it was already being built and done before that WSU officer found the car.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're just, which one happened first, you know, which one, and I don't know if they didn't have enough evidence before, right? But once they
Right.
got the dad's sample and they saw that it was probably the son to that person that
But
was on
here's
that sheet. So I
if
don't
they had
know.
him once, so Salty, this is what I don't get. If they had him once, why didn't they get a DNA sample from him right then and there?
Because he wasn't under arrest. And
Yeah,
I don't
but
know why they wouldn't ask him. They asked all the jacks. See, that I don't
that's what I
know.
mean.
Because if
That's
they
what I'm,
asked, I don't know if they really had him like that. Do you know what I'm saying?
well,
They
they were
have
looking at him. They looked at him for something, right?
all they had to look at, the only reason they looked at him was because they found a white car in the WSU parking lot, and the person driving that white car was tall, athletic, built with bushy eyebrows. That's it.
I
That
just don't understand
matches.
why they wouldn't say, "Hey, would you be interested in giving us a swab real quick and just being done with
Maybe
it?"
they did. We know he was talked to by the police at one point, interviewed apparently for like on the phone. We've
Yeah.
heard that we allegedly have heard that Agent Shirley interviewed this guy. Maybe they did ask for a DNA sample and he said no. We don't know.
That's possible too, I guess.
Because
Yeah.
you don't have to do anything. You do not have to you don't have to without a court order.
Right.
Now, why you wouldn't, I don't know. And I don't know that they did ask him. I go through the different scenarios as to why when I try to rule things out or in or out. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's hard to call some of these things.
I mean, you got, if you, every person you question hard, you're going to want to get a sample from. But I don't know if they didn't want to spook him to that point
Maybe.
yet. I don't know
Maybe.
how far their questioning went, how their questioning went. Was it, hey, did you were in this area, did you see or hear anything, just to feel out you know, I don't know that they directly questioned him about involvement.
Mm-hmm.
They could have approached him as a witness type thing to see
Possible
what the
witness.
guy had to say. Yeah, just to see what he said. Because they're not going to go get balls to the walls and say, hey, you're a suspect in my murder. Come here and talk to me.
And you know what? Maybe that's what it was, is that maybe they saw him as a possible witness in the beginning and realized that.
How would they?
Yeah.
Why would they? Why would they see him as a possible witness in the beginning? No, they were tricking him, is what I'm saying.
Well, no, what I mean is, like, if he was possibly in that area and maybe saw driving around at that point, or for instance, his car was seen and maybe he saw another vehicle, is what I'm saying. Maybe, you know what I mean? Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, but he'd have to tell them he saw another vehicle and then admit he was in the area.
But I see what Dago's saying. Maybe he thought they were using him. Maybe they thought they were questioning him as a possible witness.
Right.
That,
That's
that
what
if he thought, yeah, if he thought they were that, yeah, I don't think the cops thought he was a possible witness, but maybe if they would let him believe he was a possible witness. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Sorry, I'm not saying these things the right way today. I always get discombobbled after these trials because I got so much rolling through my brain at one time.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to just come out and tell. I mean, of course, when you first start the investigation, the boyfriends are super close to the scene. You're going
Mm-hmm.
to go in hard on the questions and, that's that, whatever. But as you start to branch out, you can't just go balls to the walls and tell every person, hey, you are a suspect in a
Yeah,
murder.
right,
Because
right.
they're going to lawyer up. They're going to not talk to you because you don't even have. If they knocked on my door right now and said, you are a suspect in a murder, I'm going to be like, well, let me call my lawyer
Mm-hmm.
because I got nothing to say.
Of course, of course.
If you're smart, that's what you'll do.
I'm curious to see if the timeline's going to get challenged in this too somewhere, because
It will.
I have big issues with the he's out driving around at this time and then supposedly in the house at this time and then he's back out driving around again at this time. That's one thing I've never been able to put together solidly in my mind. So
What do you mean? It's pretty clear in the PCA what they're saying.
well, because let me re-explain this now. He was supposedly in the house by 4, I think it was 4:04, maybe.
No.
Or no, see, this is where I
He
get
entered he started his last
4:08.
pass at 4:04.
That's it.
He
That was
ends up behind after he does the driving around right there for that 4 or 5, 7 minutes.
yeah.
He ends up behind Queen Road, or a white sedan ends up behind Queen Road at 4:08. You can see
Mhm.
the lights go out and that car stops. It doesn't move again. I'm assuming that car doesn't move again till 4:20. So you got from 4:08
But then don't they see
until
him what
4:20.
they claim to be him at 4:20 somewhere else at the same time though?
That's
Leaving the
is
area.
that the wrong way on Ridge Road claim?
That's what
No.
I'm
Yeah.
confused.
I'm gonna have to do a video on that. And Ridge Road is Willenta Drive, everybody. They're the
Yeah,
same road. They are
yeah.
the same exact road. In the particular spot they're talking about, there's literally 5 cameras right there. So
Right.
I'm gonna have to wait for Ann to explain that one in court because I already know what is there. I've spent so much time. Willenta Drive is gonna be key. Thank
Mhm.
you, Xana, to this case. I don't know
Mhm.
how or why yet, but if it turns out Willenta is the key, y'all can thank Xana.
Yeah. Yep.
Hmm.
There's a couple little things in this that have kept me questioning certain things, and that's one of them. But it'll get worked out, I'm sure. They definitely do their
I
job.
wish it would be nice if Ann actually told us where exactly he was driving that night.
Yeah, that would be good.
I mean, I know everybody's got their excuses for it, but there honestly isn't. I mean, if that's going to be your alibi, you should know where you were. Even if you were alone and nobody can corroborate it, you still should know already where you were.
Yeah.
And not that I did enjoy this park, stargazing, but now that the weather's changed, I'm no longer visiting that park that often, but I'm driving around instead. She never once said he was at that park that night.
Mhm.
Not one time. And everybody kept saying, well, he's at the park. No, he wasn't. According to Ann, he was not at that park that night. That's just a place he enjoyed, but no longer did it as much because the weather changed.
That's
So you have
true.
to pay attention to what's actually said, not what you want to hear. So I
I
still
think
need to know where, he didn't have to give up an alibi. They offered it up. And now that you did, you have to provide it. You were not forced to provide that alibi. You weren't even asked to.
yeah. And deception, I've talked about that, about his phone being at the park, whether he was or was not. There's a bit of a time issue with that. If he were to take his phone there, go somewhere else and then go back for it, it comes out to be that he didn't have enough time to do something like that from the way
I'm
I've
not
seen it.
so sure about that. I'm
Okay.
not done mapping that complete. My work product on that's still out because I try to debunk it all. If I'm going to put this guy in there and convict, I've got to make sure it fits. I can't. I don't convict on half-ass shit. That's not who I am.
Yeah, of course.
I lived Casey Anthony. I saw all the evidence. The girl walked for a damn reason, and it wasn't because the jurors were stupid.
I don't even like tech. I hate talking about that case because I know.
Well, I mean, if you want, this guy could walk for in the
know.
same exact way, and there's going to be a lot of people that I don't emotions out of it. They go, I'm sorry, but the girl walked because the evidence was extremely lacking, like it or not.
Agree.
And I still don't, it doesn't change the way I feel about her or what she did.
No, that's not what it is. I think I told you. It's
Yeah.
not about that. It's my uncle and my father worked with her dad at the sheriff's department here. They're from here.
Oh, and I get you. Me and you have we
Yeah.
agree on our thoughts about him. We do.
George is not a good person. I'll just put it that way.
No.
And he never was. Even here.
That's a whole. There you go. That could be a whole show, man. We could.
Yeah, of course.
The shadiness of George.
Yeah, George, Casey's daddy was. They left. I'll put it this way, folks, and I have no problem saying this. They worked with my George, Casey Anthony's father, George, worked with my father and my uncle at the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department. They were all deputies. George left here for a reason and went to Florida. I'll put it that way. I'm not going to go into details, but he did. And he goes there, and then this happens. So that'll tell you right there who he is. If you follow that case at all, you'll understand what I mean.
Exactly. That's a whole. That's a whole. That's a rabbit hole to get you in trouble, Dago.
I know. That's why I never talked about it, even though I could.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I could too, for a long time, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all this stuff plays out in this case. But I need to go for the day, guys. I gotta go take my kiddo to his dad's and stuff like that.
Thank you for joining me. Hey, don't forget, you want to get one of these, remember?
I know. I do want one for my desk. I'm gonna have my coffee up here.
Yes, I think they're only $4. They're a little small.
Yeah, I think so. I went and looked. Like, are they not like a standard coffee cup, or a little bit smaller?
Well, I guess it's like standard to the size you'd get it like a restaurant. They're not. I drink a lot of coffee, which is why I still drink from this thing. But it's a nice little cup for one single cup per sitting or whatever. But
I drink a lot too, and when I'm at home, I drink out of cups. When I'm in the car, I have my big ass cup. That's different.
Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, do your thing. Thank you for joining us. I'm really glad that this all worked out to where you can do this now, because I've been missing the idea of having you up here with us on a regular basis. So I'm grateful.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. And I'll let you guys know when we decide to go with our first live and what we're going to talk about and all that good stuff.
Yes, ma'am. Be safe out there, and I will see you soon.
Call me later, Salty.
I will. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Be careful, honey.
Miss Doodle, I swear. Look, this woman went in this morning and had procedure done. It's a serious procedure, and she's in here doing this thing that she does. Like, why aren't you resting, you butthead? Come on now. Oh, she's so stubborn.
Maybe she is, and she's just got her tablet there with her. She's resting, but typing. I mean.
I know her. I know her better than that. I know her. You're right. She probably is. You're very stubborn. I was worried about her this morning because I got a message before I woke up, and I'm like, wait, what? What is going on? Still, you better be resting and not stressing or nothing like that. Just relaxing and taking care of yourself. What's up, Big Ohio? Ow. What you doing? That's a good point, sir. It's misinformation when you start off with, I think. Only facts matter. That's a good point, sir. Very good point. Thank you for joining us, by the way. There are some questions with this case that they'll probably be answered. Let me put it that way. They'll probably be answered. About a year ago, I started to fall down into a rabbit hole with this. Thank God the lady that just left us caught me and pulled me out of the hole. and stood me back up on my feet and said, get a hold of yourself, one of them things. Because some of this stuff just was, it did make sense. Now, that's normal for a case like this, guys, but you got to be commonsensical for sure with this, and you can't allow this stuff to get to you. You just can't, okay? Because it will do this to you. It's bad. So we'll get there. They'll explain it all, make it make sense, and it'll make sense at that point. And if it don't, then it don't. Xana and Wanted to Drive, who was salty talking about Alex. I can't explain it without her being here. Next time she's here, I'll make sure that she explains it though, deception. Because the way she explained it to me, I didn't quite understand it, but she knows what she's talking about. So what am I looking at here?
I don't know.
If Doodle sent it, be careful looking at it.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
What happened?
I said, if Doodle sent it, be careful looking at it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes. Thank you for being somebody that realized it. I told you the reaction that I had the first time she sent me a picture of her toe, right?
Yeah, I think I was there.
I like Doodle's pecker toe.
I know that my facial reactions are very interesting to people, I've been told. But the first time I clicked on that and went looking through it, and it opened and I went, and I didn't have my glasses on. All I see is this big long thing coming out of a foot going into the water. I'm like, what in God's name are you sending me? She's always sending me some crazy shit like this. And then after the fact, she'll send me the Miss Piggy brushing her hair with that stupid look on her face that makes me lose my mind laughing every time. Just like, it's just me. You know how it is. She's a trip for sure. Why I love her. We all do. She's very,
Yes, we love our Doodle.
very, very amazing. Well, hell, I see people in here that I didn't even know were in here. Hello, everybody.
Well, it's almost 6 o'clock, so a lot of people are home from work now.
Yep. I'm not gonna get into a Trump conversation because
God, no.
I don't do the politics thing in here because it causes problems.
Oh, yeah. Politics.
I'll say I'm leaving if
we don't do it here. We can't even get into a small one because somebody said something about a candidate the president one time, and somebody else said something. I said stop right there because I know where that's gonna go. We don't do that. If I send you a picture, can you show it? Of course I can. Aces.
Politics and religion.
Well, it depends on what the picture is.
Yeah, you should ask that first, Dago, instead of going, of course I'll share it.
He says it's not bad. So, well, then again, that depends on what you think is bad and what I think is bad. So,
right.
Because I've had people send me, well, who was it?
Hi, you met him all.
Moni sent me a picture that I didn't think was bad either until I saw the foot, and then that was caca. What's up, Madam Mom? Mom, I didn't see you in here, Mom, until just recently. You're welcome to join us if you want to, Mom.
Yeah, Mom's been here.
Gosh.
I don't. My chat doesn't show me people sometimes until way later. I don't know why.
Well, I'm just gonna start sitting here going, Dago, so and so just arrived. You need to say hi.
Yeah. Well, maybe
that's gonna be my new job, Walmart greeter.
Mm-hmm. Well, hold on a minute, then. Let me see something. Hold up. Wait a minute. By the way,
Mom's gonna go grab a headset.
Go ahead.
Sister Inez.
Wow.
Speaking of which, I need to do something real quick. I've been planning on doing.
Then why are you here, Sister Inez?
Sister Inez, she said, if that makes her a troll, so be it.
What are you talking about? I'm so tired of the hate, stupidity, cowardice.
Yeah, I think you should just
of people in the U.S. What?
Please just get rid of her.
Against majority of the people hate stupidity.
That's all she's been doing.
Yeah, I've been
Mm.
watching her.
All right. Have a good day, sister. Thank you. I'm
Thank
sure
you.
you're definitely not a sister, but that's okay.
No, I
Every
don't
time I
think
went
this.
to click on it, it moved.
Look, there's Cluminati. Hi, Cluby.
Yes, sorry, Clue. I was supposed to be in there with you today, and I didn't realize the time, and I had to be in here. But I hope
We
everything
were
went
there for
well.
a minute.
I'll go back and watch it in a little later. What the f am I doing? Focus, dude. There's Mom. Hello, how are ya?
Hello, Mom.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Clue, I said hi to you when you came in. I said hi.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you. It's not
They
my
go
fault.
blind as a damn bat.
It's starting to look that way, isn't it?
He's all out of sorts today.
Yeah, I'm a little bit messed up. I was tired though. I woke up. I went to sleep at 3 and got up at 6, so that'll tell you right there.
You can't watch Clue's chat now. It's private. You can't watch it. She said sorry.
Oh, whatever. No love lost. I just watched something else.
I do care, Clue. I
Oh,
do, Claire. I do care.
better be nice, Kimber.
I am nice to Clue. I'm
I know.
always
I'm
nice
not
to
talking
Clue.
about you. I'm talking about me.
I'm nice to you too. We took up for you the other night. We defended you.
I know. I went back and watched it, and I appreciate you, all
Yeah.
3 of you, very much. Why can't I see anything? I'm having so many technical issues.
You're the best too. I have that song playing in my head now. Clue.
I'm the Karate Kid.
No.
I will, Leslie.
We all love Clue. I tried to stay up for her live last night and I was passing out.
I did.
Made it as long as I could.
Did
I
the
got-
did the
that
live
thing
go
burned.
okay, Clue? Sorry. What the flip? Where are you at? Aren't you? Kimber, type something in the chat real quick, please.
Which chat?
The chat to the right of us.
The
If you
back
can.
chat?
No, hon, the regular chat. You can do
I
that when you're
can't
up there.
because I'll.
Oh, because you'll drop off. Okay, I got you.
Her stuff don't like her. She can't be clicking and pushing buttons. She gets
I see
yeeted.
that. I thought she was on a computer.
She said
Sorry.
hi.
I see it. Sorry, Kimber. Hit the link. It's there. Come on back up. Okay. Are you on your phone?
Yes.
That explains it. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that.
Yes.
Well, you're good now.
I'm good now. Did you see me?
Mm-hmm.
I typed hi.
I saw you. So Ricky's in the chat.
Yes. And I
So
have
now
that
that
song playing in my head. Ricky, don't lose that number.
well, I'm going to tell a story. I want her to come up. Oh, well, there she is. Good. I wanted her to come up here. I need to tell a story.
Hi, Ricky.
Oh, hello, Miss Cluey.
I only came up here to say hi to Kimber. And he popped me out.
Anyway,
So,
I was going to tell a very heartfelt story, but okay.
go ahead, I'm ready.
I'm sure you are since you insulted me. So anyway, all of you guys, hold on. I need a picture to show you.
Hi, Ricky. I got that song playing in my head now.
What?
Ricky, don't lose that number.
It's the only one you want. You might use it
if you feel better. I don't know all the words, but when I hear it, I can sing along like a.
Oh, I do.
Okay. So
doing?
everybody in here, except for the new people, know who Angie is to me, right? I think Mama Bear's the only one up here that probably does. She was my best friend of 41 years. Like kindergarten all the way up until almost 3 years ago. The one with the glasses on is her. The one in the middle is my wife. The one on the other end is another friend of ours. Angie passed away almost 3 years ago from cancer. This is very strange for me, especially when it was solidified as of this morning. So 41 years I knew this person. Like I said, my best friend. We were everything. She was my wife's best friend too. So after hearing what Clue said to me, oh, it's okay, Chopper. Thank you. She was named after a specific song. Okay. And that song is done by a group, Steely Dan. Well, for whatever reason, I've always had a very high respect for Clue. When I first met her, hold on a minute. Okay. Because she, in a lot of ways, reminds me of Angie. Okay. How can I explain it? It's hard to explain. The bluntness, the no fear type. That's how Angie's a lot like her. Well, do I like black coffee with milk? Yeah. Angie's favorite group, her favorite band, and the whole planet is Steely Dan. Always has been from the, I don't know, I think we were 10. Her uncle took her to a Steely Dan concert and it became her favorite group altogether, period. So
that's crazy.
You see where I'm going with this now? When you said that to me, something clicked at that point as to why. Okay. So that's why. And it just works for me ever since then. It's really
crazy because fiance and I watched like one or two people on YouTube, right? Right after that Detective John debacle.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the very first panel I went on with anyone else, it was your show, I remember.
I know.
I don't know how to do this. Like
I know. And here's the thing is we got the three, like you, me, and Cletus we got close real quick. And that was only after that scenario happened. And I truly do believe that people come into your lives for different reasons at different times. Okay. That was proven to me a long time ago. So I'm not getting all mushy and weird, but I'm telling you, it's something to me. It means something. So when you said that this morning, I about fell out of my chair because I'm like, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. So it explains a lot to me. And things happen mysterious ways, mysterious times. It is what it is. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, that is definitely crazy to me. So obviously, at least in my mind, we were meant to link up the way we did.
Agreed. 100%. And look how awesome your life has been since.
I mean, I know yours has, so yes. That's because you're already mushy and I'm not crying. You can't see me. You can't hear it. You're lying. Go to hell, Leslie.
I think that everybody comes into everybody's life for a reason.
I agree.
I do agree. And, you know, I've only been here. What is this? What month is this?
May.
Almost June. Tomorrow's the end of May. I came in February, March, April, May. So I've been here almost, I've been here 3 months.
You just had your 3-month anniversary thing here, yeah.
Yeah, so and I feel like I've gotten fairly close with y'all too, and it's just.
Yes, you have.
So I feel like that y'all have come into my life for a reason. It's kind of weird, but
you've gotten close enough to get a wrench in here, so that's obviously enough for me. So when you're in here, of course, that doesn't mean you got to be in here. It just means whenever you're in here.
You made Kimber a mod?
Of course I did.
I don't have a wrench. Do I have a wrench?
She don't have no wrench in your chat. She's my mod.
She can't type in the chat because she's on the panel, but yeah, she does.
Oh.
I've never seen her as a mod. That's crazy.
Oh, I didn't know that, but okay. I'm Clues mod when I can mod for her. I'll be passing through there when I'm at work. Like,
Night, Joey.
That doesn't mean that you have to be here. It's just because I've lost a lot of mods, and sometimes I need people in here at different times, and you're in here at different times. So that's why I did it, because I trust you, and you've been pretty loyal to the channel and things like that. So that's why I did it. Good night. Who's going to bed?
What?
Joey.
Already?
Oh, take care, Joey.
I mean, a different place. Yeah, duh.
And I am loyal to you guys because I like you guys and I love you guys and I trust you guys, you know. But I do want to say one thing. I want to say one thing to, and then some of them are probably watching they're probably lurking to these stupid tragedy pimps that go out here and fake cancer and fake all this bullshit. Fake the cancer. I'm gonna say it because I'm a cancer survivor. Stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'm a cancer survivor of 13 years. And just stop it. Stop faking it. I don't want to see you faking it because, you know, I might not have had to do all the chemo and all that stuff, but it was a very scary time in my life and it was a very painful time in my life. But, you know, there are people that don't live through that. There are people that, you know, go through hell with it. So just stop faking. Stop it. Stop it for getting pity. It's not going to get you pity. The people that have it, they don't want pity. We don't want pity. We survived. So if we've survived it, we don't want pity. So stop it. Just stop it.
Not everybody lives through it.
Nope, not everybody lives through it. And just stop it.
You laughed at her. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
My mother survived it. Thank God. She had breast cancer. She's a survivor of 23 years now. I've lost a lot of people to it that I cared very, very much for. So anybody that fakes it, you can go fuck yourself. That's all I'm going to say. Because
that's right.
Hey, I say let them keep doing it because the Lord is funny. He works in mysterious ways, honey. Don't ask for something that you don't want.
That's right. That's all I got to tell them. They start cutting
Not
body
anything to
parts
play
off.
with.
It ain't no fun. Trust me.
Well, I can say this much. I guess me going off last night must have struck somebody's nerves a little wrong because I hate to tell that little boy, I know exactly where you are, son. I'm not new to this place. I ain't new to this town. And he's walking away from the case.
Who, Trev or that little
T-Rev?
Dracula?
T-Rev.
Oh, T-Rev's walking away?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And then and on top of that, proved he was a major liar because he literally said in the same live that he didn't turn over Seth asking him to buy that for him to the TBI.
He didn't?
Mm-mm.
You piece of shit liar.
He said it in his live today.
Yesterday. Last night.
Last night, sorry.
On Britain.
Whatever.
Wow. So what you did is when you said that you were gonna, when you said you knew where he lived and you were gonna give that address up to his
ex-old lady, yeah.
Ex-old lady, she he got scared because he owes that $51,000 in back child support. He got scared.
And that's the thing. Like, I don't understand this whole like what did
Dago got stuck in his chin?
All I'm gonna say is you moved to their state, boy.
What do you think he was gonna do? Like, I'm not ashamed of my criminal history. Like, what's the most you could prove? I've gotten in some fights. Bro, if you can't watch my show and tell that I will throw down.
Here's the thing. Ain't none of us real people that are creators afraid to put our past in front of us, okay? Because ain't nothing to hide. I've done it. I don't care. I'm who I am, and Mama Bear will tell you. I've been this way from the day one. I'm the same person here on YouTube that I am out here. I ain't got nothing to hide. I'll tell you my whole life. If you want to hear the boring, ignorant parts of it, here, let's go. I ain't hiding nothing. I ain't gonna be like this fake bullshit. So when you move to somebody else's town and think you're gonna take over, wrong people.
Gene Anderson said we need a wine night with Kimber. I don't know about all that. I made some bacon and eggs and then pass out.
I'll tell you what, Kimber, next time I do a music night, you grab your wine and you come on in and have a good time.
Don't do that, Dago. Do not do that, Dago.
Wow, she can be in the chat doing her own thing. It's all good. Having a good time.
Oh, I thought you was going to have her on the panel. I was going to say, don't do that, bro.
I mean, I might. Caden wants to do one
anyway. Out here getting loose now. You hear me?
It's all good. Caden wants to do one soon anyway because he's a senior now. He came home and said, I'm a senior, so.
I make bacon and eggs and pass out.
Yeah, she's so cute too. She's like, she'll be going on for about 11 minutes. Then she'll stop and say, I forgot what I was talking about. I forgot what I was going to say, where that was going. But
oh, Cletus was cracking up. Cletus was dying.
He was dead, dude.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Dude, I do that all the time without wine. So, ain't no big thing.
He muted the chat. He was like, that's the third time she's done that, right?
It's all good. We love you, Kimber. Either way, wine or no wine.
I fell asleep. I woke up and I heard him talking. I was like, oh, hell.
That alcohol do that to you. That wine will make you feel sleepy. I almost fell asleep earlier. Shit.
Yeah, especially towards the end when they start rattling off all those numbers and everything. I was like, oh my God, you're going to put me
It happened again, you guys. I was doing this.
Shocker.
Yeah, well, I can't sit and listen to people talk like that with numbers and this. And I'm like, oh, God, come on.
What are y'all talking about? No,
the hearing I was in, we were playing earlier.
I ain't seen none of that. I'm so ready for Bullhorn Betty tonight.
What's she doing?
Right, that is tonight.
She's talking to Seth and Tony. I want to see if he brings up this gun thing.
What time's that supposed to be?
8 o'clock for you, right?
Yeah, 7 Central.
Oh, well, I can't stand her laugh.
No,
that's pretty good.
It is.
I can't stand her voice, period. And
I'm with you.
The volume. You can turn your fucking speaker down all the way and you can still hear her loud ass mouth coming through.
I'm gonna go buy JLR's book just to on Amazon. Is he still in the hospital?
No, he's out. He's home. He went off this morning. Y'all didn't see that?
I started watching his live and then I was out walking the dog and I think he did something stupid and then I didn't get to watch the rest of it.
I'll have to watch it. I can't believe I can't believe they sent stuff and made Magnolia cry. Why they make Magnolia cry?
It was Robin.
See?
Apparently she was sending like nasty emails or something. Like, I'm trying to tell y'all, JLR, like, I really do pray that him and Magnolia are together. And they're not just like friends or whatever, because I'm telling y'all, like, we met them. And the first person that came up and spoke to us, right? And she came and spoke to us, and she was literally like the sweetest person.
Who's messing with Magnolia?
Robin Rogers.
She made her cry by sending threatening, hateful emails to JLR. And Magnolia, she's a pretty girl too.
Yeah,
she's a sweet girl.
Oh, God, she's like,
girl.
Listen, in person, like she looks just like she does in her photo. She's just a tiny thing too. Hell, I bet she ain't 5 feet tall and weighs maybe 90 pounds.
I have a feeling her and JLR are together because I've seen some of the snapshots that she has.
Good for you.
And it looks like they're together the way the photos
are. Her videos make it look like they're a couple too. So
yeah,
what's up?
I agree.
Up, Quiz?
Just chilling.
So what you thought, bro?
I got a lot of thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Payne.
I've seen you.
Payne screwed up. Mowry screwed up.
Yeah.
Size the man.
How about the big piece of, or the big chunk of data that's missing? That's pretty pertinent. What do you think of that one?
Well, yeah, I mean that's a huge issue. The crazier thing to me was Cy said they mapped out like 18% of his 48-hour
and left out 8%.
Yeah, like
that very pertinent 8%.
Yeah, no, Cy's mind was blown. I talked to him a little bit after his part of the hearing.
Okay.
But yeah, he told me that he knows exactly where Brian was, and there's no expert that could go up there and dispute it with him. So he's pretty sure about what happened.
Well, I think she's doing a hell of a job at
Did you guys hear Anne's drop today? Her little hint?
Remind me.
She said Lewiston.
Yeah, she was talking about between it wasn't Ann, it was Masseth that mentioned between.
Was it Masseth that said that?
Yeah, Coeur d'Alene and then Lewiston. I heard it. Yeah.
Somebody said Lewiston.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That's a pretty big nugget, I think. After hearing what Cy said.
Yeah. And the one thing that really caught my attention was the fact that they don't have the chunk that they don't have is from Washington to Moscow, from Pullman to Moscow. That's the most important piece, in my opinion. How do you not have that? And where is it?
It would be if he went that way.
That's what I'm saying. So, what's up, Jesse? Good to see you, brother. Alternate suspects, he's asking. What do you think, Twiz?
What did Ann say last week?
I can't remember, sir.
Brent KOHBERGER.
Yeah, she did slip that out. I don't know what that was about, but
why do they keep dropping names? They keep on dropping little nuggets.
It was interesting. Definitely. Somebody did say something about alternate suspects in there.
Yeah, Masseth said that.
Yeah, that's
her little speech.
Her little rant where she kind of got pissy with the judge was interesting too, when she said that you have seen that it was within this whatever, and I can't remember, but like she was kind of pissed off when he said, I don't know if I've seen that yet. But yeah, you have. So
yeah, she's a little firecracker.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
I asked her how to pronounce her name before the hearing because she was walking in. And I mean, I assumed she just thought that I was a guilter or whatever. But yeah, she kind of had an attitude with me, which I didn't mind.
That's okay.
Yeah, she said Massoth.
That's kind of how it's spelled too, but I didn't want to say it wrong.
I know, you just hear it like 14 different ways every hearing, so.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I took notes this whole thing. Are you still in here, Mama Bear?
Yep.
Okay. You're always so quiet. I took notes through this whole thing. I can't read them because I've never been able to read my own notes. The way I write them, I write them like hieroglyphics. It's stupid, but I just do it. I believe that the Red Star surveillance video is going to be pertinent to this. He brought up Monday's machine and questioned that multiple ways with Payne, and he, of course, I cannot recall.
Yeah, it seems like they've got a lot of footage from places they don't know about. Also, they have footage from the wrong times. Why are you giving the defense footage from the wrong times?
Yep, I get that too.
This investigation was just crap.
There was some, like I said, I think it's a combination of, I said laziness at some part, especially with Mowry, in my opinion. And some, how can I say this again? I've tried to put this into words multiple times. Not being trained the right way or not understanding what they're doing, I guess, in some senses, but there's no excuse for that. I'm sorry. Now, inexperience, yeah, because nobody's ever dealt with at least none of them have ever dealt with a case like this. But then you get the help you need and take that help. You know, that's my opinion, but I don't know. He brought up Troy going towards Troy. Yes. US 95 in Lewiston and Coeur d'Alene. Yes, those were all brought up. Now I'm catching up to myself. Excuse me. Where did the one thing that was interesting that they brought up about when they were doing the drive testing said that it could be human error, intentional, or accidental. Because Ann blatantly asked them, "Do you think that it was withheld?" Not those are one of her exact words, but it kind of could seem that way if you look at it like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple options there, and I think Cy went over the options that he could see anyway.
Now, everybody understand that they're going to bring their own expert in that's going to try to counteract him. I don't think they'll, like he said, Liz just said that no matter what they say, he knows exactly where he was. So we'll see.
Bring in Balance or whatever his name is.
Yeah, they're going to bring him in, Nick Balance as well. I was kind of surprised to see Payne testifying for the defense. I'll be honest with you.
Well, it's because Ann called him up.
Yeah, I get it.
But Payne was there last week too. I didn't know if it was Payne or not, but I thought it was Payne. But when I walked through the metal detector last week, he was sitting on a bench outside of the courthouse, or like outside the courtrooms.
He's shorter than I thought he was too. That was interesting. Oh, Agent Shirley. I'd be curious to hear what Travis Shirley has to say. He's been brought up earlier on in this investigation as well. The missing data is absolutely in the benefit of the defense. That's important.
That's what Cy said. He said
sir.
It's all exculpatory.
Absolutely. More than 100 search warrants were put out and more than 50 subpoenas. That's insane, you guys. That's a lot. A lot. Yeah, those were his words. The missing data is absolutely in the benefit. Who dropped off? Clue did. In the benefit of the defense. So I'm curious to see how that goes. Okay. Lead investigator who knows nothing about. Well, seems like he had a lot of other people doing his parts of his job. That I will say. Hold on, guys. You must read people's minds.
I don't think Payne understood all of the cell phone technology. What's up, people? Apparently, I'm the only one talking right now. How's everybody doing today?
Good. How you been?
I've been good.
Good.
I'm kind of tired. I had to get up all early.
Did you go to you went to the trial today, Twiz?
Yeah, I was there.
Awesome.
I got there super early because I wanted to catch Ann and Cy walk in, but I only caught Cy. But Massive. Jay actually walked by me. I just didn't know it was him. So I would have said hi to him too. And then Bicca Barlow was actually there, so I met her kind of. But I'm super sad we didn't get to watch the IGG stuff.
Yeah, we weren't for sure if it was going to be live or not, and then somebody came in and said it was closed. Which is a bummer.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I need to watch it again because I kind of think I've forgotten a lot of stuff that happened early on. But
right.
There was just so much wild stuff going on today.
Yeah. I had to dip in and out a couple times, so I'm sure there's bits and pieces I missed. So
yeah, that's wild. They said a lot of wild stuff today.
Mm.
But it was fun.
Yeah.
I talked to Cy for a few minutes afterwards. He had to run. He said he wasn't even going to go there today.
Oh.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. What was I saying?
Oh.
What were you saying? I don't remember.
I was gonna say you must be able to read my mind or something, because every time I cover this, and then I'm thinking about reaching out to you to see what you thought, you end up popping in here somehow or another. So
yeah, I try to be around.
You know what, Jesse? I was gonna cover the Karen. I started covering the Karen Reed case, and then I was wrapped up in too much other stuff that I couldn't. It was just taking up too much. I wasn't. How can I put it? I wasn't in it that much to be able to know it.
The Karen Reed case is crazy too, but at least she went to the house. Like they can place her in front of the house, right?
Yeah.
I don't think they can do that with Brian.
No, I don't either. I don't think they're gonna be able to.
Like
I am very curious
I don't
though
think
about
they
that
can
other
ever
car.
place him there.
No, I agree with you. I'm curious about the car that shows up in the Linda Lane footage that Salty was talking about. It starts, swears up and down it's a Chrysler 300. I looked at what he showed me, and I can see what he sees. I definitely don't think it is Brian's car, though. So
no, it's definitely not.
I don't know.
There's not enough time. If they can prove he was at the park and then went on the drive that I think he went on now, there's just not enough time to be by that house. Like there's no possible way.
Salty said she's trying to break that down and work on that too, because I said that, because somebody has mentioned before, did he take his phone there, leave it there, and come back? And I said I don't think there was enough time. So
there's A, not enough time, and B, once his phone reconnects to the network at 4:48, if he drove back to the park after that, he would lose connection at the park.
Yep.
So that's not possible.
Mm-mm. What footage were they talking about between 5? Actually, it was between 2 and 6 a.m. I think is what they said.
No, they talked about they have footage from 5 to 6 somewhere, but it's like south of Moscow at that construction or something. I don't know, but it's irrelevant to the crime.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even like he wouldn't even be near that area because he's fairly close to WSU by 5 o'clock.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's going to get interesting. It's starting to already. It's going to get even more interesting, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully they'll be able to get that grand jury indictment thrown out.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, I think Kimber, where'd Kimber go now? She was right.
I scared everyone away.
She said that, or she made a statement, and I agree with her too, that I think Ann is working on getting the DP taken off the table first and foremost, just in case he is to be found guilty, which I don't know. I just don't know.
I think once Cy gets to go up there on the stand and actually show the evidence, I'm sorry, but if he's not close to Moscow, he can't do it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's simple.
It's going to make a big difference for sure.
Last hearing, they proved they didn't even put the request in to save the camera footage going into Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
And, why? I don't understand that. I think that would be one of the first things that I did, especially on a football weekend. There's a bunch of people coming into town from out of town. You're not going to save all the footage? That's crazy.
Right. No, absolutely. That's I keep muting it. That's Mama Bear's husband in the background. That's why you
sorry.
That's why I keep muting you, not because of you.
It's in the back chat, Mama Bear.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
What did you do, Bear?
I wanted to put her on a different mod spot.
Oh, did I click the wrong one again?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, she fixes it. She looks at all that crap. Sorry. Wasn't beneficial to them. No, I think something's coming. As far as Anne has definitely got a strategy. It's evident. We can see how she's doing what she's doing. Little by little, she's putting things out, and she's gonna tell a story with it, guys. And I think, I don't know, there's a lot of confidence that's emitting from this. If what I'm saying makes sense, and I really do see it. So I think she's doing her job for sure.
Yeah, she is.
I mean, she's coming with a lot of stuff that, hell, she hasn't even touched the sheath yet, and that's coming.
Yeah, I wish we could get in on that DNA hearing right now.
Oh, speaking of which, thank you for reminding me, sir. I want to look and see if. Let me go to Twitter real quick. Tweet their.
So why don't they want anybody in on the DNA hearing?
Because
that's where their informants are.
Yeah.
All like the DNA tree is their confidential informant. They can't let his family members' names out. Like we wouldn't be able to figure it out anyway.
Hold on. Let me get in.
But the real question is, if Brian didn't even go close to Moscow, how do they have his DNA on the sheath?
You're welcome to jump up here, Jesse, too. I've always loved hearing your insight. Here's my question, guys. Because none of us have ever, I want to ask this, too. Yes, Chad Daybell was found guilty on all, thank you, Brandy, on all counts on that. Trump was found guilty on all counts. So what is your opinion on the case after today? I'm still leaning towards Brian's innocent at this point. I've been leaning that way ever since these hearings started, folks. Okay, Jesse, no problem, buddy. Thank you, Brandy, for that. And thank you to anybody that donates to support the channel that way. You guys are awesome. But where are we at here? Brian Anton is there. I don't know if he's going to get any kind of.
He's not going to find anything out. I want to know where he's hiding because I don't see him there.
Or wait a minute. He was there.
I'd like to have a few words with Mr. Inton.
He's there. What it says based on Twitter. Let me see here. Wait a minute. What's this?
And afternoon, starting at 1:30, we're going to address genetic genealogy.
Oh, that was when they were talking about the thing. Okay. No problem, Jesse. Yeah, this is where they're going to be talking about the IgG stuff. They don't want anybody hearing about this. And this is where all the, like he said, is going to be coming out. So,
So all that is confidential.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow.
Unfortunately.
Too bad.
Hi, Victoria. Yeah, because that's truly, guys, that's the stuff we all want to know. Period. That's what I really want to know.
If he never went to the crime scene, how do they have his DNA?
Really curious to know that myself. There was a lot, in my opinion, a lot of botched police work done. Okay. How and why, I don't know. Like I said, inexperience, probably. But it sure looks like there's other things that were done that shouldn't have been done. At least it's looking that way. I don't know if that's how it happened, but it does look that way. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Fox Off. Ann Taylor's removing one block at a time. I do agree. Thank you, Sherry, for putting that up, by the way. Anybody that does want anything from the cafe here, we have our coffee mugs now. I had my shirt on yesterday. You can get any color shirts you want, and we have hoodies. So there's the link on the screen if you're interested. People were asking me for merchandise, so there it is, guys. We're going to be putting together designs on other shirts, not just the logo shirts, but stupid sayings I say and different things like that. So they will be available too.
Stupid things you say. You don't say anything stupid.
My little sayings, the meatball stuff, or pretend like you like me and hit the like button, stuff like that. Wait, what was that again? Oh wait, who said that? Would love to see prosecutorial misconduct charges. Yeah. Where did that go?
Where did what go?
The prosecutorial misconduct that was put out there a while back.
And kind of threatened it.
Mm-hmm. What happened?
I don't know the rules on it, but it's like I don't think they were withholding. I just think that they weren't given stuff.
Right.
But that's because Mowry was sitting on it in a folder for months.
It's FBI stuff, and that's
maybe
something
a year.
Mm-hmm. And he says, "I just didn't know it was there." Come on, bro.
Well, I didn't know what to do with it, so I just put it in a folder and forgot about it.
Right.
But then hearing CYOU talk about those same file types sounds like they're pretty important. I don't know.
I do agree. We're going to hear more from him too, I think. For sure.
Yeah, later on.
Important stuff from him, yeah. Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Yeah, he told me he wasn't even going to come today.
What'd you say, Kimber?
Kimber? Dago's always burping.
I'm always drinking something too.
Well, that's true. We still didn't make it to Floyd's, Twiz.
What do you mean?
We were supposed to go to Floyd's, remember?
I mean, I drive by there all the time.
I know, me and Clue was supposed to come out there for the trial, and we was going to go to Floyd's.
Well,
I need you to, I'm going to, listen, dude, do they have a place where you can buy like t-shirts in Moscow?
Probably.
It says Moscow. Do you go into Moscow?
I try not to, especially now.
I know that. What about around there, like in Pullman? Do they have a place where you could buy something that says Moscow on the t-shirt?
I'm sure.
Because I'm
sure there are places.
I might send you some money and have you send me a Moscow, Idaho t-shirt.
Yeah, I could do that.
Just because.
Walmart, I know, has U of I stuff. They might have Moscow stuff too. I don't know. I haven't really browsed what they have in there, but
I have 2 sweaters. I'm going to eventually be giving one away. That was sent to me. I was going to do it before, but I had a big rigmarole, a mess going on my channel, so I never got to it. But I have one of the Dutch Brothers sweaters that I'm going to give away because of this case. The other one I'm keeping for memorabilia, and I want a Moscow, Idaho t-shirt as well. So is Cambridge close to
saying
Moscow?
that for like a year, 2 years.
What have I been through over the past year?
Nothing.
In this show your face and say that.
Do it, Mama Bear. Do it.
Show your face and say that. He's laughing and he even knows.
Nothing.
You're a liar. You can't even lie, right?
She's just so cute. She is adorable.
The ornery as hell.
She's not ornery.
Yes, she is. Drugstore usually sells city shirts. Okay. I just want one because, you know.
Hey, Victoria.
What'd you say, Sherry? I'm sorry, but it's hard to believe they wouldn't be looking for those reports. Do you mean the data that they lost, Sherry? I'm sure they are. Or are you talking about something different? No, I'm not getting into that drama.
There's another creator who wants one of the shirts from the axe throwing place. And I told him on his comment that I could do that for him, and he never responded. So,
what was it called again?
That axe, you know how they had that axe throwing competition that weekend? He just wants a shirt from the axe throwing place.
I got you.
What it's called, I have no idea, but
I just want a Moscow, Idaho t-shirt just to have. You know what I mean? I'll never wear it probably, but back here I'll put it up on my wall with the Dutch Brothers sweater. Yeah. Oh, I don't know, but one of those I'm giving away for sure here eventually. So whoever wants a Dutch Brothers sweater from Idaho, you'll get it.
What did Massoth mean about the alternate suspects? Well, last week, Ann Taylor said Brent, and a few weeks before that, Judge started to say Kopak, and then stopped himself. So
they got something written down. All of them have something written down that has those names involved in it. I don't know why or how.
Well, I think Anne did it intentionally. I don't think the judge did.
Oh, do you? You think she
But
did?
a hearing after that, the judge talked about how he goes over all the files the night before. So I bet you anything he read something about Kopaka, and it was just a Freudian slip.
Let me ask you something. Seeing that you said that. Payne knew he was going to have to testify today, right?
Right.
They give him a decent amount of time to know. At the most, or at the least, I'm going to say at least 48 hours, which would give you enough time, in my opinion, to go looking at files to get, they're going to tell you what they want you to testify for, to go bring yourself back to speed on things.
Right.
So considering how many times he said, I don't recall, it doesn't seem like he did that at all. There's a lot of things in there.
Or they're just using that as a shield.
Well,
I don't know exactly when I did it.
Salty said that in a lot of trials, there is a lot of that I don't recall stuff that happens. That's great. This is an important case. Like, you need to recall a lot of things, in my opinion. These things are important.
Yeah, you would think. I just can't believe some of the stuff that Maury said last week. He doesn't recall a lot, and a lot of it's pretty important.
I don't recall. I don't know what I said.
And she proved that he destroyed evidence. So, yeah.
Who destroyed evidence?
Maury. She said every time a map is created, a session log is created too, and you didn't save that session log. So he had to have deleted it. Or not save it, whatever, reset, whatever. Something happened where that wasn't saved and it was created.
She even asked, or he even said, it's physically impossible to create this without Maury's info that he needed to have to do that. Did he do it on purpose, or was it an accident? It's up to how you foresee it, in my opinion. Did you guys see another creator show Kopaka getting arrested across the street from BK's apartment? No? Wait.
Yeah, Brent wasn't arrested across the street. That's just where he lived beforehand.
I never saw that, Jesse.
I think he's talking about the drip drop video.
Oh, I don't watch any of his crap, so probably not.
Yeah. But after, like, Brent moved out of that apartment at some point in time and was living in the coffee house when the crime happened, so.
Hold on, keep talking, guys. My son needs me right here for a second. I'm here and I can hear you, but I'm doing something, so
Take care, Payne. So he lives in a coffee house.
No, coffee house apartments.
Oh, I was like a coffee.
Yeah.
I'll live there.
I don't know exactly like when it was, but after Brent was shot, his neighbors have like an hour-long interview with an officer, I believe, talking about it. And he said, or they said that he got evicted from his last apartment because his roommates were partying too much.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Party people.
Yeah.
So you're going every day to the trial?
Yeah, I've been to the last 3 hearings.
There was no police body cam to his. Which one are we talking about, Jesse?
I think he's talking about when Brent was in the hotel, but that was like 6 months before.
Well, I've seen Lana put up a body cam video of that when he had that whole what the hell was it that he had going on? It wasn't when he got taken down. It was before that.
Yeah, it was when he was having some form of mental
breakdown. Yeah,
breakdown or something.
Yeah, that's the body cam I saw, and then That video went down a big rabbit hole. Just you talking drip drop. Oh yeah.
I've never heard of Drip Drop.
Crime Circus.
The
Is
guy
Drip
that has.
Drop is he a creator?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to show me if it's somebody I'm.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind. He came out here about a year ago, almost. And blew up like stupid. Blew up completely. Hold on.
He goes a little into the crazy rabbit holes, though.
Yeah, big time. This is.
I'm not saying he's bad, but he said that at the time of the crime, Brent lived across the street from Brian, which isn't true. At least according to Brent's neighbors.
So he's saying Kopaka lived across the street from.
Right.
KOHBERGER.
Okay, Kaden.
Are you gonna be live again later, Dago?
Possibly. Yeah. Why?
I gotta drop down.
Whose show you gotta go to now?
Dinky's going on in like 5. Because he got off before I got home.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate your input, sir. And yeah, I'll probably be on here later.
Cool. I'll look out for it.
All right, brother. Take
I'll
care.
Talk to y'all later.
See you later, bro. Yeah, drip drop. I just don't get it. That's all I could say is I just don't get it. You know.
So is he one of those Dago that goes down all the crazy rabbit holes, conspiracy theories kind of? I can't.
Yes.
I can't.
I watched him when he first came out. Okay. Here's how I'm gonna explain this. There's people that have morals. There's people that don't.
Right.
Based on what they put out. Okay. In my opinion, at least. This is my opinion. He started talking about, when I stopped really watching him is when he started talking about the possibility of somebody parachuting in. And I don't know if he was serious or if it was a joke. Parachuting into the balcony on the house and going in that way. And I'm like, dude, come on. And then he starts going into the tunnels and this and that. No, none of that is viable. It makes no sense. It's just ridiculous. So he's got 358,000 subscribers and he's been on here since last May.
358,000?
Yes. And his videos get 62,000, 59,000, 120,000, 79,000 views because it's all what everybody that comes out here wants is the drama infused crazy side of entertainment version of this stuff.
No.
I could very easily sit here, paint my face up like something and talk about crazy ass theories that go along with this. I'd be flushing every moral I have down the toilet too. I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean?
Right. It's not.
I mean, I could be sitting on bank. This kid's making stupid amounts of money because of the views he gets, but it's not worth it to me. My morality is way more important to me than that. So,
right. Sometimes you have to I'd rather keep my morals in check than I had, throw away my moral compass and just,
Gisela Grizzly True Crime, she's been here longer and she used to run with another channel. She was actually the co-host on another channel. She's doing amazing and she does have morality.
Yeah.
That's what she does.
She's also an author and all kinds of things too.
Yeah,
so that helps her.
Very good at what she does. I have a lot of respect for her. She's got 300,000 subscribers. She gets good views and she presents her show with class. I try, but I don't have the abilities she has in some senses. Okay.
Well, here's my thing. How am I supposed to take somebody seriously if they're dressed up in clown makeup?
That's the point. I don't think he wants anybody to. But it's an entertainment aspect for him. That's how he's playing on it. It is what it is.
If I want to see clowns, I'll go to the circus. Or I'll go watch a tragedy pant.
Well, when he first started, all he was doing, and he kind of went back to that and then came back to this again, was like interrogation videos. You know what I mean?
Right.
Somebody get arrested and they'd go into the little room and he'd show the interrogation. And that was fine. It worked for him. That's how he started. But when he started Idaho, he really blew up in Idaho on the Idaho case. I mean, exploded and grew in a very obscenely high rate. Whatever, I'm not going to do that. I could have done that. I've talked about that before with Mama Bear. I could have very easily come out here and went nuts and just started acting crazy because I have a bit of a sense of humor. I can be funny when I need to be, and I could do all sorts of crazy shit. But I'm not going to come out and lie to everybody and disrespect the victims of the cases, disrespect their families. I'm just not going to do it. Not on purpose. I refuse to.
Yeah, that's where I have the big issue when they start when the families and the victims are disrespected. The families of the victims are disrespected. That's where my biggest issue lies, is when that starts happening. Because
good night, Candy.
What's up, Candy? What's the matter? What happened?
I don't know.
No idea.
Okay. Well, take care and thank you for joining us. I don't know. But yeah, his stuff is just, it's fiction. It's not truth-based. You know what I mean? Anything that he's ever put out, other than the earlier stuff, there's no. He jokes sometimes. He just explores all options. There's some things I don't agree with, but I still. You're welcome. I'm not saying you can't watch him. I just don't like how he presents things that aren't true. That's all. Because this case has had enough misinformation put out about it, and enough things that have caused massive rabbit hole scenarios with it. And I think in a lot of ways that is because of stuff like that. That's all. I'm not saying nobody should watch him, at least for it's entertaining. I used to watch him. I quit watching him because it got a little crazy with some of that stuff. And then he got real arrogant too at one point in time, showing his buttons and talking about being the best on the YouTube. And it's like, come on, bro. Like, that's rude. We all try our best out here. I don't like the arrogance and the cockiness. That's one thing I don't like. That's all. But that's up to you. I don't down anybody that watches him by any means.
No.
I just don't agree with him. That's all.
I don't care who watches him. I'm just saying I don't agree with that. If he doesn't disrespect the victims, then that's awesome.
I agree.
But it bothers me if someone does, is what I'm saying. Drip drop, Mom.
Yeah, the link is in the chat, Mom, if you want to come back up. Joe Exotic is getting released from prison. Oh, boy.
Who?
Joe Exotic, the Tiger King.
Oh, my goodness. I hope he don't make any more shows. I can say I have never seen a show. Not one.
Oh, I watched it all. I got locked up in it. I've watched some new stuff. Hayden got me locked into something called School Spirits. I watched the hell out of that the other day. That was pretty good. I just watched I Know What You Did Last Summer, the series. That was pretty good. I like stuff like that.
I never watched not one episode of the Tiger King. I couldn't. I don't know why. I just couldn't.
Carol Baskin killed her husband. No, they found her husband, Fox Off. He's alive and well.
Carol Baskin.
He was hiding from her. But they found him alive and well, living in another country. He just wanted the hell away from her crazy ass is all it was.
Well, Joe Exotic said she fed him to a tiger or something.
What the hell was his name?
But they took all of Joe Exotic's tigers because he abused them. I think.
Hold on a minute.
He was mean to his tigers. Bad Joe.
Oh, Mocha Dago knows all about Yellow Jackets.
Ooh.
Is there another season coming out on that?
I don't know. They just she'd make I can't talk. Mocha said Dago watch Yellow Jackets.
Oh, we have.
Mom wants to interview the Tiger King. Look at her ball.
I'll do it.
That would be interesting.
I will definitely interview Joe.
You know, I have a feeling that Siegfried and Roy were probably really good to their animals. I can't say for sure, but I just don't know.
Yellow Jacket season 3 is about to change everything. How many have we watched, Mama Bear? 2 or 3? 2?
I was getting ready to ask you too. The thing I'm reading says that the highly anticipated 3rd season of the show won't be premiering until 2025.
Good God. Why do they wait so long and drive everybody nuts? It's a good show. All of these shows are really good. I wanted them to come out with another True Detective season. That was my favorite. That was the absolute best thing I've ever seen.
Was that on who? What was that on? Because it's going to be on Paramount.
Yeah, I think it was on Paramount.
Was it? Okay.
Hey, the 2nd season of Criminal Minds Evolution is coming back. It starts June the 3rd.
I never even heard of that show.
It's the spinoff of Criminal Minds.
Yeah. I haven't watched it, but I know I've seen it.
It's dark. It's the first season was really good. What they did, instead of, every time Criminal Minds was on, they solved, a case right on the show. The first season of the Evolution, what they did is it's like the season is like 10 shows, and it shows them trying to catch a killer the whole 10 shows. Well, this season it'll be the same way. 10 shows they'll catch one killer.
Well, that's awesome.
But it's like really it's Criminal Minds was always kind of dark anyway. It's stuff that could actually happen is what's so scary about it.
Yeah, when they played, like, when that one stalker guy, C. Thomas Howell, went after Aaron's wife and stuff like that. It was
yeah.
It was pretty good. I like that stuff.
But it's super. But the Criminal Minds Evolution is like super dark. It's darker than Criminal Minds was. It's like super dark, and but it's really good. So what we've got to do is we've got to catch up because the Screen Actors Guild was on strike. So we're gonna have to watch the first 10 episodes again so we can remember it, because it's been like a year and a half. So we got to catch up on it so we can, get back into the groove.
Yeah, and there's another Stranger Things that's supposed to be coming out with bringing what's his name back, and it's like, would you guys just put these shows out and get it over with? I know the strikers or the Actors Guild or Actors Strike caused problems with some of that, so there's that. But
Victoria, I watch Investigation Discovery all the time, other than when I watch Criminal Minds, and during the day I'll watch like NCIS or something. But other than that, I'm usually watching while I'm at work. I watch Investigation Discovery.
I'll be right back, Mama Bear.
At night, I watch Investigation Discovery. I watch Investigation Discovery most of the time, but I don't want to wear everybody else out with Investigation Discovery. I love Joe Kenda. Joe Kenda, Homicide Hunter. But some of that stuff on Criminal Minds, it's you watch it and you're thinking, yeah, that could actually happen.
Yeah, some of them are pretty like, oh wow, like yikes.
Yeah, you look at it and you're like, yeah, that could happen. They couldn't solve it in an hour, but yeah, that could happen.
I was getting caught up on Walker.
Texas Ranger, my daddy loved that show. He absolutely loved that show. Oh yeah, I like Murder in the Heartland too on Ideally. So that's really good. I like Disappeared, but but you know, you never know. I mean, of course it's disappeared, but you never know what happened to anybody. So I didn't know that. I didn't know it was based off of real life serial killers, but I do love some Criminal Minds. Criminal Minds is one of my favorite shows. And I did hear, Miss Dakota, that NCIS was also based off of some real life stuff that had happened.
Yeah, they have to change certain details.
What, on Criminal Minds and NCIS?
Yep.
Yeah, I had heard that I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, Steven said hi to me. Yeah, they have to change certain details to protect the family, and that way, like those of us that are weird and like that's what we do, we might be able to pick up the details, but not like normal people.
Hey, Steven. But yeah, I knew that NCIS was because I had heard them say that they had actually, worked with some NCIS, people, and that some of those were actually true things that had happened. But of course, I know some names are changed and a few things are changed up to protect the innocent. But yeah, I watched that Criminal Minds, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is a real life situation because you actually, because I delve and watch crazy shit, so I know.
Hey, Steven.
And that's how I know, because I delve and watch crazy shit. And that's just like some people go, yes, it does star Joe Montana. He's still on there. Joe Montana is still on there. Most of the
I was gonna say most of them are, aren't they?
Joe Montana is still on there. Paget Brewster's still on there. And Spencer Reed's not still on there, but we're hoping he'll come back. And of course, Shamar Moore's not on there anymore. We're hoping he might come back. They left it last year when they left off in Criminal Minds Evolution because, the series ended on TV. But when the guy that when they left it, the serial killer that they were chasing, they've left him on there because they're going to go to him for he's going to be kind of like the Hannibal Lecter where they go to him for crimes. But there was somebody's walking in the door to interview him. So they've kind of left it up in the air that it might be, you're thinking it could be Dr. Spencer Reed, or it could be Shamar Moore, or, so we really don't know who it is, but we're hoping that it will be one of them because I love Dr. Spencer Reed too. So
I like the what's her name in the basement?
Penelope?
Yes, I think she's awesome.
She's back. She came back.
And I like what's her name? The other version of her on NCIS, Abby.
Yeah, Abby left NCIS. She quit because her and Mark Harmon got into it.
Yeah, I heard he was a dick.
Yeah, I heard he was too. But I really think he's good looking. So
of course, that always trumps everything. Good looking guys. They can
be
assholes.
he was the sexiest man in America at one time, but he's not so sexy since he's aged. He hasn't aged well.
No, he's getting the old man, big saggy loopy earlobes and weird shit that old men get, Yeah,
and he's not on the show anymore either.
What happened with Shamar Moore? That was the one that everybody, even the guys, loved him.
Oh, his sexy ass he's on SWAT now.
SWAT. Yeah, I was gonna say, I know right where he's at.
He's sexy as hell, ain't he, Mama Bear? He's a sexy man.
Yes, he is.
Did you know he's got a little girl?
Mm-hmm.
Bet she's gorgeous.
Oh, she's beautiful. His girlfriend's beautiful too. I was so happy when they had that baby. I know everything about that man. Y'all might be profiling me one time. Y'all might be talking about me one time.
You're starting to sound like a stalker yourself. Just saying.
I know y'all might be. And here's Kimber. She used to be on True Crime with us, but now
we had to put her away. It got bad.
we had to put Kimber away. So now we're going to talk about her and how long you get for stalking.
Exactly. So what's up, Mom?
Mom.
Mommy.
Sorry, I'm
mommy.
here. Sorry, I got a Twitter message I was checking real quick.
Oh, I didn't know if you were looking at pictures of tomorrow morning or not.
No, but that's not a bad idea.
Listen, guys, do your weird stuff when you're not up here with me. Okay.
The last time
I'm not pulling up pictures of women.
we went this way, we got into a huge old conversation about celebrities and things. So
yeah, we did. I mean, we're done with the trial for. Whoa, that is not what she looked like. Oh my God, how do they do that?
Well, we want to see.
No, you don't.
What?
No, you don't. So you know how YouTube has all sorts of these stupid things, and it says Three's Company, 1977 cast now and then, and it shows a picture of Suzanne Summers, and they must have superimposed her head on some big old body that ain't hers, because I saw her before she died. I hate that they do things like that. That's just wrong.
Yeah, Dago had the scare face. The jump scare face.
Say that again.
Dago had the jump scare face. There's a grandbaby.
Poof, no more.
So how's it down in Florida today, Mom?
Work sucks. I miss all the good stuff during the day.
You know, I've gotten to where I was putting it on my phone, but I've gotten to where I'll put it on my TV upstairs while I'm working, so it's not so loud. But if it's Dago and Clue, I have to still turn it down.
I wouldn't be able to focus. I'd be more into what's going on here than I am the freaking job. I want my old job back. Our client pulled out, and I don't like what we're doing now.
That sucks.
Yeah, it does. It sucks. And I've been with this company for years, or I'd fell on their asses.
I've been with my company for almost 4 years, so I ain't going nowhere.
No, I got a missing flyer and a request to help a family because apparently the Daytona Police Department refuses to take a police report because he was a homeless man.
Hi, Tamba.
But what did you say? They refused to take
a report because he's homeless.
A report of him missing just because he's homeless?
Yep.
Wow.
So I guess I'll be lighting fire under them tomorrow after I get off work.
All right, that's not cool.
What do? Just call and raise hell until they do it?
Well, I give them a chance. I'll call, which I have a detective up there that I can call and talk to that I've talked to about other cases. So I'll get a hold of him and I'll call and give him a chance over the phone. If I don't get what I want, I will work an extra hour and take an hour off work, and I will drive my happy little hind end right to Daytona Police Department with my phone in hand and say, hey, why can this man not be reported missing? They know who I am.
Mom's done this before.
Yeah, they know who I am. The police around here know who I am. The detectives. I mean, there's probably 15 or 20 detectives that know who I am.
It's that Mind of Monsters, girl. Y'all run.
I ain't scared. I called the FBI one time. I ain't gonna get into for what, but look, I called the FBI to report something to them, and I don't think I've ever told y'all this, but so I called the FBI and I had him on the phone for like 30 minutes. We were going through stuff, and I was sending him stuff, and because he sent me a link to send him stuff, and I made a joke, and he goes, and I said, "Oh man, I'm sorry, I forgot you're FBI. You guys aren't allowed to have personalities." He said, "Ma'am, that's inappropriate." I was dying. I was like, "Well, it's the truth."
Sorry, you suits aren't allowed to have personalities.
Yeah, I said, "I forgot the FBI is not allowed to have personalities, ma'am. That's inappropriate."
True. Whether it's inappropriate, it's or not, it's true.
It was so true. He was ready to get off the phone with me. I thought it was rather rude of him.
What is today? Thursday?
Yes.
Friday. I might have to do it tomorrow. My child wants me to.
To do what?
Or tonight. I don't know which one I want to. He wants me to do a music stream.
That's what I figured you were talking about.
Since he's done with school, he's a senior now, and he loves it. So.
Aw.
And I'm sure.
Oh, they get out today.
Yeah, it was actually tomorrow's his last day, but they never go. But he's now a senior. So, and then he actually wants to play his guitar and do a little singing this time too. So it's like, well, okay, because he's learned like 6 songs.
Andy said music tonight, paranormal tomorrow.
You don't run my channel.
I don't think she's scared of you.
She ain't scared of me at all. But those are good ideas, Andy. I agree with you. Let's see. Matthew is out too. Cool. Refuses a report because okay, guys, throw a 1 in the chat if you want me to do that tonight. Or tomorrow night. Okay. Throw a 1 in the chat if you want me to do it. She said I do now. See, that's why I love her, because she comes right back at me. Nobody ever takes me serious when I try to act that way either. It's hilarious. Music tonight, 1, or tomorrow night 2.
1.
You want to see something funny? Hey, Kaden.
I'm not voting because I'll be asleep.
Should I do a music night tonight?
Yes, yes, and yes.
See?
Can I say hi?
Are you sure about that?
Yes, because I miss you guys and all that.
Hi, Kaden.
Hi.
I'll be asleep.
Hello.
Hello.
I am so excited. I graduated my junior year.
Woohoo! Good job.
Awesome. You're a big senior.
I know, it's weird.
Yeah, and we're doing tomorrow's Friday, so we do the paranormal thing tomorrow.
This will also make up for my birthday thing because I wanted to do it for my birthday.
I know, son.
I think tomorrow I'm only supposed to work like 10 to 2 or 10 to 4 or something like that. So.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah. It's better than the 11 to 6.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's my normal hours.
By 6, my brain's done stopped.
All right. Well, let's see. We have 1. Okay. Well, that answers that. So then I'll do that tonight. Not everybody will be in here. Most of you guys probably won't. And yes, Andy, we can do a Discord movie night. I told you as the Discord was growing again, I wanted to do that again, as long as things don't go haywire in there again. Because if they do, this time I'll be shutting it all down completely. There will be nothing else. It'll just out, gone. But
Doodlebug said 11111111111.
No, not for you. I don't need you dancing around and with what you did today. You better settle down. Hey, Tomboy. I see you. How are you? You have to email Brandy. Mom of 3.
50
at AOL.com. Sorry. And she will send you the link. I'm serious, Doodle. If I do that tonight, don't be doing no crazy shit. Get me all worked up and worried about you. Anna's looking for. So if anybody that is in here has become a member that wants to become part of the Discord, you have to email that to Brandy. She will send you the link and get you in there. I think everybody else is. By the way, did you get your link for
What? He does that all the time.
Because Caden constantly walks up to me right in the middle of me talking and says stuff to me. So what was I
Did you
saying?
get your
We were talking about.
Go ahead. Remind me.
You go ahead. You're gonna
You said,
forget.
did you get your link to
Did you get your link to Clue's Discord, Mama Bear?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you're in there?
Yep. And I got Kimber in the mod stuff, I believe.
Okay.
I'll have to
Well,
double
one of
check
you guys
it
needs
in Discord.
to get me my link back in there too, because I'm not in there anymore. I don't know what I did, but I ruined it. So
You got yourself kicked out of Discord?
somehow over there I did. I
Or
think
in
I
the
walked.
mod
I
stuff?
think no. In Clue's Discord.
Oh.
I don't know how I did it either. I clicked something the wrong way. You know I'm dumb to this stuff.
I
So
think Clue's Discord, isn't it on her community page?
That one doesn't work. I don't know if the one that I used, if somebody else can use it.
As long as it hasn't expired and it's not locked.
Oh, that was yesterday, wasn't it? Was that yesterday?
I don't know
My
how
days
long
are
will
running
last.
together.
Mini Monster runs my Discord, so.
Yeah, if I ever had a Discord, I'd have one of my minis run mine too. Be like, don't take no crap.
well, I guess that's. Why is my phone playing and I'm not playing it? Stop it.
Mine did that earlier too. Like a YouTube just started playing and I'm like, what the?
That's what mine's doing. Stop. Shut up. Get done. Get out. And it's Jennifer Coppendoffer? No. No, get off my phone.
That's funny.
Hi, JC.
God. Thank you.
She infiltrated his phone.
Jennifer Hackencoffer. JC Ann. Hey, my flight is delayed. Won't be getting in until tomorrow. Oh, okay. Welcome, Alicia. You set duration time on Discord links. I know, that's what I thought, but it never worked for me that way. Well, and that's the thing. We don't need to set it. I don't want to have to set it down, Andy, but if there's anything else that happens like what happened last time, I have no choice. And you can ask Mama Bear. I've been through hell with this Discord. I've never wanted to shut it down. I've always kept it open for you guys because this is how I get to hang out with you guys when I can. But, and Salty knows about it too. I won't go through that again. I'll just shut it down and walk away from it. That's all. So
I don't know how many times I told him, I was like, just shut it down. Just be done. I'm over it. You're over it. Just, it's ridiculous.
I'm not going to do that because I don't want to do that because I had a whole plan with that thing to be able to go in and do movie nights with you guys and have conversations with you guys when we're not live. And I do need to go back to having my mod meetings and stuff like that just to keep everybody on the same page and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, that's where I do it.
You want to explain a Discord?
It's another it's a platform, Captain Jenks. A lot of gamers use it where they can go in and they can go back and forth with each other about things that are going on in their games, so on and so forth.
It's just another social media platform, basically.
And it's kind of like a chatting platform, yeah, where you can talk to people back and forth and show things that we can't show on YouTube. But it works out well. I've learned how to use it finally for the most part. I just won't go through the crap anymore because there was people and yeah, it's like your own little server. There's people that were going in there and starting things and telling lies and making up stuff and gathering their own little warrior groups together. But we have fun in there. We go in there and like Sherry said, have meme wars. Well, we'll go. God, remember those times, Mama Bear, for like 3 hours?
Yep. Yep.
It's a good time in there. As long as we keep it together and everybody's nice to each other, that's all I need. And we need to come up with a set of rules and post them like Dick Mill did in his. I'm part of his Discord too. I'm never in there, but I'm part of it. But he's got a very lengthy and solid set of rules. And if you don't follow them, you ain't in there. So my problem is when I started it, I was still pretty naive. I was a pushover. I let people step on me, walk on me. I'm nice to people. Too nice. I gave people too many chances, and I paid for it. You know what I mean? So I've become a little bit harder. Not that I wanted to, but I have, and less. How can I explain it? Less. I don't want to say less caring, because I still care about everybody the same way. But I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but just not like I was.
Yeah. Well, Jojo, you don't have to pay for the Discord, but if you pay for a membership, then that's one of the benefits.
That is, yeah, that's
or a perk.
It's
You
members
get to
only
be
in there. Speaking of which, I want to do. I hate doing these. I've never done them before because I feel like even if you're not a member, you still deserve to be able to be part of something here. It's one thing I hate about memberships. To do a members only show. Okay. But I really hate doing that to people that aren't members because not everybody can be a member. And I think everybody deserves the same treatment either way. Do you know what I mean? But I do appreciate the people that are members and think that they deserve a little extra at the same time. So that's why I've never done members only streams. What I think I might do though is I might do one that isn't, or do one that is, and then open it up to everybody halfway through it or something. Does that make sense, or does it sound stupid?
No, it makes sense to me.
Are you going to speak, Mom?
Yeah, I was just listening.
You're so quiet. Sometimes you make
There's
me
some way that as a creator, you can, like, YouTube gives the creators so many memberships that they can donate a month, but I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, I've done that with you guys. Quite a few. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, Captain, it's like a public social chat. Yeah, exactly.
And you can show photos, and in my Discord, it's called The Sauce. Once you become a member, you become a meatball. Don't ask me to re-explain that, but once you become a meatball, you get to go into The Sauce, which is the Discord name. And then I have different parts of the Discord you can go into. I'm not a member, I'm also a client. And like there's a place for the moderators to go into, and a voice channel for them, and a lounge for them. There is a place where you go into when you first get in there called Introduce Yourself, to where you can get brought in and introduce yourself. Then there's the members chat, which is the standard generalized portion of the Discord where everybody goes in and they chat back and forth and talk about things. We have a trial calendar in there that I never use, but I should. We have true crime generalized. I have a Chelsea Grimm link in there, which I need to redo that. Crime YouTube links. I have paranormal talk because we do paranormal on Fridays and stuff. And Molly, I don't even know if she's still in here, but she's another producer and a mod. She does all the paranormal stuff. Mental health.
Captain, you're a member. Sorry.
Who?
He said I'm not. Captain Jenks said I'm not a member, but
yeah, you're a member, bro. You can get in there. As long as you're green, okay, you're a member. You're welcome to jump in there now. For a while, I made it. I set it to where you had to be here 45 days. Everybody started behaving and being nice and not lying and pretending to be somebody else. So I took that rule down.
Saying you were laundering money through my channel.
Yeah. I have a house in Hawaii, folks, and some property in Hawaii that
own an island, don't you?
Grifting money, grifting money through here and funneling it through Mama Bear's Cash App, and that's how I own property. And
yeah,
Jesus Christ,
got a little wild.
Kimber, 2 months. Hello, I thought you already had your 3 month, Kimber.
No, just 2. Hold on, I'm doing something. I'm busy.
Salty, what do you mean, Chelsea Grin? Is there an update?
No. Steve put up a thing on Twitter quite a while back, that pretty much claimed that he knows where she is and that she doesn't want to be found and to just leave it alone. And it was like, well, okay. That one was pretty rough for me too, because for some reason I got real attached to that story real quick.
I had a feeling she just wanted to be off the grid.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. But we also have a food channel, a food link in this Discord where people put their recipes and stuff. Just for fun links. We have a pet place for all your pet photos and stuff. I go into generalized. What are you doing, Kimber? You don't have to do all that.
Do we still have all that?
Yeah, it's
There
all in.
y'all go.
Oh, Kimber, what are you doing?
Gifting 10 memberships. Let's see.
All right. Well,
Hurrah.
congratulations to Mocha, Willat Harris, Harsh One Shelley, Baby Firefly, Moonlit Baby, Rainy Days, Julie R, Girl Next Door, The Wanda Life, Gray Pearl. Congratulations, everybody.
Cool. Thank you, Miss Kimber. That's awesome.
You're very welcome. Welcome to the sauce, y'all.
And welcome all the new meatballs. Cool. So when I
Y'all
do
jump in the
music,
sauce.
yeah, come on in, guys. You have Brandy. You might be busy for a minute, hon. Anybody that wants to get into Discord, this is Brandy. Run and listen. I'm gonna tell you up front. I'm warning you is what I'm doing. Giving you guys a heads up because you don't want to piss her off. Okay, Miss Brandy is the mod and manager of the Discord. If she says something, please just listen to what she says. And she's a very sweet, good-hearted person, but she's been through hell with me and back and everybody else, and she doesn't want to have to be mean, but she will be if she has to be. So just follow the rules. That's all.
Yeah, and if she has to come get me, I'm not going to be a happy camper.
I already farted in the sauce. I'm sorry, Doodlebug.
Amber, you broke the #1 rule.
I'm
But yeah,
sorry, it was an accident.
Miss Brandy is the boss in the sauce, and we got a couple mods in there too, but just don't argue with her. That's all. When she says something, there's a reason why she becomes the way she is in there, because we've had so much bullshit in there. As long as we keep everything kosher, it's all fun, guys. It is a lot of fun in there. So, and like I said, the plan is to be starting up the movie night thing again and doing other things in there. And I want to hang out with you guys and do stuff in there with you guys as well. Just respect each other, just like I ask you guys to do in here. Respect the mods, the admins. Don't disrespect this lady next to me over here because she's my #2. She's just like me. Other than that, have a good time.
Mom, he just called you #2.
I'm talking about Mama Bear.
I know, Mama Bear. He just called you #2.
She calls me #2 because she knows she has more power in here than I do. I'm not dumb. I've told you guys before. I wouldn't do this without you guys, and I couldn't. Women run the world. We'd be lost as men without women, so understand that. Anybody wants to argue with me, you're wrong.
Yes.
If you make Brandy mad, yes. Don't make Brandy mad because Matthew will call you a lumuk and fire you. That is her son, Matthew. And he's one of us. We love him. That's all. When you're in the Discord, just as much as you are in here, respect each other's not privacy, but respect each other, period. Don't talk shit about people. Don't go back and forth behind people's backs because that's what we went through before. Be honest. And one big thing is when you go into the Discord, you can't change your name. You have to have, if your name is Mocha, there has to be something on your name in a Discord claiming that you're Mocha, so we know who you are, because we had that problem before. You cannot go in there and hide yourself. You cannot. There's just a lot. That's all. I'm sorry about the ads, Jaded. I can't control those on. I have it set at the lowest setting on there. That's right. Captain Jenks. Women, God, that's what I'm saying. Women run the world. I don't care what anybody says. They do. If we didn't have them, we'd be lost. So anybody that wants to jump into Discord, please email Miss Brandy at momof305@aol.com. I did it. Thank God. And she will send you the link, bring you in, and that's that.
I do have a complaint to register against Doodle. She sent me a friend request on Discord last night, and she sent me a picture of her pecker toe, which was fine. But then she sent me a picture of a cat standing on its head, and its whole butthole was showing.
Okay. I will make one more, or is it 350, not 305? I'm sorry. Thank you, Sherry. Jesus, I didn't do it right. One other thing I will say to anybody that's new in here that is coming aboard, please, nothing else that you do, please respect the moderators. They don't do what they do for no reason. Please, please, please. If there's a question about something, don't start an argument. Just come to me, or they will come to me. We will deal with it, or go to Mama Bear if you can, if she's not busy. If you can't get to me, that's all there is. I talk everything out with people. If there's ever an issue, we can fix it. That's all it is. And that's all there is to it. There doesn't need to be drama or anything else, because I cannot do it anymore. That's all I'm saying.
No drama in the sauce.
But yeah, just respect the mods. And if there's ever an issue, don't argue with them. Just find a way to get to me or Mama Bear, and we will work it out. There's a lot of misunderstandings that happen in here. Okay. And it's just based on misunderstandings. That's all it is. It's never anything personal. But there's reasons for things that go on in this channel, because we have been through hell already multiple times, and we ain't going through it again. So, yes, Kel, welcome back. I'm going to be shutting down here relatively soon so that I can come right back on. That's
what
it
we
right
do
there.
here is heavy enough, but when you have the drama and stuff, it just makes you want to walk away, and that's not any good with all the good that we do. And I think the longest break I took was a 3-month break away, and like I had people like finding ways to reach out to me to make sure I was okay. And yeah, I had to take a breather because some people can't act like adults.
No, I agree. I've been through a lot of shit in here. A lot of people have said things. Well, misunderstandings and misinterpretations and things like that. If you ever listen, one of the biggest things with me, if you ever have a question about anything I do, anything I say, instead of just jumping out there and claiming something, come to me first. I promise you I'll tell you the truth. That's all there is to it, because I've been attacked in different ways for different things, and nobody ever asked me. They just did. And then we had to go through a bunch of shit. So I'm the same person out here that I am in YouTube land. Nothing to hide from anybody. That's fact. And I won't. So just ask. That's all I'm asking. Mom, can you type in chat too? Or do you, what the fuck was that?
Why you have them cookies, Dago?
I don't have no cookies. What the hell are you talking about?
You say you had no. Why'd you have them cookies?
I don't have no cookies. What are you trying to? My wife is standing behind me. You trying to get me shot? What cookies?
I want cookies. Nobody said there were cookies.
Well, he said he never hid anything. All I asked is why he hid them cookies.
I don't know. Doggo's got cookies. Now the old man wants to know where the cookies are.
I ain't got no damn cookies. I can promise you that.
He said he ain't got no cookies.
Nope. Anyway, you guys got me all confused now. Are you able to type in chat, Mom, or no? Without jumping off, without knocking yourself off of here?
You talking about me?
I don't know, Sherry. We can try to see if I can open up the Hawaii house for a mod meeting. One of these days. Thank you, Kel. You've been through hell, but you're always fair. I've always been watching. Walt Harris is a huge supporter. Oh, Walt is my own personal troll. I love Walt. Walt came in here. I think I've told the story like every other day, but that's why I love Walt. Walt came in here in the beginning and harassed the dog shit out of me and most everybody in here.
I did not.
What?
I don't know. I came back and said all I heard was harass the dog shit out of me, and I said I did not.
No, I'm talking about Walt Harris.
Oh yeah.
And then went away for a while. I blocked Walt a couple times. I timed out Walt multiple times. Multiple people timed Walt out. And Walt actually, from my understanding, lives fairly close to me too. Get off the door. So anyway, I love Walt. Walt is my own personal troll, I say. Walt has been very supportive since, for at least the last year that I know of, and is very welcome here. This is Walt's home, and we accept Walt as one of the community and family members, period. So anybody has problems with Walt, you come to one of us, and we will talk to Walt if we have to, but it's all in good fun. Walt is always having fun in here. That's all it is. And I like it because we could have the most serious scenario going in here, okay? And if you watch the chat, you'll see Walt say something ridiculously stupid, and it breaks the monotony up immediately. That's why I love Walt. So he is definitely a true crime community member, a cafe member. So,
speaking of trolls, has anybody seen Modine lately?
Who?
Modine. Do you know who I'm talking about?
No, I've never even heard of that one.
I haven't seen them in a while. They usually come over and troll me, but I haven't seen them.
Okay. Mama Bear, go check back chat, please.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. So where's Molly at? She was in here earlier. I got to get with her because I want her to start, since she's a producer, I want her to start putting stuff together for Fridays ahead of time, if she wants to, of course, and make it like so we have things ahead of time because I'm running out of ideas, guys. If you have anything that you would like to do on Fridays for the Paranormal Friday, I want to make it a regular thing so that we do it regularly for the decompression stuff. Okay. It's very important to do that, in my opinion. So I want her to start. Yeah, I can put you on that too, Andy. Whatever she can't do. Well, Molly's a producer, so if you can get together with Molly and help her, and she can help you, and that way it won't be as hard on either one of you. That would be great. Yes, I've done everything, Jaded. I had a series I ran. When was that, Mama Bear? Like a year ago, where I did the midnight series, something like that. I covered. What are we saying? Yeah, of course you can let Walt in Discord as long as he behaves. He's got a membership and he's had multiple memberships. So,
I've got to get. Oh,
I'm sorry.
I've got to get you the Bell Witch. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Mama Bear.
You're fine, hon.
I've got to get you the Bell Witch stuff for one night too. They go for one Friday.
Please do. I've been wanting. I told you before I was down for that one.
I know. I've got to get it to you. I've got to get the stuff together, so I'll get that to you soon for the Bell Witch, for the Paranormal.
Kimber, you ever been there?
No, but I've read a lot about it.
I've been to the grave when I was a lot younger and drunk and really brave. Me and Clue are going to go one night. We're going to eat some gummies and go.
You got to go to the cave.
We're gonna go to the cave. We're gonna actually eat some. We're gonna chew some gummies and go. And we're going to live stream it.
I don't know about eating gummies and going over there. It's creepy as hell. Like the first time we went, the kids were little, and you drive down this like creepy ass road to start with to get there, to get to the property, and we pull up, and the whole field is full of crows, and I'm like, All right.
Oh.
Right off rip before we even get there. And of
Welcome,
course, we
Kill
had one of
Kill.
the family members give us the tour. She was cool as shit. She probably wasn't 15 years old.
Was it Briley or it might have been Briley Bell. There's Briley, there's Ann Rickman.
Isn't that what the Blair Witch thing was based off of?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I'd have to ask one of the kids, Kimber, because I don't remember what her name was. She was blonde and just as pretty as everything in the world. But
How
she
long
warned
ago
us.
was it?
Oh God, probably 20 years ago.
Oh, it could have been. If it was 20 years ago, it wasn't Briley or well.
I don't know. It might not have been 20. I'm trying to think how old is. It was at least 18, and I'm using that. I mean, it was a long. The kids were little, and they're both grown now.
Well, it could have been one of Bob's sisters. And you know what, Dago? I bet if I talked real nice, I'm talking real nice, I might be able to get one of the actual descendants of John Bale to come on panel. I don't know.
That'd be cool.
Wouldn't that be cool? Because he's the one that got tortured by the Bell Witch. I'd have to see.
Let's do it. I love interviewing people.
Because he's got stories.
Yeah, listen, anybody that has any experiences, any stories, any personal things, anything, or anybody that has any of that stuff that you want to put into the Paranormal Friday thing, send it my way. We'll break it down, we'll put it together, and we'll use it. Welcome back, Salty.
Man, y'all.
For all that.
I done drove my kid to his dad's and drove all the way back home. Y'all still up here? How y'all doing? I've been listening. I've been listening in the car.
Well, I'm getting ready to shut it down so I can come back live again here. Not right now.
So,
not right now. Go ahead.
This kid asked me, he wanted to drive. He's been driving, so like little bits. Anyway, it's like 15 miles between me and town. He wanted to drive to town. And I was like, So in the car, I was like, man, I don't got no anxiety medicine and shit. I don't need a drink first. But he did good. He did good. I made it there, and now I'm back home.
Take care, Stephen. Thank you for joining us today, brother. I appreciate you very much.
So, Dago, what time are you coming back on?
Jesus, it's 7:30 now. Probably within an hour. Honestly, I just need to shut it down.
He gets off here
and separate the streams and things like that. That's all.
Don't cross the streams.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank you. A lot of you guys probably won't be interested in what I come back on for, but it's about that time to have a decompression night with all the drama and all the bullshit and everything else.
And it's for Caden.
Plus, my son wants to do it too. He's
I will pop in and out. There's something that's going to be on later. I'm going to review, but just for a little bit, I can go back and review really at any time, just because I'm being nosy about something in particular. But I'll be around. And you should know what it is.
I think I do. Have you seen Sleuthy around?
She's all up in Delphi and Karen Reed.
I haven't seen her in a minute, but she sends me things, emails. Still,
yeah,
but that's all.
She's still she's very active on Twitter. She's in Criminality's channel a lot when they're doing Delphi and stuff. So, but yes, Sleuthy's just very busy and preoccupied with 2 cases that really needed her attention.
No, I get it. I just was. It was okay because it's been a minute since I've seen her, and you know how I am when I don't see people for a while. I start wondering and worrying. So.
Oh yeah, well I'm on Twitter all the time, so I see her over there all the time.
I'd still like to get, if I can ever get him to get the time, I'd love to have Bob Motto come in here and come up on, and now that some of the crap has subsided, but come up here and talk about Delphi, because I love Bob's take on it. I wonder if Mr. Steve would be interested. I like the way they both look at this case.
Oh, I bet Mr. Steve would come up.
Steve will come, but Steve will come on, but
it'll be
the way it's a very different talk with him about Delphi than it is with Mata. and with me. Because,
Yes, no, I
Steve
get it.
is, yeah, I mean, Steve's not going to come in here and tell you that the prosecution done this and this, even though there's evidence that there's wrongdoing. He's not, he will fairly
No, I
weigh the evidence. And we've had some
exactly.
we've had some good Delphi stuff in there, but mostly Steve investigates the evidence of cases. You know what I mean?
Yes.
What matters in court, not all the extra stuff surrounding this stuff.
Well,
So
maybe a
he's
good
very good
idea,
for that. Yeah. And Bob
and
is
maybe I can
awesome to talk about strategies and why the certain things are going the way they are.
maybe I can get Bob to, if I can get Bob, because I love Bob, he's a really good guy. If I can get him to come on maybe first and talk through Delphi, and then maybe get Steve to come on after him and explain that side of things. That'd be a great idea, I think. You guys need to understand Delphi. As much as we've covered, what I've put out about it, I've tried to go back to the beginning, and I've put all the information out there that I can, but there's a lot of things in between that I wasn't able to pull out and show you guys. I need everybody to see it and understand it, because it is, if everybody, I've said this 100 times, if everybody thinks that Idaho is crazy, you're insane until you look at Delphi. That one is crazy. It's just nuts. So, and I think it would be a great case to look at in regards to the judicial
Well,
system.
honestly,
Right.
Richard Allen was arrested a month before Brian Kohberger. There's
Right.
absolutely no reason why people shouldn't have had eyes on this case all along, considering the death of 2 little girls may finally be solved. But everybody was way too interested in Brian Kohberger in Idaho than to care about what was happening over there at Delphi. And everything everybody thought was happening in Idaho was literally happening in Delphi, going unchecked and unnoticed, except for by a handful of us.
And
Because I'm a good multitasker. I follow 4 to 5 cases at a time with a lot of different information and moving parts, and it can be a challenge to keep up with some of it, but it's not that hard. Honestly, I don't. So Delphi's been there all along. It's just nobody wanted to go look at it.
Right. And the thing is I covered a case before I even looked at Delphi. Dude, what the hell are you guys doing over there? I happen to look up and I just see how they're having the meme wars with that's you'll see when you get into the Discord. Anyway, the Flora 4 case I covered in Flora, Indiana. Okay. People disagree with me, and that's fine. And it's just an inkling that I have that there might be a very slight.
It's more than an inkling. It's more than an inkling. There's a lot of talk about it in Delphi. There's a lot of talk about it in press conferences that come out because we have the same ISP agents working both cases.
Doug.
Yeah, if you want to talk about deep-seated corruption of what possibly could be there, that would be there was just a lot to review in this case. But
yeah, it's a big mess, you guys, and I want it explained by somebody that is what I consider a professional that knows what they're talking about. I mean, Salty is right there on the line. She doesn't have the credentials, but she sure as hell should, especially with that.
Well, there are people who don't even like Bob Mata's views on it simply because he's a defense attorney.
Agreed.
But he's very fair about his view of what Delphi is and what's happening there.
I just like Bob. I just like Bob a lot. I like the way he's. Here's the thing, guys. He's an attorney. Okay. You'd never know that if you didn't know that. The man is very down to earth. He explains things in layman's terms. He puts things out there so people can understand it. And I just like the way he does it. So I'm going to work on getting that handled. And Mr. Steve, of course, too. That way we can look at Delphi and see it from that side of things other than just me talking about it and so on and so forth.
I honestly would like to see y'all look at some of the work that Steve has done in the Idaho case.
Idaho,
but I don't want people to come at Mr. Steve.
No, that won't happen.
In a sketchy kind of way, like, well, that didn't happen that way, and that's not even true because he's not the guy. All that stuff. That makes me nervous. I'll be honest with you.
I agree with you, and I'm telling you right now, that's why I hadn't done it. It's not going to happen in here when I do that because this man is a professional. He knows what he's talking about. He's done very, very in-depth things with this, and I will not put up with anybody ever being a guest and being disrespected in here. That just won't happen. Some things just don't need to happen, and they won't, especially with somebody like him. Mr. Steve is a very, very good person. He's very thoughtful, and he's very good at what he does, and I have a very, very high respect for him. And again, I would have never even known who he was until Salty explained, said, go check this guy out. And I did, and subscribed immediately. And wow, that's all I can say. I mean, he even went as far as with the Delphi case to, everybody knows that the bullet, okay, about how one of the reason why Richard Allen got arrested and things like that, the bullet, the gun, and all that crap. He went and buried a bullet, guys, to try to prove this and that and go through the whole scenario. I mean, to do stuff like that, it says that you have devotion to something and you're trying to show people and educate people on things. I have very high respect for that kind of stuff. So
he turned his whole basement into the second floor of King Road.
Yeah.
So that's really worth reviewing that video. It really is.
Yeah, that's why I tell you guys, please go subscribe. You won't be disappointed. If you have any interest in the science and the investigative side of these cases, go watch this stuff. I'm telling you, I've learned a lot myself. And I'm always learning. I'm always excited to learn. I love the CSI side.
Mute your Discord. Good
I'm looking
Lord.
at it. It's going nuts. They're doing.
That's what I said. Mute it.
My Discord notifications are always on silent. When I was in the NFT world, I was like running Discords, and I had to have them damn notifications on. Silence all of that shit. I can see it pop up. I don't need to hear it.
Right?
Yeah, they're crazy. But this is what they do in there. They have fun in there. But anyway, Dago, he and his wife put her in a suit and yeah, I know,
Yes.
Leslie. I mean, it's really, really cool. So
yeah,
I'd love to
Mrs. Steve hangs right in there with him. They are partners. She does all that work. They did great phone work in Delphi, because like they were talking about the terrain there and around the house of King Road. Delphi is the same way, right? There's slopes and steeps and hills and this and that. So yeah, he did. Him and his wife went to Delphi, and they literally done some cell phone ping testing while they were there. It's very interesting facts that he found some very interesting things, and so it's really worth reviewing that stuff. Yeah,
and he definitely he helped go look for Dylan Rounds, things like that. He's a very good person, guys, and I will never. I mean, I'm telling you, if he comes in here and he does this, which I hope he does, the mods are going to be on lockdown with this chat, because if anybody says anything even remotely disrespectful, they will be bounced, because that man does not deserve it, period. If anybody, and that goes for any guests that I have in here. It's like that. That's why I've laid back on it for so long, but I think things are in a good way, and I'm going to work. Well, hello, Mom. I'm going to work on that to make things a little different in here for everybody. And add some stuff. So that's the plan.
He went and looked for is it Dior? I'm probably going to pronounce the baby's name wrong. Dior
Kuntz. Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
That's another case that I can't let go of. I got my own thoughts on that one too. Chris and Steve are good friends. Yes, I've heard that. Chris from Mob Crew. Yes, I have heard that. I wouldn't mind talking to Chris either. I like Chris.
Chris is good people.
Yeah, I think he's a good guy. Somebody asked me if I would ever have the other Chris in here. No, I won't. And it's not anything personal. I don't have a personal issue with Chris McDonough. I just don't. I won't have him come in here. That's all I'm saying. Anybody that's a fan of his, don't take it the wrong way. But I just no need to. No need to at all. Hello, are you guys playing musical chairs in here or what?
I'm so sorry.
So,
Kimber, what the hell are you doing, Kimber? Are you hitting the sauce?
No, I'm in a meme war.
Oh, she's in a meme war. You done sent her down the meme rabbit hole.
She's in the Discord memeing away. I see them farting on each other. And what the hell are you guys doing with these weird ass cats and stairs? And where's Molly? Oh, there's Molly's in the Discord. That's why she's not in here. Okay. Anyway, this is what they do. Anyhow, Again, all I'm asking everybody is please to respect the moderators. We have a couple new moderators. For reasons, I've lost some, I've gained some. Of course, we added Kimber. Mom is now a moderator in here as well. For when she's in here. I don't know if she
thank you,
even knew that,
sir.
but she does now. Salty, of course, is the moderator. She should have been a long time ago. That was a different story, but that doesn't need to
Well,
be.
I was for a little bit, and then I came back. So yeah.
And she's also a producer along with Doodle and Molly. So different things that people do, and I appreciate every bit of them. Just respect each other is all I'm saying to you guys. Whether you're in here or in there, that's all I ask. And everything
Look,
stays
I've
good.
been with this community for a while now, Dago. You know, I've been here for a little bit,
I
and
know, yeah. Yes.
we've been through it. I've seen all the stuff you've been through. Hell, I've been through it. I've had words with certain people in chats, and we're friends today. Me with a lot of them.
Absolutely.
You know, I don't hide how I feel about cases. They all know where I stand, and I don't flip flop or go with what the room says. I'm gonna stick to me no matter what. And I didn't go nowhere. Nobody ran me off. This is a great little community. You do have a lot of good people here who do want, to learn and go forward, and it's a safe place for them, and it's a great community vibe for sure.
Yes, absolutely. I love this community by all means. Leslie, yes, that's cool. Thank you. I am very much appreciative if you do. But yeah, so that's all I'm saying is just respect each other, and yourselves, of course, and we're good all the way around. I'm glad you found us too, Jaded. I really am. And we're still growing, you guys. I don't understand how or what it is, but I can go in here almost daily, and I don't. People have to tell me to sometimes. And little by little, this channel is just growing and growing and growing and growing, and I love it. And I appreciate every one of you guys for that.
Because we don't have the drama over here that everybody else has.
That's what everybody says to me. I try to keep it that way.
Yeah, I can't do drama.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just very draining. Well, yeah, Dago's right. He's had it. He's been through it, and he's just trying to make sure it don't ever happen again. And I think for the most part, this community doesn't want to be a part of that either. But I can't. Yeah, I can't sit in drama all day, every day either. It drains my energy. It just makes me mad in the long run. I don't give a damn who's doing who behind closed doors. I could care less. And none of that matters, in the big scheme of things. I don't care if T-Rev stole Seth's girl. I really shit. If she's that easy to steal, fucking steal that heifer. I mean, I don't care. I flat out don't care.
If she can be stolen, she wasn't his girl anyway.
Exactly. I mean, come on, y'all get real. I don't care about none of that. But
no,
I mean, it's like, what, if I want drama, because I literally don't have it, I go watch The Real Housewives and laugh at them bitches. I feel like that's what I've been doing for the past two months or whatever. The Real Housewives of YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm bored with it now. I get bored easy.
It is. It's very dragging. It drains you. Like if you guys would have seen me 6 months ago, I was drained, folks, and I mean drained mentally, emotionally, completely drained. It started affecting me physically, and I finally was like, you know what? No, this ain't what this is about. It's not supposed to be. I come out here and try to provide a platform for people to be able to come in here and feel and be who they want to be, with respect and with using their common sense and logic and things like that to be safe. I have a safe place to not, because I know that there's channels you can go into and you say one thing and you get your head chopped off because you believe a certain thing. No, it's not supposed to be that way. And I'm not going to have that. That's what this is based on, is not having that. And everybody should be able to come in here and have different opinions and different feelings and disagree and walk away with it, still be friends at the end of the day. There's no point. There's enough negativity in the world right now. We don't need more. So that's why I created this, and I've struggled to keep this that way. I've fought tooth and nail. I've almost given up multiple times, but here I sit because people like Mama Bear and Salty and a few of the other moderators and a few other people that have said no. There's people that want you here. There's people that love you in here, and they would be unhappy if you weren't here, and that keeps me going. So
Seriously. I haven't fought by your side for the last almost 2 years for you to just
Right, Mama? She
no,
she got you before I did. I just
yeah,
reiterated whatever she had said to you.
I know, and that's why I'm still here, you guys. I'm not going anywhere, unless I will be here till I can't be here. I'll just put it that way. Because I love this community. I really absolutely do.
And it's a
And
learning process. You learn as you go. You learn
mhm,
what you don't want to do moving forward and what you do want to do and how you want to take things. And you learn your community and their vibe, and hopefully everybody can see where they're at and read the room and what we want here and what we don't, as a whole,
absolutely,
not as one person or the other, but for that safe community place, or you know what I mean. It's just not, there's
yeah,
no reason to be
absolutely.
fighting amongst each other.
I've been graced to be able to come together with a group of an amazing creators as well, that we support each other at this point now, which is something that should have been done a long time ago. And I love that. Mine of Monsters, Arctic Box, Clue, Duchess. There's so many other ones that instead of working against each other, we are finally working together, and that is what this should have been the whole time. There's always going to be those other ones, and they can stay over there. That's fine. I don't need that. None of us do. We have what we need, and if others come into that mix, that's great. The more, the better. If not, so be it. We will continue to. Salty has her channel now that she's getting ready to put out there with Kimber. Doodle has a channel that she's been doing things. Molly has a channel. I mean, it is what it is, guys. That's the way it should be. We
I
should
have
be
a
helping.
channel.
Mama Bear has a
Yes,
channel.
you do. Yes.
Mama Bear, I always forget that one. It is what it. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's not like
But
I've done
they're
anything.
growing. They're all growing. Actually, Doodle's channel grew quickly, very quickly. Molly's channel is starting to grow again. I pray to God that Mama Bear's channel is growing too, and eventually she's done a few of her streams. I'll be joining her over there when she does those. Hopefully, I'll be joining Salty when she does some, and Kimber and Doodle. I mean, that's what it's about, guys. Is conjoining and community. There's no reason to not. It's not a competition. I've said this before. We're not trying
No,
to
it isn't. There's no competition, and you may be covering one case, and we're covering another, and we can come over and talk about. I mean, there's a lot of different things. Mom covers a lot of things that some of the things we don't, and we can get and and compare and share, and that's what it's about. Networking and because we all are going to share community members, right? So when you're sharing those members, you don't want to pit them against other creators and all that. They will find their own place to go. People are they're gonna listen to who they want to listen to. But you just do you the bet and don't let people sway you to do you any differently.
That's
And
right.
that's what
We could all cover the same case. 5 of us, different creators, cover the same case. We all do it a little bit differently, and we all put a different turn to it that people want to see different ways, and that's why this is so cool. Okay, so absolutely, I absolutely agree with that. Okay, folks, it is 8 p.m. and I'm going to be right back on here soon. So I do need to shut down, do a couple things. I appreciate you guys being here for the past 7 hours. And coming in and going away, coming back. You guys are amazing. So for those of you that are interested, yes, I'm going to be live here in a little bit to have what Mom so conveniently, I love the way she puts it, calls a decompression stream. It's not true crime. There's no true crime. There's no nothing. So don't come in here with true crime on the mind, because we ain't gonna be doing it. I'm telling you,
it's like when you go diving. When you dive deep down into the ocean, you got to decompress before you come up, or you'll explode. So that's kind of where it came from.
So, you guys, a couple of you guys are welcome to pop up here with me. I don't have too many people on panel usually when I do it, but we'll see what happens, how it works out, because I have to do it a certain way. I will tell you right now, don't ask no questions in chat while I'm doing it. Just leave it be what it is when I do it. Don't say a word. It is what it is. I don't talk about it how I do it, and you'll see why. Okay. And we'll just go.
That's kind of scary, Dago. I don't know if I should get near my phone or back. What are we doing here? What's going on?
It's just because of YouTube stuff and rules. That's all.
Yeah.
I've had people question it, and I'm like, just let it be. Don't jinx it. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah.
do it a certain way for whatever. I don't care about that stuff. That's about it, though. We try to have a good time. My son always joins me because he enjoys it. He loves it. He's a musician, and it gets him the chance to come in here and do his thing. People seem to like him and love him very much, and we're very close, and that gives me and him time to do something we both love. Plus hang out with all you awesome peeps. So that's what we're going to be doing. Just look for it to pop up, and come on in. If you want to bring your dancing shoes or whatever you're drinking for the night, please do, and enjoy yourselves, guys, if you can, because that's what it's all about. Okay. So, let's see. Salty Kimber, Mama Bear. Mama Bear unfortunately has to go to bed because
Yes, I'm gonna find me something to eat real quick, and I'm gonna go to bed.
yeah, she doesn't get to do these things, but one of these days we'll get her in here.
Well, tomorrow's the kid's last day of school, so I won't have to get up as early. So maybe.
Yeah.
Caden's well, it's supposed to be tomorrow, but he's not going. None of them go. He's off today. So
They have finals tomorrow, so
they did theirs Monday and Tuesday, I think it was. Thank God. So anyway,
Monday they went to school on a holiday.
or Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was like, what?
Yes. Either
Our
way,
schools
come on
ended
in.
our last day was Friday, so our kids are out here.
Right. So, all right, folks. Much love to you all that won't be back. I love you guys to death. I hope.
Good night,
you come-
guys.
Yes.
Good
Have a
night.
great night, folks. I hope you come back, Mom, Kimber,
Oh,
anybody
I'll
else.
be back.
Okay. I
I'll
will
be
see you
back.
guys here in a little bit. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves because you're the beautiful people. Bye-bye.
See y'all soon.
Bye, guys. Hopefully, I'll see you
Bye.
tomorrow. Maybe.
Bye, y'all.